the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year, only at the Utah State Fair.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars, college standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
The Packers are first and goal. Love takes, looks, throws slant, right side. Touchdown, Romeo Doubs! Got the slant on Mike Sainristil, the second-year cornerback, and the Packers on the board first, leading 6-0. Love looking around, takes the snap from under center, gives to Jacobs again, blasting his way, left side end zone. Yes. Touchdown, Green Bay Packers. Josh Jacobs, and it's 13-0. Jacobs to the right side of Love in the shotgun slot left. And faking the handoff. Love rolls right, throws end zone.
Oh, he's got him.
Kraft, touchdown, and a Lambeau leap on a beautiful play fake by Jordan Love. Tucker Kraft, 8-yard touchdown reception.
Highlights from Thursday night game, much anticipated. Two of the top three teams in the NFC, arguably, and the Packers The better team by a wide margin, PK. They were up 2 scores most of that game when Washington made it a 7-point game in the fourth quarter. Green Bay responded with 10 quick points. It was all Packers.
All the time.
Jordan Love.
The best.
Had a good night throwing the ball. 19-31, 292 yards and 2 scores. No picks. A reminder that no matter how well you play out of the gate, and Green Bay's off to a solid 2-0 start. They got Cleveland next week, so 3-0 looks doable. It is a game of attrition. Packers lose wide receiver Jaden Reed with a broken collarbone. He's expected to be out 6 to 8 weeks. Commanders lose running back Austin Eckler with an apparent Achilles injury that looks like it can end his season.
I would remind people that it's a game and just leave it at that.
Aha! Big games coming up this weekend. Eagles-Chiefs Super Bowl rematch. I've already used the Eagles in our lock of the week, only using one-time elimination thing here. So I can't go any near that, but off what you saw from the Chiefs in week 1, you got confidence in them?
Sure.
Yeah.
You don't play poker a lot, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, you don't use your trump card right off the bat.
Right off the bat?
I tried to save you, but some things I can't do. I
don't think trump card is a poker term, but I get your point.
Okay.
Depends on the game, right? But
you're the expert all of a sudden.
Spades and hearts, baby. Where's your trump?
I bow to the A-type personality.
Okay.
It's just easier that way.
Sunday Night Football, Buccaneers and Texans. Lions and Bears both dropped division games right out of the gate. Now they got a division game week 2. Who gets a W and who digs an enormous hole?
I don't see division games as being any more important than any other game.
Probably a little less so now. We've got 3 wild cards. Takes a little of the heat off of it. Browns and Ravens. They're talking that up. Cleveland fans still mad that Baltimore stole their team. 30 years later, when you got a team back, can you still be that mad? Just looking for something to talk about.
That's something that you remember.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
College football tonight. A couple of Big 12 games, 4 Big 10 teams playing. Colorado is at Houston. Obviously, BYU is going to see Colorado here in a couple of weeks.
Obviously. Houston's
off to a nice 2-0 start. So, our chance to scout Colorado. See what they've got now that they've decided to go with their third-string quarterback. Make him the starter.
But wouldn't he be the first team?
Now he would be. K-State, Arizona, you remind us that is a non-conference game, masquerading as a conference game, but 2 conference teams won't count in the standings.
But the implications will be enormous. Desperado in Tucson.
Can Arizona get to 3-0?
Yeah.
Off to a 2-0 start, beating Hawaii and Weber State.
Well, you know, each time you get a win, you get more confidence, and maybe they're more dangerous than we thought.
We had surprises. We had surprises last year. Why couldn't they be a surprise this year?
Yeah.
That Arizona K-State game's on Big Fox at 7 o'clock. ESPN has a Colorado game at 5:30.
Yeah.
Get your college football started early
will,
tonight.
Yeah.
Games matching ranked teams Saturday. Georgia and Tennessee, 1:30 on ABC. Big game in the SEC. South Florida with 2 really good wins. Beat Boise State, beat Florida. Now they're at Miami, 2:30 on the CW.
Oh.
And Texas A&M Notre Dame, 5:30 on NBC and Peacock. Notre Dame lost their opener. Well, they dropped 0-2. Most of the country will be rooting for Texas A&M. Let's open up another at-large berth in the 12-team college football playoff. Get the Irish beat.
You are wrong, man. Most of the country will be root for Notre Dame because most of the country is Notre Dame fans. They got them all over the planet. High, low, in, out.
I believe most people will be rooting against them. Come on, they don't have 51% of the country rooting for Notre Dame.
I know. They got about 65.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah.
It's always a hostile crowd. You know, my memory of as a player and of coaching there is they'll get after you pretty good, crowd will. And so, you know, an environment you got to be able to handle. The elevation for us shouldn't be a big deal. We just got to go up there and play our game.
That's all it is, man. Just play your game.
Kyle Whittingham talking about the environment in Laramie. Play their game, get to 3-0.
Yeah, you play your game. That's what it's about, man. Hat on hat. You just play your game, you know? Just control the line of scrimmage, control the clock. I feel young again.
You going to watch for anything in this game?
I'm going to watch handoffs. I'm going to watch tackles. I'm
you
watch
know
punts.
what I mean.
I'm going to watch completions. I'm going to watch incompletions. I'm going to watch everything.
Is there a place where the Utes could be tested that you are focusing on? You find this more interesting than other things? I mean, you expect their O-line to be really good, blah, blah, blah.
I'm just going to watch the game. I don't know that they need to be zeroed in on anything individually. I think what we've seen is what we will continue to see. I don't think we'll see things that are out of the ordinary for this Utah team. I believe they already have an identity. It seems like they always have an identity. When they don't have the identity, that's the absolute exception. And they'll do what Utah does. The difference being that the quarterback is more of a running threat than they've had. But that is their identity. And we've known since last December when Beck and Dampier came aboard that would be their identity. So we've had literally 8-9 months to digest. This is who this team will be, and this is who this team is, and we will continue to see that, and we'll see how it plays out against better competition, which is to come.
Utah and Wyoming tomorrow, 6 o'clock on the CBS Sports Network. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah State.
State opening Mountain West Conference play against Air Force tomorrow, 7:45 on FS1. How good is Broncos team? Can they handle Air Force? Can they get to 1-0? Feeling great about themselves if they win this game.
Yeah.
You'd assume they'd beat McNeese State and probably lose to Vandy, but if that holds for him, 3-2 and 1-0 in conference play with a new coach, that'd be a great start.
You've got Vandy being a bigger brand than Utah State.
Going on the road to win an SEC game, I don't think they've done that very often, even if it is the bottom side of the SEC there.
So what happened in the 60s has a reference today?
Yes, I learned it by watching you. Arizona State never won at Mississippi State. I went to bet ESPN it. No, I didn't.
Never won at ESPN.
They haven't won at an SEC school.
0-1 at Mississippi State.
At an SEC school.
You're right. You got me there.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
They've never won.
I painted a very specific corner, and then I stood in it. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
And Trout drives one, left field, back for to Rosarena. There is home run, number 399 for Mike Trout.
That was Trout here. Pitch to Aaron, swinging a drive. Looks like he's done it again. Giddy up, gone. Into the bullpen again. Another home run for Aaron Judge, his second tonight. 46 on the season. It ties Joe DiMaggio, fourth place on the all-time Yankee franchise home run list.
The next pitch, Kafus with a high drive. Deep center field. On the run is Isbell. Track, wall, gone! How about that? C.J. Kafus with a two-run home run to center. And just like that, Cleveland has a 3-2 lead in the eighth.
Highlights from Major League Baseball Thursday, about half baseball playing. I don't know how often this happens, PK, but every home team won. What's that all about? You don't usually think of home field advantage that much in baseball, but
no, it's a fluke.
Nine games, nine home teams win.
Wow.
That was quite a bit of amazement for you. Mariners needed 12 innings. Yeah, with a runner on second base now in extra innings. We don't usually have games going that long, but 12 innings, Mariners beat the Angels 7-6. They're chasing the Astros. Astros got beat, so they pick up a game. Blue Jays win 6-0. Blue Jays 22 games over 500 with a 3-game lead over the Yankees in the AL East. You heard the Yankees getting the big home run there. The home run list is in play all the time now, it seems like. Yankees beat the Tigers 9-3.
Yeah, I think I read, though, he's got a long way to go.
For the next one?
Yeah, you're starting to get way up there. And DiMaggio wasn't a big-time home run hitter, as we know.
An all-around guy.
Yeah.
Padres beat the Rockies 2-0. The Dodgers didn't play, so they inch a half game closer to the division lead there. Got any big series you're watching this weekend?
Yeah, Dodgers-Giants.
Dodgers-Giants, there
Giants
it is.
Only a couple games back at a wild card. Mets have been floundering.
Mets have been floundering. The Reds, will they have a good weekend? They're in Sacramento.
Yeah, they're also 2 back.
They're 2 back, so they've got a chance.
Yeah.
Yankees, Red Sox, Apple TV tonight, 5 o'clock as they start their series. And they're both sitting in wild card spots, 3 and 3.5 games behind the Blue Jays.
I guess we know what the Sunday night game is then. Oh, they don't have. Are they back off on Sunday now that football started?
That is an excellent question. Or did they just move it to Sunday afternoon? Why would you pass on the Yankee-Red Sox game, right?
Well, what do you mean did they move it to Sunday afternoon?
Well, if they're putting move the window a little bit. Let's see, Sunday.
They play Sunday night or they don't?
I'm looking for their game.
With the MLB app, you can just go right there and move it along.
Move it along. Find it.
Jeez.
Yes, ESPN, 5 o'clock.
Well, I don't care anymore. You took so long.
You care. The Bees lost to Tacoma last night, 7-4. 3 games left at the ballpark this season. Tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. First pitch tonight, 7 o'clock on the Zone. DJ and PK.
#RSL.
RSL hosting Sporting Kansas City tomorrow. The club announced that they've extended the contract for the captain. Rafael Cabral, 35 years old now. He's played every minute of the season this year. He's been really good. Saved their bacon multiple times. They got him on a free transfer. Didn't even have to give a lot up to get him, and he has been a good find.
Well, if it was free, then it would be nothing.
Yeah, right. Now they signed him through the 2027 season, so he gets a couple more years, and they got an option for 28. Pablo Mastroni will join us coming up at 8:30. We can ask him about that. And Pablo said that this is a must-win game. 7 games to go. They got to win 5 of 7 in his estimation to make the playoffs. And Kansas City's below them in the standings, so excellent opportunity to pick up a W and 3 points Saturday night. Pablo will be here at 8:30. Kevin Graham will be talking football at 8 o'clock. DJ and PK, that is what is trending. It's brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. When we come back, hot takes or toast? We got the question. Next, stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash northbound I-15 approaching Timpanogos Highway, blocking HOV lane and the left shoulder. That is the only trouble spot on I-15 heading into downtown so far. We've also got 2100 north in Lehigh, very slow all the way from Redwood Road over to I-15. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The man who graces us with his presence every Tuesday at this time, it is Ian Fitzsimmons.
I'm begging you, just a message to the Red Raiders and to the Utes. Deliver this outstanding game to us next weekend. Everyone talks about John Mateer and Ben Arbuckle going from Washington State to Oklahoma. But Dan Pierre, if you want to call it the JV version of that OC and that quarterback coming in from Mexico, go right ahead. But they ain't playing like JV, man. They look good. And that O-line, that D-line, we talked about it before week 1. This is a team that is hell-bent to prove that last year was a fluke. And they're doing it right now. They're trucking anybody in front of them. So, Wyoming, I hope you're next for the old Kyle Whittingham bus to come and run you over. And then let's get ready for a hell of a contest next week.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey guys, Alex Kirry from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LOCAL to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LOCAL for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars headed into a bye this weekend. Kalani Sitake on the depth of his defense.
you're seeing the depth where it's not really much of a gap between 1 to 2, and that's a good sign, and the fact that you have to play more guys because the talent with the 2s are close to the 1s, and you have a great rotation. I love that our coaches are able to do that and recognize that these players are ready for it. But we have guys that are developing that are young that I'm telling you are going to be something special, and the quicker we can develop them, the better. I know Jay's really excited about getting that done too, so we feel good about the defense and the way it's working right now.
Cougar Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against Wyoming and Laramie. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for the question of the day.
We don't do birthdays, not deaths. Don't bring us down. Yeesh.
Hot takes or toast? What are your hot takes? BYU fans, what are you going to do? What do BYU fans do during a bye week?
Well, I know they do one thing.
Yes.
Root against Utah.
Seems to be an automatic.
Yes. You want the conference to do well, but not at the expense of Utah's success.
Frank, watch Utah get beat! Exclamation point.
Told you.
There it is.
Brother told you.
Jay, watch the Utes play.
Yeah. Now you're going to watch the Utes lose, man. You got to have all those losing vibes.
David says, go to the Wyoming-Utah game. Now, that seems like a lot of effort.
In BYU gear.
Find the whole stadium against you. Aaron says, eat a cougar tail or take a trip to the BYU Creamery.
Or why not both?
A cougar tail with a waffle cone chaser.
Well, you don't have to have them at the same time.
Michael, watch the Utes and the Aggie games.
Okay. Yeah, they're overlapping a little bit towards the end of Utah's game. Maybe it'll be out of hand. You can flip over to see the Agsters. 6 o'clock versus 7:45. That'll work.
That'll put you around halftime, early third quarter. But like you said, maybe the Utes have opened up a lead by then.
Yeah.
Nathan, enjoy a stress-free day of college football.
Oh, come on. Stress? Why would you be stressed?
Because you're way into the winning and losing. You're way into these games.
You're not playing.
Doesn't matter. You're emotionally invested.
Just sit back. Take it easy. Come on. Stress? You haven't had stress the last 2 weeks. So what's any different?
2 easy wins.
And your stress, it simply doesn't matter.
Only matters what those guys down on the field do. The ones running around on the grass.
Yeah. Or the rubberized pellets, as you say.
Yes. Certain road games.
No, I get it. You get caught up. Your emotions, you get so involved into it that you end up feeling like you're there, and you know that your emotions can do nothing to change the outcome, but you can't help yourself. And the bigger the stakes, or the bigger the anticipated stakes, sometimes the stakes are real. Sometimes earlier in the season, they're not. Well, I think they will be for the BYU fans. To a good degree, we shall see. I mean, all these games, man, they're just going to be lives of their own. I just don't know that I can look at BYU's schedule and say, hey, this is a stress-free game. That's a stress-free game. No, we got 10 more to go, and I don't know that I can say anyone for sure. I wouldn't bet on anything when it comes to this team this year because of the fact that, your defense is really good, so that should allow you to be in each and every game.
Nice, each and every good work.
And your offense, obviously it's a work in progress. You can say, is it suspect? Remains to be seen. And you want Grizzly Bear Bachmeier to progress. You want the playbook opened up because the way you've won games now, is that the way you can win games later? You can argue no. You can argue that, hey, we're going to have some explosives. We're going to have to get that ball downfield. And, is he ready for that? Can he do it? And what level, if he can do it occasionally, can he do it consistently? Does he got this? And it's no big deal. He's that special, rare freshman, in the way that Daniels did in the NFL last year. You wouldn't have had any idea he was a rookie. And it's a different level, obviously. But
the storyline's the same. People weren't predicting it. They weren't expecting it. And then you watch the games, and he delivered big time.
Right. And all of a sudden, for that franchise, it changed almost overnight in the outlook and how expectations now are through the roof. And then you see what does Washington do with those expectations. Just because you had a good year last year doesn't mean you're going to have a good year last year. We'll see what the Devils do, right? I mean, they lost an unbelievable game. It was the worst loss they've ever had in program history, blah, blah, blah. They suck. They're dropping like rocks. All right, and everybody's down on them. It's funny listening to Dillingham. He couldn't be more positive. It's obviously he's playing the psychological game. All summer. Oh, we didn't do crap this year. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, this team's looking great. We had our great practices. Let's see what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Straight out of the handbook.
Yeah, exactly, precisely. Yeah, and I listen to it when I go to the gym. They always post it, and you can see what he's trying to do, and they're trying to find themselves, as you say. So for the Cougars, where are they as far as being able to have an offense that you can count on? I think that obviously the offense has been good enough to go 2-0, but the competition has been very weak. Although I take that back. I think the competition defensively for Stanford was decent enough, and they struggled. They should have put them away. Fortunately for them, with the good special teams and then the good defense, that there isn't this big missed opportunity when there's a missed opportunity. When you get the ball 4 times at the 50 or inside and only come away with 6 points, those are missed opportunities. And a lot of times, those things can hurt you. It's like putting a runner on third with less than 2 outs. You're expected to get that runner in, and as the game progresses, that could come back to haunt you. Well, BYU's defense, certainly against Stanford, obviously, it didn't come back to haunt them. So there's a little less pressure on that offense to make sure they capitalize when they're given great field position, because 4 times at midfield or better and only 6 points, that's not nearly good enough.
Get on the road in a conference game against Colorado, and that could be a different story. Certainly some of the bigger road games you have later, right? Iowa State, Texas
Tech. And home games for that matter. But I get your point. Road games, yeah. I mean, every experience that the Grizzly Bear experiences is his first time.
It's all brand new.
Yeah. And that gives you, as a fan, a sense of nervousness, which I completely understand, because he hasn't proven anything at this level, which if he had proven something after 2 games, it would be mind-blowing. It's just not the way it works.
You really can't, especially given the level of competition.
Right. Well,
even if he looked great, we'd be sitting here saying, yeah, well, wait till they get ranked teams.
Yeah, if they had an independent schedule, I don't know that he would be starting. I don't know that I could say that.
Well, then it could be back to the old play a guy with some experience when you're playing these better teams and break him when the schedule softens up in mid-October.
But that was one of the reasons that basically since June I've been saying don't count him out, because they're going to need him. So the situation dictates. And they can argue, say, well, wait a second, hold on here. He won the competition. I get that. and that's largely what they say, and that's I believe it largely. They say it 100%. I believe it largely, but I think I can still have my doubt if the schedule was different. But it's
given
not.
what the schedule was. If it was close, they could give it to him. He had to at least be close.
Well,
if not outright win it.
They had to play him because he is their guy. The other guys were brought in for depth. He is their guy, so they had to play him. I never understood why people were saying Hillstead so confidently, vigorously, adamantly, maybe is a better word of those words. That wasn't the case. I don't think that was ever the case. That it was, in my mind, which is why I said and wrote about it multiple times, was always going to be Bachmeier unless he totally fell over himself in August training camp, which he was not going to do. They weren't going to allow him to do that, for that matter, because they wanted him to win the job. They will say no, but I think they did. They said no.
I think that's where the he's the guy thing comes in. They want him to win the job. He's still got to do it.
Yeah.
And if he's throwing picks all over the place during camp, maybe they have to go with somebody else.
Well, they would have had to because the players would have seen it.
Right. But as long as he's close and as long as he gives him then, And if he just wins it outright, then that just makes it easier.
You can't give somebody something they didn't earn. That sends an awful message to everyone on the team. And they all can see it. They know it. And it has to be, when you're talking about, like, for instance, the punt return deal, Kingston puts the ball on the turf a couple of times. They bring in Tiger. He catches the ball. He has a nice run. And now Kelly Papinga is saying, hey, probably going to go with Bachmeier.
Yeah.
It's competition. You owe it.
You owe it to everybody else in the program.
And everybody, you owe it down the line.
Right. All the players on the field, all the players on the sideline, all the assistant coaches, right.
And you owe it toward your own credibility as a coach. Because once you lose credibility, and they've had coaches
lose credibility.
You're shot. It's over. It's done. It's just a matter of time of playing out the string. And everybody's going their own direction, and it becomes a sad state of affairs. And we've seen that. And so far, obviously, we haven't seen that. So it was obvious that they were going to have that. And I think that the nerves of the fans, back to the original post, would be not as heightened if, well, say as it will next year and the year after. Because I believe he'll be a 3-year starter. And then at that point, is he good enough to go to the NFL? Does he want to? Does he want to come back for his senior year? All that remains to be seen. That's too far in the future.
Once he's got a year under his belt, and we just had Kalani talking about young guys developing and how bright the future is on the D-line, the hopes will be and expectations will be much higher. But back to the original question, what are Cougar fans doing this weekend?
The hopes will be much higher for him, but I don't know about necessarily for the team.
Well, we'll have to see what the team looks like around him, and we'll have to see how
you're
other
going
top
to lose
teams.
stars off the defense this year.
Absolutely.
Kelly's gone. I imagine Glasgow would go to the NFL.
Lose a star off the offense. Chase is out, right? This is his last year.
Correct. I don't know that Chase Roberts can be a star this year with a freshman quarterback.
That does seem to, the best laid plans and all that. And he was coming back, and he thought Jake could be the quarterback, but everything changes.
Exactly. Yes.
Although, to your point about big plays, and they've got one over 25 yards in the pass game this year. They've got several in the run game, but one in the pass game, and Chase for 41 yards. But it's tough. He's going to be a marked guy, and he's playing with a less experienced quarterback, and that's a rough combo.
I don't understand why he didn't transfer to Utah.
Oh, there you go.
What?
Stir that pot.
Once that happened, well, it's better than, I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. What are BYU fans going to do during a bye week? How about this one?
What?
Russell, watch the college they actually attended.
What's that mean?
They're going to be watching the school they went to, not BYU. This is another shot at, they got a huge fan base, but it's not people who went to the school. It's just church members.
Okay. I didn't
the
get
classic, I went to Arizona State, but I root for BYU or whatever.
Oh,
They went to Utah.
That doesn't happen.
They went to Utah.
No,
They were from
back that
BYU.
up.
That doesn't happen?
No.
Okay.
Hell no. No. Absolutely not. I was there.
Yeah.
There was not one BYU fan who wore the maroon and gold.
Okay.
How dare you? You ruined my whole morning. I was trying to be nice, and you got to go do that.
And I wrecked a football Friday.
Yes,
Look
you've
at me.
lost me now.
I backed the car right into the brick wall.
You're a jerk. You had to do that. You did that on purpose.
I did, actually. You told us about all the fans at that big game in Tempe last year and how many fans showed up in the blue and white.
Yeah, they're BYU fans.
And some of them went to ASU.
No.
And live in the Valley of the Sun.
No.
I believe it to be true. Not only that, I think some of them went to NAU.
No.
And they stayed in Babbitt Hall.
You will leave this show with a black eye.
Hey, so here's what we got. We got Kevin Graham, all the laughs at 8. We got Pablo with all the info at 8:30. At 9 o'clock, PK and I are going to fight.
I didn't necessarily say
throw hands.
I was going to drop you, although that's a distinct possibility.
You're Jersey. You fight dirty.
There's other ways you can record a black eye.
Kicking, biting, and scratching going on.
Read that, what he said again.
Watch the college they actually attended.
No.
All the people who moved up here from L.A., of course, a lot of schools in L.A. don't play football. USC and UCLA do, but there's a bunch of schools you could have gone to down there.
What do you think about that? No, I actually know. I mean, it's just so anecdotal, though. It's not like I know thousands. No one knows thousands.
Right.
But, I played ball with Latter-day Saint kids, boys, several years.
Growing up in Arizona?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I can state everyone I knew was a devil. Because, especially then, when it was the show at that time of year.
It was a show in town. They were really good. There was no NFL there.
Right.
There also weren't a lot of games on TV, so it gets harder to watch.
Yeah.
Teams that are out of the area.
It was a two-pronged sports fandom thing. The Suns and the Devils. Yeah, it was.
The Suns and the Sun Devils.
It was overwhelming. Maybe
I get the logic there.
Maybe it's changed. But see, why would they root for BYU, though? Because there's a lot of folks that have moved to the Valley, obviously, but they've retained their fandom. They haven't.
Oh, I do believe that's true. I've told you, and you haven't really weighed in either way on this. I think if the Big Ten expands, I think ASU is a prime candidate. They're an AAU school now, to whatever that matters.
Utah.
It's a huge TV market, and there are tons of Big Ten alumni in the Valley of the Sun.
There are. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's Midwest people. There are a dime a dozen there.
Yes. And so there are people who went to Illinois. There are people who went to Ohio State. There are people who went to Michigan, on down the line.
Right.
Tons of people from Wisconsin.
I think there's been some that have gone, like my sister. But she grew up, I moved when I was younger. My sisters are much older than me.
Mm-hmm.
They moved way later than I did chronologically. And so
but nonetheless, they've been there for decades.
Right. And I think my one sister has received advanced degrees all the way to the top. If you knew her, it'd drive you nuts. Her level of achievement.
Massive.
Oh yeah, me and my other sister was always hating her for that. And so she's took on a casual ASU fandom.
I have
she's got a master's and a doctorate.
I have a college roommate, and his job took him back to D.C., and then his kids are growing up there, and they're all huge Baltimore Ravens fans.
Yeah, but that's the pro level. I don't think you have to. I think that's two different things. You could be a pro fan and live anywhere on the planet.
We do see that.
Yeah.
We got people here rooting for all sorts of teams.
But the college, I think there has to be some kind of connection. I'm just not going to wake up tomorrow. Man, I really like them Georgia Bulldogs. I'm going to have some kind of connection.
If you live down the street. If you move to Atlanta, which is actually an excellent example, because a lot of people do move for Atlanta, right? There's a lot of corporate jobs there. That's the kind of place people relocate to.
But there's got to be some kind of connection. Whereas the pro, One of my best buddies is sad today because he's a Washington Commander
fan.
Yeah.
And he's lived in Utah for how many years?
His entire life.
Yeah.
Literally his entire life. But yet, he's a huge, huge fan. I forget how it came about, but it did. And I think you see that far more commonly. I think at the college level, there's got to be at least a minimal connection. You just can't. Because then why wouldn't you just pick? I mean, I really was huge Alabama fan during the Saban years, minus the first season. After that, oh, yeah.
Just a total front runner.
Well, he had to get it going a little bit. You got to give him time. That's why I say every coach deserves time.
Even Saban needed time.
Right. And then look what Pete Carroll.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, he needed time.
First year average, second year huge, third year championship.
I wonder under BYU, if you didn't go to college, say you live anywhere in the U.S. and you didn't go to college, how many of those people, whatever actual numerical number that is, that's 100% of them, right? So they didn't go to college. How many of them in the U.S. are BYU fans? Then those of you who didn't go to BYU and went to some other place outside of Utah.
Yeah. If there was a little pie graph of the whole BYU fan base, what percentage went to BYU, what percentage didn't go to school at all, but they're church members, so they adopt BYU, and what percentage actually went to another school but adopted BYU.
But two of them, in-state, out-of-state. Right. I wonder how many Aggie / I think we got to take UVU out of it.
They don't play football.
Because they don't play football, obviously.
Right, yeah.
And that's why I say that. But you've got...
But if your school did play football.
Utah State, and then you can throw in Weber for that matter. And then how many of them
I think
are LDS folks, went to college, got the degree, or even didn't, but they went to college, and are BYU fans number one. Not, well, sure, I root for them. Tony Finau, Dick Harmon had a thing the other day. They had a BYU alumni gathering down there at Riverside, and Tony was there, Johnny Miller was there, and a bunch of big names. Mike Weir was there, blah, blah, blah. And Dick wrote a story, a piece on a column on it. And Tony says, I grew up in Salt Lake City. I'm a Utah fan, but I don't hate BYU. So he didn't go to college.
Right. Yeah, we know his story.
But he committed, at least orally, to BYU. Now, what does that mean? I don't know. It doesn't, because it didn't mean anything.
It didn't mean anything because he ended up going pro.
Right.
It's like I told you that crazy story about Rory McIlroy committed to Middle Tennessee State when he was like 15.
Yeah.
Then by the time he's 16, he's crushing in tournaments. Everybody's like, that guy's not going to play college golf. He's going straight to the tour.
Oh yeah, man. If I was ever a recruitable athlete, which I wasn't because I sucked, I would have had like as many schools offered. I would have committed to every one of them.
Coaches have talked about guys like you. You wouldn't be alone.
But you want me to go? You're showing me love? I'm in.
Yes. But again, coaches are recruiting.
How do you say no?
That's a specific personality type, and they try to figure it out. Okay, the kid just told me yes. Is he the kind of kid who means, yes, he's coming here, and now we got the inside track, and we're in great shape? Or is he the kind of kid who's told him four coaches yes in the last 48 hours?
That would have been me. I mean, I'd pay for every penny of my college, and you're telling me you're going to give it for free? I am in. And then you told me, okay, yeah, absolutely. I would have had like 25, however many offers I had, that's how many I would have said yes to.
DJ PK, Kevin Graham's talking football at 8 o'clock. Pablo Massoni talking RSL at 8:30. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash in Lehigh is still there on the left shoulder before you get into Timpanogos Highway, but it's not causing any more delays. Meanwhile, the 201 freeway is slow from 8000 West up to Bangor Highway. Advanced Window Products offers Graper window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. That's advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present?
This is JJ and Alex.
And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News.
Well, two things. One, I put Devin Dampierre on my Heisman long shot, and that felt really good watching him do what he did, because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar, Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampierre is able to do that. If have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, he'll have a chance. I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looks really good on that side of the ball.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Welcome to fall in Cedar City and Bryan Head, Utah, the perfect place to stay for scenic drives, colorful leaves, and cool mountain air. Experience Cedar Breaks and Zion National Park at their best. And while you're in town, catch one of our festivals to enjoy some small town charm. Pick out your favorite flannel and don't forget the pumpkin spice because Cedar City is waiting for you. We've got something for everybody, so check out visitcedarcity.com to plan your next trip.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com. Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus, refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Monday on KSL. See the high-tech way that restaurants are trying to make it more affordable for you to eat out.
Is this the future of restaurants? I think it is.
Restaurant Revolution, Monday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet.
But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah ready for a game in Laramie. Kickoff 6 o'clock as they face the Wyoming Cowboys. Cornerback Jackson Benet on his mentality going into every game.
They say treat it like a Super Bowl, treat it like it's the national championship, and that's really how I try to treat it. Making mistakes out there, it definitely helps me really focus on what I did wrong and try to improve for this week.
Ute Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies kick off conference play as they welcome Air Force to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day, Johnny Cash, brought to you by Live Nation. Legendary singer-songwriter Johnny Cash died of respiratory failure on September 12, 2003. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Yeah, I think he was only like 71, something like that. Pretty young.
Question of the morning, what do BYU fans do during a bye week? David says, watch other games. Probably check out East Carolina.
Ooh, get a scouting report.
Yeah.
Call up Jay Hill.
East Carolina, Coastal Carolina, ESPN Plus 5:30.
That's a lot of Carolinas. I got Carolina on my mind.
That is. It's all Carolina all the time.
In my mind, I'm going to Carolina.
Kyle says we're holding our annual scary movie boys night with my friends from high school, and we're eating dinner at Kenny J's Barbecue.
Hey, I have mouth-watering ribs.
I've heard that.
I don't know what mouth-watering is. You say that like 6-8 times a show. Mouth-watering.
Yeah.
What is that?
The saliva starts flowing at the mere thought, ready to chew and digest, because you're looking forward to it so much.
Well, okay, why don't you say spit-watering then?
Ooh. Doesn't sound as good.
I mean, mouth?
Yep.
But yeah, they do have good food over there. I can attest to that. I mean, geez, you thought upsetting me with the Sun Devil talk, trying to get a rib off of your plate was impossible.
Ha! Lock them down.
Jeez, man.
Daniel says I will be constructing a Kyle Whittingham voodoo doll, and then I'm going to make him pick his nose on camera. Daniel doesn't like Kyle Whittingham.
I don't think I've ever seen him be a nose picker on camera.
Good.
Well, I mean, if you got one and you want it out, what do you mean good? I mean, you got to do what you got to do.
Brother Bandit says for the first time in a long time, I'm going to watch Utah. Go Utes. Crush Wyoming.
What do you mean? Well, why would you be go Utes if it's the first time in a long time? That don't make no sense.
Rooting for the Big 12. Wants more ranked teams in the conference.
He's not a BYU fan. There is no BYU fan who's rooting for BYU. I mean, Utah. No BYU fan rooting for Utah against the Cowboys. They want
No one.
They want the reincarnation of Josh Allen tomorrow, starting at 6 o'clock, and Jim Kick.
Okay, this is a good.
Jay Novacek.
This is a good gift. What do BYU fans do during the bye week? And it looks like he's got him. What is that monkey doing? Checking the spots on the whatever that is. I don't even know what that is.
Looks like it's the armrest of the couch.
Yeah, like an armrest of a sofa, and he's kind of like tracing the pattern a little bit.
Yeah.
Just staring at the
Looks
armrest.
a little boring.
It does.
I don't know if you're a monkey. Maybe it's okay.
That's a pretty funny guess.
You know, Cheech is sitting in for Youngster.
Yes, I do.
25-year-old Cheech. Probably had no idea yesterday when we were talking about Joe Glenn flipping off Kyle Whittingham. Did you have any?
Do you know anything about that story? Did you heard about that?
No. Well, I had earlier in the week on Jake and Ben, we had a Wyoming guest on, and he was talking about he was at that game.
But it was the first you'd heard of it.
Yeah, it was at the it was the first I had heard of it.
And
yeah.
you mentioned monkeys, so I told him, hey, make band of the day monkeys. He's looking around. Do you mean the Arctic monkeys? No, never heard of the monkeys.
You never heard of the monkeys, huh?
I said, what's the song? The famous song that Smash Mouth did. Then I saw her face. You see,
Believer? I'm a believer.
Yeah. What was it, Shrek? He had no clue.
Wow.
No clue.
That's what I thought the song was from. I thought it was Shrek.
The Beatles and the Stones come over. They're all these English bands, and so they make up this band, and they give them a TV show, and they do all this goofy stuff. I think the show ran like 4 years. I'm sure you can find clips out there. They had a couple hits along the way. So.
Oh, yeah. I'm a believer.
Yeah, I'm a
and then I
believer.
saw, which I think was written by Neil Diamond.
Oh, really?
Yes. And it was in Shrek. I mean, sure, Smash Mouth did it, but still. And they did a good version. I think that singer is since deceased, but yeah. But he had no clue. The Arctic monkeys. No, the monkey monkeys. You know.
All right, we're going to take a break on that note. When we come back, Kevin Graham, all sorts of nonsense and plenty of football. I bet he's very impressed by the Green Bay Packers. We got that. See if he's got any locks this weekend. Kevin Graham, next. Stay with us.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter.
Get draft updates,
analysis,
and be the first to know about every off-season move.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
It is Friday, people. How about that? The weekend is upon us. Are you ready for a good time? Yeah. Do you want a good time? Of course you do. Now, what are you going to do? You got to prepare for it, right? You probably aren't going to have a good time if you don't go into, when you get to Wednesday, get to Thursday, hey, here's what I'm going to do this weekend. I got some plans. Well, it's the same thing if you go long-range big picture with your retirement. You've got to plan for it, right? When do you plan? Right now. And what do you need? Well, you need that freedom that financial security can bring you, knowing that, hey, I can do this or that, whatever I want to do down the road. And that's why I'm telling you to consider the opportunity to let Trajan Wealth help you get to where you want to go. Their fiduciary advisors, what they want to do and what they will do is listen to you, see what your goals are, what you intend to want to have as the time passes by, and then together with you, they will create a plan. And here's where they can come in, because they have the expertise. When you think about all this stuff, driving in this morning, they're talking about inflation, up, down, good, bad. I don't know who to believe. You know, you got changing economic policies, you got new laws, interest rates. All these things affect the financial markets in the short term, but, you know, you don't want to be changing all the time. That's where you need some expert counsel that the folks at Trajan Wealth can give you. Let Trajan Wealth help you decide what to do to make sure that what you actually do want is in right with your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Trajan Wealth is your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them a call. Initial consultation for free. That number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. They can meet with you in 2 locations, down in Draper and up in Farmington. Got you covered south to north and north to south for sure. Also, they got you covered with a lot of information on the website. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "you don't need a warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars, college standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was toting my pack along the dusty Winnemucca Road when along came a semi with a high-end canvas-covered load. If you're going to Winnemucca Mac with me, you can ride. And so I climbed into the cab and then I settled down inside. He asked me if I'd seen a road.
DJ PK and Kevin Graham joins us to talk a little football. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Football Friday. Just so you know, I am live in beautiful, sunny Ann Arbor, Michigan, where tomorrow in 26 hours I will be in the Big House witnessing the second greatest college football upset of all time when my Central Michigan Chippewas take down the mighty Michigan Wolverines. Fire up, Chips. There we go.
Okay.
I'll give you 10 points.
I already got a plan. I'm going to – what's that?
I'll give you 10 points in Central Michigan. You taking it?
Nope. What I'm going to do, I already got this plan, guys. I'm on the 11th row, and I don't know, like the 30-yard line or something. Good tickets. I'm going to when they win, I'm going to run down the stairs there. I'm going to do a forward flip over the rail, and I'm going to take down the goalpost. It's going to be beautiful. I can't wait. So, yeah. No, PK, I'm not going to take that because we're going to really get rolled by about 50, but a man can dream. So,
that's the only place that I have been in all these years and all these stadiums where they don't let the media out on the field at the end of the game, the last 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So you have to go outside, and the visiting team is on the other side. So you're literally running into 100,000 fans and having to dodge them all the way. It's completely
because you're around the outside of the stadium.
Yeah.
Oh, and they're all leaving.
Yeah,
I know. They must have changed that because back when I covered Michigan early in my career, when I was working in Detroit, we were actually allowed to go on the field. You want to talk about an intimidating environment? I mean, they also say it's the quietest, 100,000, 110,000 plus fans you'll be, because the stadium is so huge that it doesn't feel as loud as it is. But man, when you're on that field and you look up and you see that many fans. Like, it's amazing me, these college kids, that they can just do that and go out and perform, because it's intimidating. Like, it's crazy to see, but
I think
it's a great
that's the
environment.
same thing for just about any place. Now, Utah only has half of that, maybe a tad more. But being on their field, if it's a big game, like a couple years back when they had SC and they scored the 2-point conversion to win, that was rocking. I mean, that's only half the amount of people. So if you've got everybody in a college football stadium that's of 50,000 or more, and you're on that field and you look up, particularly when it's in nighttime, and you look up and you see this dark and you see all these people, it was really as good an environment that night that I've ever been in. And I've been to a lot of different places there, both Michigans and LSU, Alabama, blah, 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 blah. And and Rice Eccles that night was as good as any place I'd been.
Yeah, and once again, you're once again throwing shade on BYU, because let's face it, BYU, particularly remember some of the Utah games, man, that's an intimidating environment as well. So, yeah, I agree with you, but it's fun. I'm very excited. I'll be attending with my daughter who went to Michigan, who informed me last night at dinner that she does not own any Michigan gear. And I'm like, I failed as a parent. I'm not going to lie to you guys.
I have Michigan gear.
I know. I do too. Well, I helped pay for her school. But you're talking about a girl, by the way, very intelligent. Like Michigan, you guys were talking last segment about fans of various schools sometimes. Mm-hmm. That's the way it is here in Michigan. Michigan is a very difficult school to get into. And somehow, thank goodness, my daughter did not get my brain, and she was very smart. She got into Michigan. But I would say the majority of Michigan students are nerds. And so they don't even realize there's a football team. Like, I bought season tickets. I was a very proud dad moment. My daughter gets into Michigan. I'm like, all right, I'm going to get you season tickets. You're going to not only one of the greatest academic institutions in the country, but one of the greatest football programs, at least legendary football programs in the country. You got to go to these Michigan games. And I'll never forget, I'm sitting at home. I can't remember which state I was living in at that point. And I text her because I'm watching the Michigan game, and Michigan's playing well. It's a really good game. And I'm like, and I text her. I said, I'm so jealous you're at this game. And this is on a Saturday afternoon. You know what her response was? Is there a game today? And I'm like, I bought you a ticket for this game. And apparently she sold it for beer money. So I guess I give her credit for that.
Does the word disown mean anything to you?
Oh, I did. Dude, I told her, I said, I'm pulling you out of school. Like, you are embarrassing me. And so, but you're also talking about a girl, by the way, and I'm parent bragging here, but really weirdly, she sued her own school while she was in school. And so, like, literally, DJ, if you're in front of the computer right now, put Josephine Graham sues Michigan, and ESPN.com will show up, because it's, remember when that trainers, the controversies were going on? She was a student that sued the school to hold the school accountable to protect their students and whatnot. So another weird moment, because she had mentioned this to me, but kind of played it down. And then suddenly I'm looking at ESPN.com one morning, and there I'm seeing a quote from my daughter suing her own university. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So I'm surprised she's going to be allowed in the university, to be honest with you. But it'll be fun. I'm very excited about it.
That's interesting. I did not know that. And you're right. There's a lot of stories there. Wow. Crazy.
You know what? I as a sports fan, I didn't have a son, so here I have identical twin daughters. I'm like, God, one of them's got to be an athlete, right? No, because they obviously got my athletic genes. So, but yeah, that's how I got my sports recognition out of my daughter. She sued her own university. So there you go. So we'll be there tomorrow. I'm very excited.
BYU's on a bye week. We've been talking about games they should watch. And I think this goes for Ute fans, too. I think this goes for everybody who isn't a Notre Dame fan is going to be rooting for Texas A&M to beat Notre Dame, give Notre Dame a second loss. Now maybe you're opening up a spot in the playoff for somebody else to grab. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, there's not 100%. If you're a BYU fan, you got to root for every team that's going up against whatever school is going to help the Big 12, which in turn could help your program. That means, by the way, you got to root for Utah because reality is, I mean, I know, but think about it. If Utah loses to Wyoming, I know, but if Utah loses to Wyoming, you're screwed as a BYU fan. Because even if you beat Utah,
you're not.
Yes, you are.
No, you're not.
If you beat Utah, you're not getting any credit for it. What you want as a BYU
you don't need
fan.
Credit.
Yes, you do.
No,
you need
don't.
Utah to be unbeaten.
No.
You need Utah to be unbeaten with BYU being unbeaten when they play here in a few weeks.
You're
yes,
dead
you
wrong.
do.
No, you don't.
No.
You're telling me
I'm telling you
that a two-loss Notre Dame team is going to be left out over a two-loss BYU or Utah? No.
No, I don't think that. I don't think that's the point. I think 10-2 Notre Dame would get in. I think it'd be a 10-game winning streak, and they had to find their footing and all that. But it does. The third loss will knock them out. If you got too early, somebody along the way, there'll be a bad week. There'll be a crazy game. They'll get beat.
No, they barely lost to
10-2 Notre Dame will get
Miami. Come on.
There were 10-2 Big Ten and SEC teams.
That wasn't
a
bad loss. The fact that they're willing to play when all these other teams are playing Chico State. It's Notre Dame. It's a TV show, guys. You had your lunch boxes of your favorite teams because your little boys were true sports fans. It's a TV show. It's entertainment. Get past the idea that it's an athletic competition. Grow up, guys.
I don't know what you guys are arguing about. I'm sitting there saying that BYU needs to root for any team to lose ahead of them, and you're right. But I'm just I mean, you're 100% right. Notre Dame with 2 losses will get in because it's a biased setup, and the rankings will play it out, and strength of schedule will play it out. You're right.
But actually, the strength of schedule isn't great going forward, but they're still Notre Dame. They'll probably get in.
Notre Dame doesn't need strength of schedule.
It sets them up for a third loss at some point, and that'll knock them out.
Boise, who you got? Get out of town. It's a TV show, guys. Never forget that. Once you turn on the television, it's entertainment. Every television show that you turn on, the number one goal is to make money.
Yes.
Follow the
Look
money
how biased,
trail.
by the way. I was looking. Think about this as just a thought. Here's South Florida. They open up the season probably with the most difficult schedule any team can by beating 2 teams on the road that are ranked in the top 25. One ranked, nearly in the top 10 in Florida. And here they're only ranked 18th. And now they go against Miami of Florida. Now, Miami of Florida is ranked 5th. If South Florida beats Miami of Florida, don't you think South Florida should be moved into the top 10? But here's the reality. They probably won't because they're still biased against them because they're not a Power 4 team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's wrong. I mean,
great.
that's where it's wrong.
Yeah, and go to the hospital and watch kids who have cancer and come back to me and tell me that life's fair. Yeah, you guys grew up as
That's
sports
a demanding way to look at things, PK.
with your lunch boxes and your favorite teams, and you cried when they lost. Come on. They sucked you in, and you guys never saw the reality of it?
Oh, man.
Jeez, you want fairness all of a sudden? Come on.
You know, I can't. You lost me at kids with cancer.
Well done, Kevin.
You want fairness.
Thank you.
What is fairness? Who decides who's fair and what's fair and what isn't? You're ourselves.
You want to take a moment here to salute the Green Bay Packers. It's just a start, but that's 2 good back, and they're both at home. And maybe these teams aren't what they were last year. Time will tell on that. But nonetheless, Detroit and Washington, and 2 pretty comfortable wins.
No, that's really good wins, actually. I mean, remember we were debating, I think it was a couple weeks ago, who's the top 5 out of the NFC. And I think now you got to look at Green Bay and Philadelphia, obviously, as the two teams. I mean, 1A and 1B at this point. 2 really good wins. I mean, the thing about the Packers is their defense is just dominant now. And then you add Micah Parsons, and obviously now both defenses, the Cowboys defense and now the Packers defense, are both better because of it. Give me a break. But Micah Parsons just is such a disruptor. And the thing you can see from last night's game is Packers don't have to blitz much now. I mean, they just rush 4 and they're getting pressure. And I think the biggest stat and the most impressive stat is Jaden Daniels only ran for 17 yards last night. I mean, and the reason is you don't have to blitz much. You know, you can contain, and that's exactly what they did with Daniels, and they're impressive. And then add in Jordan Love, you know, the fact, just his ability to throw the ball down the field and just his confidence level that we've seen now is pretty amazing. But it isn't, because you know what? He did it the way us old guys saw it growing up, where quarterbacks sat on the bench for a while and learned. And then they went out. I mean, I can't believe he's been in the league 6 years now. But finally, you're seeing him, I think, hit his peak. And if he can stay healthy, and that defense, I mean, health is obviously the biggest thing in football. And, you know, obviously they just lost one of their best wide receivers with a broken collarbone last night, you know, with Reed. So, I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with. There's no doubt Packers are going to be there in the end, again, if they can stay healthy.
No doubt Packers are going to be there in the end. What's the definition of the end for you?
Championship game, you know, playing for a Super Bowl. You know,
okay,
I
so you're
think,
talking NFC.
Yeah,
NFC
talking NFC.
Game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, NFC title game, you know, playing for a Super Bowl. I mean, to me, that's, you know, that's being a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so,
I can buy that.
Yeah.
I don't have any problem with that.
You going to tell me it's a show?
It is a show. That's why they put it on Thursday night.
Well, the beautiful thing about the NFL, it's a show, but they also have a winner at the end, which I guess college football now does too when the playoffs get determined. It's just the problem is the playoffs are determined in a really, you know, wrong way, but that's okay.
In the NFL, they're determined in the wrong way?
No, the college football is determined the wrong way, where there's the bias. It's a show. No, NFL is determined in the right way. I mean, it's about wins and losses.
Yeah, I got you. I can't argue that. I mean, finally you said something that is acceptable.
Okay, great. I'm glad I've been on for 10 minutes. I've said one acceptable thing to you.
Yeah, I wish there
You're fiery today.
There could be a way to organize college football in that. I don't know that we'll ever see it. We talk about it endlessly. And I actually think the talk helps the sport because it's constantly in conversations. And when we get to the end of next month or the beginning of November and those Tuesday committee rankings come out, it's like you're getting presidential results. You know?
Yeah, I know.
It's such a big deal. And we all look at it, 6 o'clock, what's it going to be? Especially if we have one of our teams in. Last year we had BYU. Hopefully, I want both in. Randy Cross has got BYU and Utah in the playoff. That would be the biggest thing to hit our area ever in college football. That would be so awesome.
Yeah, it would be awesome, but the likelihood of that is like the likelihood of Central Michigan beating Michigan tomorrow.
Oh,
so
it's better than that.
You think, PK? Really?
Yeah. He's
possibly,
detached, DJ.
But again, but for that to happen, Utah cannot lose to Wyoming tomorrow, and the only loss for either team, BYU has to lose to, you know, if BYU loses to a good team like a Texas Tech or something, and Utah loses to BYU, you're right, there could be an opportunity for that to happen, or one of them going unbeaten, obviously, and then the other one with one loss. Actually, that's the best case scenario. Say, you know, I mean, just not taking a bias, but say, you know, Utah's only losses to BYU and BYU goes undefeated. Okay, I could see that. There's a possibility that
or
scenario.
BYU only has one loss, and it's to Utah, and Utah loses to Wyoming, which won't happen anyway, and then they win the thing down in Arlington. But I think that if you're a true fan of an individual program, not a sports fan like I am. I'm a sports fan, right?
Yeah.
If you're a true fan of a singular team, in this case, you would take Utah losing even if it hurt BYU, because a lot of sports fans, they're fans of teams, especially in this heated rivalry. Your number one thing is have them lose. And then if we win, great. But at least they lost too.
I disagree. Not
You're
in
wrong.
college football.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Because as a Michigan fan, because I had to pay for my daughter to go to school that she doesn't even care about, there were times, and believe me, it's painful to root for Ohio State, but you want to root for Ohio State. And the reason is the same reason why BYU Listen, the same reason BYU wants Utah to beat Wyoming tomorrow, because BYU fans want to be the school to beat Utah and give Utah the one loss. That helps them.
Utah is getting so much love, it's showering and overtaking anything that BYU's getting. No, you are dead wrong.
No,
My wife's mother grew up
in
Michigan, and the Michigan fans hate Ohio State.
They
would
do.
never root for Ohio State under any circumstance. No.
Because it's such a show, PK. This is where you have to play the game. You do.
Two different things. Only the little guy has to play the game and get support and get credibility. The big dogs of the world. Ohio State's 10-2 with a loss to Michigan. Come on into the tournament, guys.
Conference.
And then they win it.
DJ, get on X and ask your fans that question. Would you rather have BYU hand Utah their only loss, or would you actually want to see Utah lose to Wyoming? No. It's better if they're both unbeaten and then BYU wins that game.
No,
it's better.
Sure, but you don't want to risk that. That's the point. If you're a BYU fan or a Utah fan for that matter, you don't want to risk both teams being undefeated and then you lose and they get the big prize and you don't. No, that's what I'm saying.
But the one loss won't be bad. That's my point. If you lose to Utah and Utah's undefeated and BYU's only loss is to Utah and Utah's going to finish as a top 10 program and BYU's going to be right in the mix.
You'd play each other again in a conference title game.
Maybe. Depending on how
undefeated and one loss, you'd have to.
Yeah, okay. Well, then good. Then you play again.
And then a third time in Pasadena. It's best 2 out of 3. Provo, Dallas, Pasadena. Let's go.
See? We just laid out the best scenario.
How many
wrong,
BYU
PK.
fans are rooting for Utah tomorrow in Laramie? Get out of town. That's like asking how many BYU fans. Well, I won't go there. Let's just say that they are not. There is no way. Wyoming? No. Absolutely not. No, and double no.
BYU, I think, hates Wyoming, too, right? I remember going to the Wyoming-BYU game years ago. Didn't PK, weren't you with us for that one?
But that was a rivalry, but that's a dormant rivalry. Again, they may never play each other again the rest of our lives. And our producer here, Chicho, he's only 25 years old the rest of his life. He didn't even know who the Monkeys were. He did not even know about Joe Glenn flipping off Kyle Whittingham. Yeah, he didn't know who the Monkeys were.
You know, me not being grown in a religious environment, every Sunday morning I woke up and watched the Monkeys TV show. Anybody remember that?
The Monkeys were on Sunday morning?
They were. Back in West Virginia where I lived. Hell, that was prime time for us, man. That was a big show. So,
I couldn't have told you what day of the week the Monkeys were on. I had no idea.
That was in the sticks.
No, look it up. Google it again.
Yeah, look it
Monkeys
up, man.
TV show.
Look it up.
They had a TV show.
Yeah, they had a TV
Remember,
show.
they were around the Beatles. They were. I was in the 70s probably.
DJ gave our producer the history lesson on that in the prior segment.
I know. I like Wyoming, though. I enjoyed that environment. I mean, it was fun kind of walking in and seeing all the people in overalls. And I remember, this band was they had a band out in a field. Everything's fields in Laramie. I swear to God, I swear the whole university attends classes in the stadium. But, they had a band, and I'll never forget this song. I was thinking about it when I saw Utah was playing Wyoming. Beer Run, one of the greatest songs. BEERRUN, Beer Run. It's the best song ever. I will never forget that song. And they were just playing. That was the first song I heard. Yeah, best song ever. BEERRUN, Beer Run. Yeah, see, look that one up too, DJ. I'm giving you a lot of homework in this interview today.
You really are.
I don't know what we just argued about there, but I'm telling you, BYU fans, it's okay. I mean, you don't have to openly root for Utah. I mean, Utah's going to win. If they lose, then forget about it. I mean, Utah's done. They're not technically done, but they're essentially done.
There's 12 things I can count on every year. BYU rooting for Utah to lose, and 12. And Utah rooting for BYU to lose. You can count on that.
You got to take. This is where BYU and Utah fans have to understand. And I'm sorry if I'm getting on a little pulpit here and lecturing you guys. SEC schools, they usually root for each other. They root for the SEC because it helps the conference. Big Ten, sometimes. Well, Ohio State fans always root against Michigan. Michigan fans, they're not. I mean, they'll root against them, but whatever. You got to stay with your conference. So, and then beat them. BYU, what are you scared about? beat them, take them down when you guys play here in a few weeks.
Just beat them. No one wants to be defeated.
Okay,
hey, DJ,
nice,
did you find the Monkeys TV show yet?
Yeah, Monkeys aired on Monday night, and then were syndicated after the show was canceled.
Yep.
It was only on from 66 to 68. It was syndicated on Saturday mornings and Saturday afternoons.
Oh, really? I swear it was Sunday mornings, but that's cool. I'll take it. Yeah, I watched it. That's all I remember. So the little monkey guys that are running around doing monkey things. It was really...
All right, we got to run. Thank you, Kevin.
Gentlemen, have a glorious weekend, and let me end with these 3 powerful words: fire up chips.
DJ PK, Pablo Mastroeni is next, right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Couple of crashes on southbound I-15 coming out of Davis County right now. The first at 600 North and another near 2100 North. Both moved over to the right shoulder. Northbound I-15 heading into downtown from Draper is moving at good speeds currently. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLrestaurant.com.
Right.
People are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com. At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU enjoying a bye this weekend. Kalani Sitake asked about his defensive end group.
Yeah, I think Logan Latui's done a great job leading that group. Phil Poha and Bodie Schoonover and Hunter Clegg's doing some really good things too. And just getting them reps to be a complete D-end. Right now we're kind of mixing them up, and I think K-Pop's doing a great job. It's weird. It's like we were happy with what we see in the talent there, but we wanted to keep working towards it because we can't just lean on what their strengths are. We ought to be able to make sure that they can all play and be a complete D-end. It's going to be a lot of fun. That group right there is a special group.
BYU Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against Wyoming and Laramie. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You wired me awake and hit me with the hand.
DJ PK, we're joined now by Pablo Mastroeni, RSL head coach. They've got Sporting Kansas City at home Saturday night, first of 3 games in 9 days. The playoff push is on. Pablo, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Pablo, so many coaches go to coach speak and say, they get asked about must-win games, they get defensive, attack the media or whatever, and I ask you about it, and you say, absolutely. Why are you willing to label a game a must-win game with 7 to go? What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think we have to get 5 wins, right? We have 4 of those at home, and so we just got to take advantage of the opportunity this weekend. I think we've been training extremely well. The guys have been so dialed in with nothing to play for weekend after weekend over the last 3 weeks, and yet here we are today training at the stadium, preparing for the big game tomorrow. And If there's anything I can take from the sessions that we've been doing week in and week out is that they're attentive, they're disciplined in the way they go about their work, their competitive nature was amazing, and the belief is through the roof, and so that's what I got to lean on. And so must-win game, absolutely, every single one of these is a must-win game.
How much do you preach in order to play well? You have to practice well.
PK, you must have been in our trainings, our trainings this week, because I started this week, because I think every week had a different, theme, but it was always about the same thing. We got to compete the right way. We got to show up. But this week it was, because met with the leadership group and they were concerned about maybe some of the pressure that exists in this next game, given that we have to win it, and how do we kind of allay the fears of the guys in the locker room. And so that was the feedback from the leadership group. And so what I said to the whole group was, listen, if you have to pump yourself up for game day, then you're preparing the wrong way. Game day is about enjoying the fruits of your labor during the week. In other words, you just always fall to the level of your training. So if the moment is big, it's probably because you didn't prepare the right way Tuesday through Friday. So that's really what we've been talking about, the way the guys have been approaching it. And again, we've been doing set pieces, right? We've conceded a few set pieces in recent games, and I said to them, like, you know, we had this thing where we're going to have them run afterwards. And I said, listen, if the disgust and the emotional fallout from the last 2 or 3 games where we conceded terrible set pieces doesn't motivate you enough to do this next session the right way, there's no amount of running that we can do to fix that, right? So, and sure enough, each team had 12, and each team, you know, defended 12 without any problems. So everything's good, and that's why I'm really optimistic about the stretch of the season, because the approach the guys have had every day has been fantastic.
There was a game your first year, you had just taken over, and there had been a lot of turmoil, and it probably ate away at the morale of the team. I don't know how it couldn't, right? And you were trying to get the group together and get them focused. And Albert Rusnak at that point was playing big minutes. So the combination of two things, man, if he's pacing himself, you know, I get it. And there was a game in San Jose. I remember this so distinctly. Albert came out and grabbed whatever cliche you want. His hair on fire. He played angry. But he played with an almost, I mean, it sounds stupid to say, superhuman energy, right? It was just noticeable how hard he was competing every single time he sprinted to defend or sprinted in transition to attack and you won the ball. And it was a crazy game. It was not a perfect game. There were tons of mistakes. And you won 4-3 on the road. And it was just such an impressive performance at him. It was just not sustainable. But when you get late in the season, sometimes you can get that energy from guys. And it's just 7 games. Is there any sense of that? And how do you create that, or it just has to happen organically?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. You know, I think, you know, one of those players that I've seen in the last 3 weeks that has been training at the highest level that I've seen all season is a McAnally. You know, and this is he's had some ups and downs this year. There's been some tough times. He was injured for about 6 weeks, and, you know, so there's been a lot. But you can see this week in and week out, and the way he's performing. You know, getting Diego Luna back to the headspace where he was to help the group in a way that is commensurate to his level of play is we need that, you know, and we'll get that from Diego. Diego's come in with a really bright attitude from camp. He knows he's going to have to keep growing and keep performing at a great level to get to where he wants to go. And so he will be critical. And then the guys in the back, you know, I think Jay Glad and Vera and, you know, Alex and Sam and, you know, those guys have been stalwarts in the last couple of weeks. So to answer your question, Jay, I think it is like, it's the moment. But I feel like these guys have been training at a level that has been so great. We have an opportunity this weekend in front of our home fans to just and what I've been talking about is playing fearless football. Just fearless football. Don't you second guess yourself. Don't you doubt. The worst decision is the decision. We're playing fearless. So that's really the mindset for our group heading into these last 7 games.
With the situation being, and you already acknowledged the must win and all that, and go through the rest of the 7, how is that going to dictate your lineups?
Yeah, I mean, obviously. You got to be thinking a little ways ahead. So we have this game, and then we have the 2 against LAFC back to back, and so those will be games. But I think because we have the 4 days between the next game, so we go Saturday, Wednesday, that allows almost like a pretty relatively normal week into the build. Typically, it's Saturday, Wednesday, and then Saturday, but now it's Saturday, Wednesday, and then it's Sunday. So I think with the 4 days in between both, I think we can recover. It won't be the same as it won't be the same as usual, but I think it'll give us a little bit more space to be able to, set up tactically to approach these guys in the next couple games. But yeah, I think down the stretch, it is game by game. You got to acknowledge, fatigue. You got to acknowledge guys that are injured. There could be some form issues, but really, I anticipate the only thing we're dealing with is fatigue because the guys have been in the gym, staying strong, and then the form piece is, for me, it's not even an issue. We're gonna go. We're gonna win.
DeAndre Yedlin is brand new, and this guy comes with a mass amount of credibility. He's built a great career. He's in his early 30s. He's not done yet, but he's got a lot of credibility in the bank. But I got to say, it caught my eye. The guy on yellow card warning looked like he took a run and lined a guy up. and the grin he gave him afterwards, I don't know what the backstory is there, but, man, there seemed to be something. But it also cost you a suspension. And I know sometimes guys got to take their shots and defend themselves. What do you say to him about that, if anything?
No, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I think there's so much. Players have to take accountability for their actions as well. It's not just about telling them what to do always. I mean, who wants a parent that's always nagging and always? The part of it's like you got to live and learn. You got to grow. And even at 30, you're still learning things. Like whatever. I'm close to 50, and I'm learning more now than I ever have in my life. So, I think the important thing is, like, obviously he's frustrated. He's disappointed with the situation. I'm sure given an opportunity, he would do it differently. But that's not life, and that's not football. Sometimes you got to make decisions that are going to cost you in the future for the betterment of the now. And so, with all these different things, I think certain situations are worthy of conversations. When you have an experienced player like DeAndre, and the decisions he makes, he thinks, I'm assuming that he's making them from a place of experience and a place of authenticity and what he thought was the best decision to make. So, there was no conversation with DeAndre.
There's nothing you can do about it, so maybe you don't even think twice. But are you okay with this huge break and then all these games right together?
Yeah, that's interesting, PK. I never know what to make of these breaks, whether, in breaks in the season like the Leagues Cup. I'll just tell you the last few breaks in Leagues Cup haven't favored us coming back to regular season play, as this case is no different, But I think this break actually allowed us to get more time with guys like Victor and Juan and DeAndre, and then obviously continue to work on the aspects of our game that we feel, needs improvement. We got to get better at. And one of the big ones, I think, for me was game state, which is, listen, if we have to win all these games, we have to be prepared. We have to be dialed in and understand what formation we're going in, what it looks like, but more important, what it feels like, which was interesting going through this process over the last 3 weeks, is we don't want the players to take on, or at least I don't want the players to take on the emotional burden of the scoreline. Like, stay stoic in that regard. If you're up a goal or you're down a goal, we want heightened awareness, but we don't want emotional fallout. We don't want to be like, oh, we scored, we got to hold on for 10 more minutes. Like, that is bad, right? Just like, if we don't shoot from midfield and we're down a goal, we're not going to score. Like, that's bad as well. So, like, just getting through some of those parts, more psychological, and how we think and how we digest and process the game state was really important. And then, obviously, the tactical setup and the way the guys executed was really good as well. So, we're prepared, and we use these. I feel like we couldn't squeeze any more out of the 3 weeks that we did, covering the amount of topics that we covered.
You mentioned Victor Olatunji. I've never seen a guy who plays that fearlessly and aggressively, and then he steps into the post-game press conference, and you're ready for all the adrenaline, all the toughness. He is so soft-spoken. If you didn't know he's a soccer player, you'd think he's a librarian. I don't. Yeah. The on-field, off-field dynamics don't fit not just the stereotypes, but the experience I have interviewing athletes forever. I got to say, when he started talking, I was surprised. But is that just him every day?
That's him every day. One of the things that he told us when we were talking to him over Zoom, he said, listen, I love to read. I'm a reader. And so then when you see the intensity on the field, and he's a cerebral player, he's a thinker, he's thoughtful, he's mindful in the locker room and in and around the club. So he's been fantastic for us, and I have no doubt that he's going to be a catalyst here towards the end of the season.
You said earlier this year, after a wide-open, end-to-end, high-scoring game in RSL 1, everybody was buzzing afterwards about how entertaining that was, and, they won, so everybody's happy. And you're like, I hate those games. And it just cracked everybody up. You want control. You want the ball in front of you. None of this end-to-end, everybody's on roller skates, just bouncing all over the place. But I'm watching Sporting Kansas City and the way they play. They've given up 59 goals. It's the most in the league, but they score a bunch of goals. They got Jovic up top. He was really good in L.A. He's scoring in Kansas City, too. Pablo, do you have to brace yourself for a game you hate? This thing might have 3-2 written all over it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they've shown in the last few games they played. They've scored late, coming back from bad deficits. So they're, it's a really strange group to play against, just because of they're vying for a playoff spot as well, and so there's teams that are ahead, play them honest, and then these guys are basically they throw caution to the wind. They just go for it regardless. And like you said, they have Saloui, they have a new winger on the right side, and they have Jovic, and then they have Mason Toy, who comes into the game late and brings speed and pace. And so they're really dynamic in the attack, and I think they're a much improved team. So it's definitely going to be a tough game, that without a shadow of a doubt. But again, how I think about this game is like this is about us. If we show up and we play to our potential, I have no concerns regardless of who the other team is on the other side of the field, because I believe that much in the type of work that we've done, the type of characters we have in the locker room, and the type of belief we'll have to take on these last 7 games.
There's so much going on. We didn't have any time to mess around, but earlier this week, PK was describing to me how Thunderbird High, where you two both went to school, was out in the sticks in the middle of nowhere, and said his dad, in between jobs, could literally drive up the field, watch a few innings of the game, not get out of his car. He says, you can't do it anymore. Strip malls and all that built around that. Were you out in the middle of nowhere, Pablo, growing up?
No.
Or had it grown up by the time you got there?
A little,
yeah. By then there was a little bit more, but yeah, there was open spaces for sure. There was open spaces for sure, right, PK?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you go out to the desert on a Friday night, and whatever happens, happens.
Those were the funnest. Those were the funnest times.
There you go. All right, Pablo, good luck Saturday night. We will talk to you again in a week. You got LAFC at home midweek on a Wednesday night, so the games come fast and furious now. Good luck.
Let's go. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, back-to-back home games for RSL. Saturday, 7:30, Sporting KC. And then LAFC Wednesday. And then off to LAFC next weekend. DJ and PK, it's 97.5. The Zone of Football Friday. Kevin Graham asked for a poll question. It is up. We will see what BYU fans are saying and maybe how you and Aggie fans are voting in the poll, too. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
2 crashes on southbound I-15 near 600 North and another on 2100 South. They're both on the right shoulder and seem to be causing minimal slowing near those areas. Coming out of Eagle Mountain and Saratoga Springs, very slow on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing heading over to I-15. From system install to fast fixes to delivery of award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Service Champions today for the win. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
You hear that? That's Mike sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. That's because Mike was smart this time. He took ZzzQuil Ultra to fall asleep fast, stay asleep longer, and get the deeply restorative sleep he needs. So now he wakes up refreshed and ready to conquer Mondays.
Let's do this Monday.
ZzzQuil Ultra. Not for colds, just for sleep. Really great sleep. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
8th ranked Utah headed to Wyoming. Defensive backs coach Sharif Shaw on how the team is preparing for Laramie's elevation.
Coach has an aggressive game plan as he does every week, and that's premised upon our ability to cover every week, every quarter throughout the whole game. So you'll feel like your lungs are on fire. Drink more water, practice deep yoga breathing tonight and tomorrow night, and we'll be fine.
Utah Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week this week is Herman High School running back Felice Felipe. He had 18 carries for 263 yards and scored 2 touchdowns in leading Harriman to a 35-24 victory over Riverton. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night live game of the week tonight as the Syracuse Titans take on the Alta Hawks. Catch the action tonight at KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week Award is proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Kevin Graham wanted a question. It is up. Tell you how it's going later, but BYU fans are going to root for Wyoming to beat Utah this week. Never, because some people are just hardcore into the rivalry. 27%. Reluctantly, 20%. Real Cougs ignore the Utes, 22%, and 31% for Cowboys Utes. Yuck.
Well, there's that one song, I don't know the rest of the words, but it goes, no, 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 no.
No, 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 no.
I don't know the rest of the words.
It is time for our picks. You can keep voting on that. That's up on Twitter. David DJ James will let you know how that goes. We're still under 100 votes. It's early. Time for picks, PK. Locks of the week. Have you made your decision?
I'm going with the Jets over the Bills.
You are not going with the Jets over the Bills. Funny, man.
No, I would not go with the Jets over the Bills. I think I might go Cardinals starting 2-0 for the first time in 4 years.
Aha! The Arizona Cardinals, who are at home against the Carolina Panthers.
But that is a wobbly pick.
You're not convinced about that? You don't really believe in the Cardinals, but you think the Panthers are a mess.
I don't believe in the Cardinals, no, but I think they should be better than the Panthers over there from Carolina, having to travel out and all that stuff. A lot of people do believe in the Cardinals, and I don't see it, but I could be wrong. I mean, it's not like I'm passionately following the Cardinals. I root for them to win because my sister is a season ticket holder, and she loves them, just absolutely loves them.
I'll go ahead and take the Bills over the Jets.
Yeah, I think I might be out thinking myself here. You're trying to take the favorites.
I'm taking some of the big dogs in games. I like them early on, and I think later in the year I will have identified who the bad teams are, and I'll just be looking for the bad teams to lose.
I think we know who the bad teams are.
I wanted to pick the Saints this week, but then I saw the Niners, all their injuries, including their quarterback, and they got to go with Mac Jones, so I ran the other way from that game. I was considering that until we found out Brock Purdy out 2 to 5 weeks. Never mind.
Okay, well, you're going to do the Bills and Eagles right off the bat.
I did. I know I did. Yeah. I did think about Rams and Titans.
You like the 2-1 favorites when you go to the track. Huh?
I nearly took the Broncos week 1, but the Super Bowl champs at home just seemed too good to pass up. Those games are veritable locks.
Okay.
I don't like the Jaguars.
You don't like the Jaguars?
No, I don't. But the Bengals, I don't know what to make of those guys.
Somebody just told me, I was listening somewhere, someplace, I don't remember, that he's got the Jags to win the division.
Well, It's a kind of a wide open division there, so sure. And we see NFL teams get it together when they've been bad. Sometimes things click. I mean, Indianapolis, that was a great week 1 win blowout, but does that say more about Indy or Miami? I think Houston's been the default pick in that division for a while, and then they've won it multiple times.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't that long ago. Jacksonville was winning a playoff game. We thought they were on their way, and then they just.
They had Travis Hunter.
They do have Travis Hunter.
They got Trevor Lawrence. He just had a baby. I was holding her after the first game.
I also thought about the Giants. The G-men are struggling badly, and they're playing the Cowboys. But
I'm going to wait till Dart is the quarterback.
Okay. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us. There you go. Your locks of the week.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You weren't there, but these aircraft were. Now, see and ride the magnificent warbirds that won World War II. September 27th, Spanish Fork Airport invites you to enjoy Wings and Wheels. A throwback to when America was at war. Over 15 World War II aircraft will be on display, and many will offer rides or walkthrough tours. One of the most notable planes on hand will be the Ye Old Pub, a B-17 Flying Fortress. This aircraft flew bombing missions in World War II. Only 3 of these mighty bombers are left flying today. And there's more. Find the complete list of aircraft and shows, plus purchase tickets for rides, all at SpanishFork.gov/airshow. A classic car show, a supercar and exotic car display, and races are also part of the fun. It's all there September 27th, starting at 9 a.m. Visit SpanishFork.gov/airshow for event and ticket information. Kids under 12 admitted free with paid adults. SpanishFork.gov/airshow.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The weather's cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Get 2 Icon passes and pay nothing down when you lease a new SUV from Riverton Chevy.
No way!
Yes way! Lease a Trax for $299 a month or a Trailblazer for just $399 a month with nothing down. It's an iconic deal from Utah's iconic Chevy dealer. Together, let's drive Riverton Chevy.
The Chevyweight champ, Riverton Chevy.
On approved red stock number 2520272R and 2520326. 10,000 miles per year, 48 months, new 25 basics vehicles only based on grade Icon pass. Some restrictions apply. See dealer for details. Valid until 10/31/25 or while supplies last.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-738-2626. 800-738-2626. 800-738-2626.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against Wyoming and Laramie. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm a Charger that charges through the night like an orange bolt of lightning, passing everything in sight. I'm the best pal the Duke boys ever had.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Sound Sleep Medical. Join Hans and Scotty Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. All right, DJ and PK, Kevin Graham was just on, insisting that BYU fans need to root for Utah to beat Wyoming, the Big 12 Brotherhood, more undefeated, highly ranked teams. All these teams can have showdowns later in the year. You have to set the rivalry aside, is what Kevin says. And he wanted me to put up a poll question. He said, BYU fans, will you root for Wyoming to beat Utah? Never! Exclamation point. Reluctantly. Real Cougs ignore Utes. Cowboys Utes, yuck. And the vote's remarkably split. Everybody's between 20 and 30% of the vote.
Go Utes. No
Kevin
way.
says, Kevin immediately tweeted. He tweeted, terribly worded, 4 exclamation points. So I hit him with the GIF. Well, if it's so easy, why don't you do it? Put up your own poll. Put up your own poll question. Well, Kevin took up the gauntlet and posted a poll question. Here at David DJ James, BYU/Utah fans, knowing how important it is for the Big 12, for polls, perception, etc., do you root for each other in non-conference games? 2 possible answers. Yes and no. I lack common sense. Hey, Kevin, completely biasing the answers.
No, I lack common sense.
No, I lack common sense.
I think most fans would rather have your rival lose than I don't have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then this stress is off. If my team wins, great. Well, if they lose, well, at least your team lost. The worst thing is to have your team lose and the other team win. Now, I'm not talking about the individual matchup between the two of them. That's an obvious. But I'm talking about Utah goes on to a great season. And I think you Cougar fans are a little nervous about Utah going on to have a great season.
Now, Kevin made the point.
It couldn't have looked better at the first through 2 games.
Right. Kevin made the point that if they're both undefeated going into the game, then the loser doesn't lose that much. I mean, you lose the bragging rights thing.
That's everything.
But if you're people could argue getting to the playoff is everything. Can you set yourself up?
In the rivalry game, no, that's big picture. The rivalry game is just that.
Well, I can't argue that.
It is all the emotion is based on the outcome of that game. At that point, you're not stepping back. Oh, well, we still have a chance to do this. No. No, what's the point of playing the game then? Why do you stress over the game if it really doesn't matter? That doesn't make any sense. It's more than bragging rights. It's recruiting rights. We've beaten them 3 years in a row. Oh, yeah, sure. They beat us when we were independent and we had nothing to play for.
Yeah, but you can hear the tables have turned. We've won 3 in a row, and we have more NIL money.
Right.
Bang.
Yes.
And that other thing. There was another point I wanted to make. Oh, yeah, the NIL money.
Yeah. That's a huge determinant. You can say it isn't, but it is. They like to say, oh, it's not. No, I don't buy it.
It matters.
They say that for when they lose the kid, then, that really didn't matter. No, he wanted to go there all along. The outcome of it, no. They like to downplay it, man. No way. It means everything. It'll be the biggest thing we have at that time.
Huge.
Yeah. I mean, you look at it last year. Did Kyle throw over any other chair? They lost 7 in a row.
They lost 7 in a row, but there's only one postgame that really sticks with me.
Yes.
The other 6 are kind of a blur, to be honest.
I don't even remember them now.
But that one I have several memories of that postgame.
And we will for the rest of our lives.
Oh, yeah.
As long as we have a memory. Yeah.
So you totally dismiss the thought of it at large. Winner take all.
You're not thinking that in the moment. That's my whole point. You're thinking of the result of the game in the moment. And
well, obviously the result of the rivalry game at the end of the rivalry game is a very big deal, but I think people are already thinking about it at large bids. I think that's why we look at the polls every week and get all crazy because somebody's ranked too high or ranked too low. What are they doing there? Somebody's trying to position themselves. Hey, in case you don't have the conference title.
And that means go beat Texas Tech, and then Texas Tech have a great season.
Mm-hmm.
That means go Iowa State, and Iowa State have it. That doesn't mean BYU and Utah. 2 different things. There's no way.
There isn't much this week to get stressed about as far as rooting. And honestly, you can root for the Utes or whatever, but they ought to crush Wyoming, so what does it matter if you're rooting for them or not?
Well, what does it matter whether it's a 1-point game in overtime that has 14 overtimes and 12 2-point conversion tries? Yep. Your rooting interest does not determine the game in Laramie, Wyoming. So if you want to go on that way, I just think that's you being logical. And
there's too much emotion in the rivalry to have logic.
You want them to have pain. You do. If you're a hardcore BYU fan, if you're a hardcore Utah fan, if you're like me and you're just a sports fan, that's another story.
But we're mostly talking to people who are super
I'm
wired.
watching that game between the Pack and the Commanders. This is a good game. I couldn't care less who won. I've got no rooting interest whatsoever. Especially in the second week of the season, it's ridiculous unless you're an individual fan of either team.
Right.
I mean, you're not. But most folks, that's the reason they're a sports fan. I wonder how much of all sports fans, how many people do you think are like me? I think it's got to be really low.
Yes, most people have a team.
Right.
You don't have a team, and then you complain about how fans behave, but you don't really know because you're not a fan.
I don't care. I'm not complaining about how fans behave.
You do. You actually
No, I don't.
You had a lunchbox when you were a kid. Yeah, you're
That's
complaining.
not a complaint.
It is.
That's not a complaint. That's just the reality of the situation. No, you did. You lived and died Chargers. Good for you. Fine. Okay. I have zero problem with that, but I think it clouds your judgment. As it does every fan. You're no different when you were a kid.
I think that Vegas and now this whole ESPN bet thing is gambling comes to every mobile phone in America, apparently. The passion clouds people's judgment. Anybody who's any good at gambling or gives gambling advice says, don't bet on the team you root for.
Right.
Your judgment is clouded.
So that's why
and Vegas makes a ton of money to the point that I read this story when I was in California. It was probably LA Times when I was living in Santa Barbara. They did a story about how the point spreads are different in Vegas and in like Lake Tahoe or Reno because the LA fans go and bet the lines out of whack in LA and the 49er or Raider fans were going to and betting those lines out of whack. Because I always try to balance the money. And so the lines would literally be different in different towns in that era.
I think there's more people like me because of the gambling than you think. They're just looking to gamble. They've given up any fan interest.
I do think that specifically when you go to the NFL and we talk about it's so popular and it's so powerful and between gambling and fantasy football, you got all kinds of people who aren't really into the game or into the game because, I got a wide receiver who, they got Deebo Samuel and he scores a touchdown in the fourth quarter and all sorts of pumped. Well, the game was over. But for the people who have Deebo on their fantasy team, fist pumps, yes.
Right. And once you introduce money takes over fandom every time.
There you go.
It'll never not.
Right. Now you got all these people rooting and watching games that normally they probably just pass right on by.
And there's an enormous amount of money being exchanged in the gambling realm. So I think there's more people. Now, I don't gamble. I OD'd on it by the time I was 21, 22. I just said, I've had enough.
Turned you off.
Yeah, because I'd already done it.
Yeah.
And I went through it big time, and I just backed off on it. It doesn't hold the allure to me that it does for other folks. Fine. So they do it, and that's their form of recreation, I guess, although, get a little dicey there in terms of addiction and all that stuff and get yourself in trouble.
Uh-huh. Well, you see it in the ads, I don't know how effective I suspect it's not very effective at all, but they put it in there. If you have a gambling problem, and they give a phone number. So they know it's out there.
You made reference to the Babbitt Hall, and I did live in the Babbitt Hall my sophomore year, and there was
always somebody betting on a game somewhere.
We were constantly gambling through cards. Guys are staying up 3, 4, 5 in the morning. That's why I got out of there. I would have metaphorically drowned academically if I stayed. It was out of control.
Wow.
Yeah. It was every night. Every night. Guys stopped going to class. They stopped showering.
Oh.
And they were just obsessed with it. And a lot of them was their first time on their own. And so they went way overboard. Myself, with my parents being a little older by the time I came along.
You didn't have rules.
My sisters used to pitch a fit. But I think I was largely responsible.
Yeah.
I mean, I did some things that, whatever, but I always... I didn't go too far over the line.
There are very many teenagers didn't stray across the line a time or two.
Yeah. Especially when the drinking age was 19 at the time.
Oh, really?
Not 21, 19.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know how many states had that at the time. So, by the time I turned 22, 23, man, I'd been there, done that for almost a decade.
Moving on.
I'm tired of it.
Moving on.
But, I saw that, and I saw the angst that it led to, and I said, I'm done with that stuff. This is ridiculous. But I do think there's a lot. But once you introduce the fandom and the animosity of being in the same media market, and now being approaching level, I don't think there was any question for much of the last decade Utah was the superior football program.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't say that anymore.
No. BYU's sitting on double-digit win seasons 3 times in 5 years, and they got 2 wins head-to-head. So they can They can stand up there with straighten out the shoulders and all that.
And in my day at the Watchdog, I could also say Utah was the superior basketball team. Well, that's out the window.
That's
and so that just increases the animosity.
Ask Chicho if there's ever been a time in his life he's thought that.
Yeah, that's the
Chicho, have you ever thought of Utah as having the better basketball program versus BYU?
No, not in my lifetime, no.
Yeah, and we lived it.
Yeah, we lived it for a decade.
Courtside. And now with that makes you hate it even more. And you want Utah to lose. And you want BYU to lose. Next week, you're telling me a bunch of Ute fans are going to be rooting for BYU to beat East Carolina? There is no way. No way are they going to do that. Absolutely not. And if they do, they're not really the hardcore. They don't really care.
Yeah, there are people out there who root for both teams, and they got family at both schools, or they went to both schools, or blah blah blah.
But they're not our people.
They're not as into it.
No, absolutely not. And
so Rob weighs in. He says cheering for Utah is not important. Cheering for other Big 12 schools makes sense, but not Utah.
Right.
Utah's never wanted to be in the Big 12. USF should have been invited instead of Utah. Wow, Rob. USF won 2 big games. They're
hot.
They are hot. There's no doubt about that.
I did have a
I'm
friend
super intrigued by what they do this weekend.
say to me, I don't hate BYU as much as I did. And it's one reason.
Kalani. There it is.
The guy is eminently likable.
Yep.
And he gave you a decade.
And Kyle clearly likes him. And so if your guy likes him, then by proxy you do.
There's no one who doesn't.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of there are plenty of people in the media who you would think, all right, they lean a little more red or whatever, they grew up, they went to the U or whatever. And you talk to them and they like Kalani.
Right.
And you're thinking, okay, if someone was not going to like Kalani, it'd probably be you, and there's not even a hint of it with you.
But that's from the Ute perspective. The BYU perspective, they are furious at Kyle.
Oh, yeah. He won't say BYU. Right. That alone. I mean, beating him every year for a decade.
I may threaten him.
If
you don't say BYU in the next 10 minutes.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get somebody.
Oh, okay. Somebody much bigger?
Yes.
Younger, more athletic?
I didn't say I was going to do anything.
Of course not.
I'm threatening him, but I'm not carrying out the threat. Right. And as we talked about yesterday, I believe it was, you could argue that a non-BYU football guy, no one has done more for BYU than Kyle Whittingham. Sending all those coaches down there.
The Kyle Whittingham coaching tree, Utah, BYU has mined that pretty deeply.
Yes.
Got a lot of ex-Utes there. The head coach, 2 coordinators, but then plenty of position coach / analyst beyond that.
Well, I think it's because Kalani is from here, played ball at BYU, coached at Utah, so made relationships. If he had been like Croton, who grew up here but then took off.
Could you find another state,
or Bronco for that matter,
with 3 teams that are as tightly linked in coaching staffs as this one? I mean, I've done zero research on this, but just off the top of my head, I think no way. We got multiple former Cougars up at Utah State.
With Bronco being there.
Yeah,
now.
with Bronco there and some of the guys he's taken with him. Yeah. Jan Jorgensen's up there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He's a really good BYU player.
Yeah, he would. I think he set the career sack record in Mountain West. I can remember it was a big deal when Ken Norton Jr., who was a Bruin, went over to SC. Because that hadn't been done a lot. Then you later had Norm Chow coached at both. But he wasn't a player.
No.
You got a lot of it here. You've got guys who are players. But that's what makes it a rivalry. And so you want Kyle to fawn over. I think from the BYU perspective, I'd like Kalani to fawn over less over Utah. It's not an honor to play them.
That's what he always says, stuff like that.
No, I'm done with that. No, it's an honor to kick the crap out of you. That's where the honor comes in. All right. You've established yourself. This is your 10th year. And if you put together a really good season, it absolutely stands to reason that the next 2 seasons should be pretty good too. Because if you play well this year, that means your quarterback is sufficient for a freshman. I'm put the caveat for a freshman. And then next year, there is no caveat. He's a player. He's a quarterback. He's a big-time player. He's a pro prospect. Mel Kiper and the like are talking about him for the next 2 years. And, who's ever, the suck for luck will have to come up. Grin and bear the losses for bear. A little wordy. I have to work on that.
You got to tighten that up a little bit.
I knew it as I was saying it. See, the problem with me, if it doesn't come in my mind in the first 3 seconds, I'm done.
DJ PK at 97.5 The Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in the first 3.5 hours of this show. Pablo Mastroni was here. Kevin Graham was here. Locks of the week for the NFL. Stay with us. DJ and PK at 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No major delays anywhere across the Wasatch Front on any major or minor roads. We've got a couple accidents that may create a little slowing as traffic goes by on I-15 southbound at 600 North and 2100 South. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit right now, GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's Watt Smart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs. Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Get ready to ride at the Edge Power Sports this Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th from 9:30 to 4 p.m. It's your chance to hit the road at the Suzuki Demo event. Suzuki is here with their full lineup of street bikes, and you can take one for a spin. Don't miss the action at the Edge Power Sports in Draper. Details online at gettotheedge.com. The Edge Power Sports, where adventure begins and the thrill never ends. Some restrictions apply. Rider must be 21 and older with a motorcycle endorsement. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU on a bye week. Kalani Sitake asked about lining up and being physical with an opponent.
We've never had a problem with not being physical, so I think having a tough brand of football matters. It's just good when people want to line up and play some smash mouth football. It's nice that we can respond the right way. I think a lot of times the game has gone where a lot of people don't think it's really physical. It's gone more trying to spread the field and do things like that. And that's always been something that we're proud of with our team. Glad that our staff was able to get that out of the players.
BYU Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You can run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Run on for a long time. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. 801-899-7600 to visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Trajan Wealth bringing you the slacker headlines. What have you missed in the first 3.5 hours of this show? Pablo Mastroianni was on. Absolutely a must-win game against Sporting Kansas City Saturday night. They're going to win 5 of the last 7.
Say that. I appreciate him willing to get out there.
Yeah,
and put this on. It's at home. The schedule favors up. They got 4 of the 7 at home, I think he said. Yep. And, they've struggled on far-reaching destinations. So I think the farthest one is Austin. Colorado and L.A., hour plane ride or so.
Yeah, it's 4-7. They've got to go to Seattle, L.A., and St. Louis down the stretch. They do the schedule differently here. The way it's listed, they follow you're going to love this, the European soccer model, not doing stuff like the way the NFL and NBA does it. So it reads backwards. So everything you thought was a home game was a road game. Everything you thought was a road game was a home game.
That's dumb.
I hear you. Super confusing.
We're in America.
I know. And trying to get everybody to list it the same way so you can figure it out.
They have more fans that way. But I like you. I like when you were breaking it down. Passage up top or whatever his name was. That was so cool. Up top. I know soccer.
Pablo was on at 8:30. Wherever you get your podcast, you can listen. Kevin Graham was on at 8 o'clock, disowning his kids. It was spectacular. It was impressed with the Packers and all that, believes that Central Michigan is going to beat Michigan, and thinks that Notre Dame's playoff hopes will take a major hit with the second loss. I think they're still in at 10-2, but if they start 0-2, can they win 10 straight games? Probably not.
Why not?
Schedule lightens up, but I think that's a big hit to the confidence out of the gate and might suggest that they've got some flaws on that team and they aren't as good as they've been.
Yeah, I would reserve judgment.
There's still time to right the ship. In a 12-team playoff, 10-2 Notre Dame will get in. 10-2, if you have the right brand, will work for you. Ohio State was 10-2 last year. They got in.
Finished 4th.
10-2 teams in the SEC got in. But 10-2 in the Big 12, you're sitting at home.
Cougars.
Exactly. So we talked football with Kevin Graham. We talked a lot about BYU. What are you going to do during the bye week? Did it? People say they were going fishing.
Going fishing.
Or just sitting back and enjoying a full slate of college football with no pressure and just watch the games unfold. South Florida.
Well, that's the way I always am.
Yeah, South Florida and Florida. That was entertaining, lads. Great finish. Maybe South Florida, Miami will give us an entertaining finish.
I wouldn't have thought to watch that game, though. It wouldn't be that high on my radar. Oh, I got to watch that game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. But isn't South Florida a little higher on your radar now that they've won twice?
Yes, no question. But Florida's very high. I moved them up 5 spots.
No, you didn't. Making fun of a writer down there in L.A.
Which I think her defense should have been, hey, I went with the brand just like those people do. Right? You take money from special. So do you.
Oh.
You know, I mean, if she would have shot back on that, they would have said, wow, way to go.
Normally we watch Big 12 football, and Friday, tonight, Colorado, Houston at 5:30 on ESPN. I'm really intrigued by that game. K-State and Arizona, 7 o'clock on Fox. Games. But tomorrow,
this is a great night of football. Great 2
really
days.
This is
3 days if you count the NFL, obviously.
Right. But the Big 12 schedule tomorrow, you got anything? I mean, obviously you watch the local team. You watch the local team, but you don't think it's going to be a great game.
Okay, but I'm still going to watch it.
Do you care about Oregon State at Texas Tech or Pitt at West Virginia?
Yes. Well, no, not the last one. Although the Utes have to go back there. And, Rich Rod, he's got to have time here. Now, they suffered an injury, their top running back.
And lost their wide receivers. They've had 2.
And Texas Tech had one a few weeks back. Because of the fact that they play the Utes, I'll pay attention to it. I mean, I got the Devils, and how bad do they suck? You should listen to people around here. This is the worst team they've had. This team is worse than the one they had his first year.
Arizona State favored by 2.5 touchdowns over Texas State at home. Makes you nervous.
Needed a last-second drive to get it last year.
That was there, right?
This is then. That was there.
TCU Abilene Christian. TCU just playing the second game of the year.
TCU playing Maybelline Christian. Maybelline Christian played somebody else in their first game. That was in.
Iowa State's going to Arkansas State. You think you go to the mall and turn left or whatever that restaurant was?
Wyatt's.
Wyatt's? Way to get in tight with Blake right away.
Well, how many dudes have been to Arkansas
Very
State
few,
like I
man.
have?
When you've been to Jonesboro, Arkansas. I counted up. I can't remember if it's 38 or 39 states. I've never been to Arkansas.
Oh.
I've never, let alone Jonesboro.
Well, I have many times.
Yeah.
And I've been on that campus many times. I've gone and walked the campus. And I'll probably never be there again.
Yeah.
My wife's grandmother is long since deceased.
Right.
And as they were lowering in the casket and we got out of town, that's probably the
probably
last
it,
time.
yeah.
But we went there to visit her, and she was a nice lady. And, so I'd been there multiple times, many times, probably 5 or 6 times at least.
Samford at Baylor, Northwestern State at Cincinnati. A lot of money games in the Big 12. The best 2 Big 12 games are Friday night. Maybe Oregon State, Texas Tech will be something. We can learn something from that.
I think those are great games tonight.
Yes. Yeah, I totally get it. Totally. Well, I think that's why they are tonight. ESPN and Fox are like, if we're putting you on Friday, we got to have something that'll get some eyeballs here. And Dion does just by his nature. But I think now that Houston's 2-0 and they've got this history of having great seasons kind of out of the middle of nowhere.
And Colorado had a good enough season last year. I think you have to look at it. That was his second year. And so you've got to allow him to build something, and he did. There was substantial improvement from year 1 to year 2. And I know it's all this showmanship and everything that goes with it.
There's a lot of sizzle, but there might actually be a stake there too.
Yeah.
And I find the whole thing about the quarterback interesting. You got the hotshot freshman, you got the big transfer, but it's the guy who stayed in the program, who didn't transfer when Dion was basically daring them all to transfer. And then they give him 2 series and he performs.
Didn't Georgia win a national title that way? What was the kid? Stetson Bennett? Is that it was? Stay. I think he went to junior college, came back.
Right.
I mean, you're not looking for big-time pros. You're looking for guys who can help you win college games. And what I was going to say is, they had the big sizzle at the top with Hunter and his son, but there was more than that. two guys aren't winning.
Two guys
that
aren't
many
winning
games.
9 games. Two guys are not winning 9 games.
Yeah.
You got to. Those guys were there a year earlier, and how'd that go? They're slowly building up the roster.
Right. I look at Dion. I know he's got massive celebrity, but he's also a football coach. And for all the stuff, his job is there to win games. And he's got guys on his staff like Shermer, the OC. These guys are football guys literally since the time they were born.
Well, we joke about keeping the main thing. But Dion is one. He's the celebrity when he's shooting the social media, walking in the stadium in the spring, right? We come in with the cowboy hat and all that, right?
Yeah.
And the press conferences on Monday and Tuesday, going at reporters or agenda, whatever. But during the game, he looks like every other coach. They take a shot of him, and he's not one of those coaches who paces up and down all the time.
It's harder for him to walk.
It's harder for him to walk. That's true. But he's not a coach who's having conflict with other coaches or players on the sideline.
But not Rich Rod.
No,
like he was going to burst
Rod's
a vessel at any time.
Burst into flames, right?
Yeah.
You remember the old Aztec coach Al Luganville used to pace relentlessly on the sideline, and then his team played uptight and nervous? Go figure.
Oh, with a grimacing face?
Yeah. And Dion is sitting there and looking at the line of scrimmage, coaching the game.
Yeah.
Roughly seems to have the demeanor of Andy Reid when the 3 hours they're playing.
Yeah.
Standing there, looking at the field.
There's no outbursts. You can even look at guys like Nick Saban who had outbursts.
Oh, yeah. That's
usually had his own guys.
Yeah. Ripping the headsets off.
Yeah.
That's a good piece of video.
Screaming.
That's more Rich Rod.
What's his face? Kiffin. The discussion.
That's an ass chewing.
That wasn't a discussion. And then we played that fight for Norm Chow.
And he burst out laughing. Norm just finds it funny.
Because it was.
Bah. Classic.
Could you imagine LaVelle Edwards? That was an ass chewing I gave.
No.
Probably not.
No. I don't really see that at all.
But that's who Saban was, and he won, and he got away with it because he won.
Yep. Win big.
Yeah.
And he did. All right. There you go. That's a lot of what we've been hitting here. The big football games this weekend. Eagles-Chiefs. Fox has it Sunday afternoon. Super Bowl rematch.
For sure.
Big game.
Yeah. The Chiefs, man. Big games right off the bat. They don't want to go 0-2, obviously, which is probably why I'd pick them to win.
The Irish and the Chiefs staring at 0-2. All right, DJ PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I thought both schools, honestly, were going to be in the top 25 given where they were receiving votes in the initial poll and how many teams were slotted to fall out. But the Utes climb in. The Cougs do not.
It's the value of being on Fox.
I actually think Utah got a bit of the shaft only getting in at number 25, and they certainly got the shaft in the coaches poll by not getting in at all. What I think got them in is because they ragdolled a Big Ten team.
That 10-minute drive was one of the greatest drives I've ever seen. And it's inconsequential because it's the first game and UCLA might win 4 games. They're terrible. But that was so impressive. That was such a plant your flag. Kyle Whittingham, Utah is back. I mean, that was punishing. That was an awesome, awesome drive. And everybody did their jobs other than the holding call on the very first play of the drive that set up at 1st and 20 that was so amazing about it.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509 9602.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com. You weren't there, but these aircraft were. Now, see and ride the magnificent warbirds that won World War II. September 27th, Spanish Fork Airport invites you to enjoy Wings and Wheels. A throwback to when America was at war. Over 15 World War II aircraft will be on display, and many will offer rides or walkthrough tours. One of the most notable planes on hand will be the Ye Olde Pub, a B-17 Flying Fortress. This aircraft flew bombing missions in World War II. Only 3 of these mighty bombers are left flying today. And there's more. Find a complete list of aircraft and shows, plus purchase tickets for rides, all at SpanishFork.gov/airshow. A classic car show, a supercar and exotic car display, and races are also part of the fun. It's all there September 27th, starting at 9 a.m. Visit SpanishFork.gov/airshow for event and ticket information. Kids under 12 admitted free with paid adults. SpanishFork.gov/airshow.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Welcome to fall in Cedar City and Bryan Head, Utah. The perfect place to stay for scenic drives, colorful leaves, and cool mountain air. Experience Cedar Breaks and Zion National Park at their best. Check out visitcedarcity.com for more.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes are Wyoming, 6 p.m. kickoff, CBS Sports Network. Kyle Whittingham on what he wants to see from the defense this week.
Same things we're looking for every week. To play tough against the run, get after the quarterback, tackle efficiently, take the ball away, get the offense set up in short field situations, and be physical. That's our mantra week in and week out.
Utah Updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's over, PK. Germany has won. They have beaten Finland 98-86.
What a downer.
Yeah, semifinals, Eurobasket. I know you've been hanging on every game.
I don't care about that. He's getting $46 million to play in the NBA.
And he's healthy and he played great there, so the bar has been set. They're going for wins this year. The bar has been set.
Yeah,
Let's
but I
go.
want the Bonza, so let's not go too crazy.
Okay. All right. Well, don't complain when he gets sit down then.
I know. It is, and I have that internal contradiction with myself. You're absolutely right. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. I want to see all sorts of development, but I want him to get the number one pick too. Then next year, the 26-27 season, then there's no doubt about it. Okay, you got your picks.
I don't know, man.
You maintain your pick that you don't have to give to OKC. You still got other picks down the line.
Right.
It's not like in 26-27 all of a sudden you're going to become an instant contender anyway. But at that point, yeah. And wait another year? Oh, my gosh. I get it. So I'm conflicted, but I've sort of put that out of my mind, knowing that it'll be a major topic of discussion when the snow flies.
I'd love to be in a midseason meeting when the Jazz have unexpectedly gone on a win streak and somebody wants to talk to Will Hardy. No, you said we're winning. We're going for it. No meetings. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
He got asked, how excited were you to hear that? Very. Then we all waiting for his. He looks at us. Very. That was it. It was a 2-word answer. The word very twice.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a great answer. It spoke volumes. I think those 2 words were more interesting than it even given us a 200-word answer. I loved it. I was like, bravo, man. Bravo.
So maybe Lowry can come down with the flu a couple times or
No.
Oh, he just legitimately has the flu.
No,
It
he
happens.
needs to play 70 games and average 25 points a game and shoot 48% from the floor.
Which he can do.
And 40 from 3. I know. I want to see the best version of Lowry Markkinen. I hope he has a great year.
No, not this year. The following year. I know. It's an internal dilemma that I have, that all of us have.
It'd be great if they won like 36 games, which I absolutely do not expect. And there's a million reasons. Locke would come on and tell us why that's a stupid thing to even say out loud, which I get. But if they did, and then when everyone's freaking out about the draft pick, and then they get lucky and they get the top pick anyway. That'd be awesome.
It would be awesome.
It would
That's
be
what I would wish
spectacular.
for, and that's the best of both right there, man. Yeah, and you're getting a kid, and I've spoken to Kevin Young about DeBonce's desire, and he said he would love it.
Yeah,
and I would love it too. And we're super excited to see this young man play for the Cougars this year.
All right, question of the morning. BYU's on a bye week. What do you do now? Craig with the best answer. We're having my daughter's wedding. She specifically picked this weekend back in May, knowing it was BYU's bye week.
Nice.
So what did I hit him with? I sent back the gif of Riley Nelson high-fiving the referee after the touchdown.
I remember that. Was that as TCU?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
I think so.
I remember that. I was watching it. I thought that was funny.
U State Iceman, Jack. All those UVU students are going to be bored because they don't have a football game to go to.
Oh, okay.
Because UVU fans are largely BYU fans.
UVU students.
UVU students, yes. Yeah. They can root for their own basketball team or their own volleyball or soccer, but football, yeah. Big Uncle Pooh says, I'm going to watch all the other college football games just like any other Saturday. Got 10 or 12 games to choose from in every TV window till the last one. Although there's like 4 late-night games with the Aggies, so when the Aggies go to commercial break, you can channel surf.
I don't like the buys.
I know. I'd rather have a game.
Mm-hmm.
We've waited this long to get to games, and now there's a bye.
Yeah.
Rob says, I'm going to sit back and hope for some entertaining, chaotic upsets. Maybe work on a few projects around the house, if I can find the time.
If I had the ability, I'd do it instead of having to hire out or get the neighbor to come over.
Ellis says, I'm going to catch a fish in Montana.
Okay.
Time to head north.
Fish?
A fish, just
Not
one.
just catch fish?
Nope. Not 2 or 3. Not going to hit the limit. Nope, just one.
I've never been to Montana.
Really?
I kid you not.
I have been, but just barely. If you go out the north side of Yellowstone Park, you're in Montana. And I've done that. I've been in that town a couple times. But I haven't been to, Missoula and the University of Montana, anything like that.
I will get to that.
Brother Bandit says, for the first time in a long time, I'm going to watch Utah. Go Utes, crush Wyoming.
Go Utes. Utes.
Dry Squid says, I'm going to troll Utah fans. Well, points for admitting it. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
BYU fans, will you root for Wyoming to beat Utah? There is no unity in the community, PK. We're now 112 votes in. 22% will root for Wyoming reluctantly. Real Cougars ignore the Utes, 23%. 25% for never. And Cowboys, Utes, yuck, 29%. They can't agree. They're all over the map. We are out of time. Coming up next, it's Jake and Ben right here on The Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City.
Wow!
Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday, and we're talking football non-stop. All football, all the time. This is another edition of Football Friday with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday to one and all. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. How's it going over there? How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well, you?
I don't know. I'm doing all right.
Sounds like you're lying.
No, I'm really doing fine. Just doing some research here.
On?
Portuguese dictators.
Okay. Yeah, well, you got to. It is Friday. It is the weekend.
No, I just, I hear Christian filling in for Hatch, right? And then he refuses to buy into this car crash Christian bit and make it fun. And I'm just thinking, like, I know that Lloyd runs this place like a regular Salazar.
Yeah.
Portuguese dictator.
Yeah.
Antonio de Oliveira.
Salazar. Okay. What's he known for?
I don't know. I just Googled Portuguese dictator.
Okay.
Ran Portugal from. He lived until 1970. Born in 1889. Prime Minister from 1932 to 1968. Had a long reign.
Good run.
Yeah, that's
Good
a
run.
long one.
Yeah.
Way to go.
I don't know about that. I don't know anything about the man, but
ruled with an iron fist.
I believe it. Yeah.
I mean, Christian's got to do traffic updates. Why can't he have some fun with it?
Sure. Yeah.
We used to have fun on this radio station and do creative things. And I just hear Christian like, your traffic update with Christian Esparza, which he's got a lovely name. But I feel like we could
spice it up.
I feel like we could spice it up like a nickname. How about like a skid and a crash sound effect? Like with your traffic update, this is car crash Christian skid crash sound effect.
There's always a honking is kind of a traditional.
On the KSL Sports Zone. Oh, even better. I wonder if we could put together like a honk, and then somebody yelling. Like,
road rage.
What are you doing?
Yeah, road rage.
Yeah.
Encourage that, Christian.
Just something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, General Gridlock is a legend.
Yeah.
I've told you this story that I got in an Hey, don't do that. I got in an accident when I was 16, and my first question to my dad when I got home was, did I make the general?
Did I make the general?
Did the general report about me? It's the most important thing.
No, son. The general didn't know you existed.
The general did.
Because you were on the freeway?
I was not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Maybe trim it up a little bit because
Why was there all the drums in the back of the car?
Tad long.
What were all the cymbals in the back of the car?
Band practice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they were driving to practice at school.
So that's all. I mean, I'm just really upset about Salazar's reign over the KSL Sports Zone and our lack of ability to really embrace it and have some fun with it. I mean, I feel like we try and do it on this show once in a while. I mean, I just think we could do it. I think Christian would be great at it.
Ricky Meese does a pretty straightforward traffic report. She's not doing anything crazy.
Different vibe, different
You're right.
station,
You're
different thing going on,
You're
right? You can't have the general on
KSL
News Radio.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like we have JT, shout out to JT the traffic babe.
Yeah.
Who was an awesome person, is still with us. Is
Till the wreck.
an awesome person.
Yeah.
But you can't throw JT the traffic babe on KSL radio. Kind of like you can't have Fox Sports Radio going over music in the spoken word.
Sure. That would be a car crash.
That would be
a Christian car crash.
That would be a real serious thing. But on a sports station, which is here for fun and levity and entertainment, you know, we could have a snappy nickname, and we can have the general. We can have JT the traffic babe, whose boyfriend sold me a bunk snowboard. I still don't forgive him to this day. She was lovely. He was kind of a loser.
He's still around or no?
I don't know. I don't care. Hope not. No, I mean, hope not with her.
You hope he got in a car crash also?
No. Hope not with her. Don't get me wrong. She was too good for him.
Maybe she was also a scam artist.
JT?
Yeah.
No.
Hawking crappy snowboards.
No, that was all him.
Okay.
That was all him. Like I took it in to get bindings mounted on it, and they're like, "Yeah, this is so broken.
It's a real
this
snowboard.
Is so broken, it's useless." Like, oh, great.
Thanks for that.
Great. Thanks, JT's boyfriend.
Yeah.
You stink, pal. All right, Ben. Since Salazar is in charge of the station, we should probably talk football because that's what the intro thing said we're supposed to do.
It's Friday.
So let's really get into the minutia of this Utes Pokes game.
You start. Take it away.
I think it's an interesting. I mean, if you want to look at Utah's schedule and BYU's too, for that matter, as somewhat of an escalation. I realize Utah played its more relevant game week 1, and BYU example played its more relevant game week 2. But
I don't know if Stanford's more relevant than East Carolina.
But if whatever. I think my point is, if the idea is to get ready for conference play, and specifically Utah opening conference play with a good opponent. Man, now I'm going to get buried in Lubbock for not calling him a great opponent.
We'll see.
With a good opponent.
Yeah.
If the idea is to kind of warm up and be ready to go, I think at Wyoming is pretty interesting. If Utah tightens it up and goes out and plays well and, you know, ragdolls the Cowpokes, it's probably a pretty good sign going into Texas Tech that this team is motivated and doing all the right things. So, and that's honestly what I would expect based on the first 2 performances, you know, week 1, week 2. But, I mean, if you want to take a lesson from BYU during independence, you know, those first few weeks where you're playing tough opponents and it's like, wow, I don't know what we're going to see. You know, they kept Tanner Mangum started for the first part of the season, and then they put Zach Wilson in as a freshman. Remember the idea, because the first part of the season for BYU and Independence is Murderer's Row.
Yeah, it is.
Where you're playing all your big-time opponents, and you're doing it right out of the gate, and you have really you certainly can't have a freshman dip their toe into the water, you know what I mean? Like, the Bear has a few games, and a bye week, by the way, to work into the conference season, which certainly is a good thing for him. But I think you could make the same argument at Utah that, you know, go to Wyoming, have a bit of a test. I don't expect the Cowboys to win or even come close, but a team that is maybe better than UCLA. I don't know. We'd have to really dig into it, I suppose.
UNLV was. So, yeah, it's very possible that Wyoming is.
But an actual team where you can make sure you're good to go before opening conference. I actually think the non-conference, if you want to talk about strategic scheduling, the non-conference worked out pretty well for both the Utes and the Cougs, or at least the Cougs to this point. We'll see.
Yeah.
But it worked out pretty well if the idea is to put yourself in the best position possible to compete for the conference. I think this is a good matchup for Utah.
I'm not going to pretend that Wyoming is a great opponent by any means or in Utah's class. They shouldn't be. I get what you're saying, that this is going to work out. Seems like Utah should be 3-0. You got to stay healthy. That's going to be the most important part. And I do prefer a Wyoming over a
Air Force certainly, or
UT
somebody
Martin,
like that.
or
I see what you're
something
saying.
like just Abilene Christian.
I thought you were talking
like
injury wise.
No, maybe Wyoming could be just as dangerous. I know the way Air Force plays specifically lends itself to that, but the hostility that you're going to meet in Wyoming will, I guess, be a good test. Though you're coming back to Salt Lake to play Texas Tech, and the one thing you can't do is, obviously overlook Wyoming, play poorly. Not that I think even if you play poorly you would lose, but play poorly and then feel like you're licking your wounds going into Texas Tech. I think you want to go into that game with as much momentum as possible, and then you hope, maybe Oregon State knocks Texas Tech around a little bit. And I don't mean injury-wise. I mean just rattles them, because they haven't played anyone this season yet either.
Okay, I hope my comparison makes sense. I tried to make a similar comparison a little while ago, and I don't know if it landed. But I think the way that they came out against UCLA, hair on fire, doing, not really saving anything, going to Barton, going to Smith-Snowden, really making a statement, set the tone for the season. I don't know what other cliche you want to put in there, but I think in Utah's case, it actually really matters, the tone that they're setting, because Witt's got this weird revenge thing. The reason, or part of the reason, that 2008 was such a great season, which was because of how 2007 went. Because they were decimated by injuries. He thought he had a really good team. It worked out to be a taped together kind of good team that closed the season well, but didn't show what, Witt, who at this point had yet to really prove himself as a head coach.
Independently, yeah.
Thought, that the team could show. And then all of a sudden 2008 went into 2008 with this huge chip on their shoulder, and they were a really dialed in, motivated, high executing, again, what other cliche you want to throw in, right? I mean, pretty much from the onset. And that team turned out to be what it was, but it was definitely, they made a silly, poorly produced documentary about it. It was like a theme throughout the entire season, which ended up in, obviously, the probably culminating moment for the program, winning the Sugar Bowl. I don't know if you want to compare winning conference title games to that in the Pac-12. Maybe you could, but still, one of those moments, and it did. It had a vibe the entire season. And so if this weird chip on their shoulder revenge going to come out and mop the floor with UCLA, we're not going to hide anything or dip our toe in or any of that stuff. If that continues against Wyoming, I think that's a really good sign for Utah.
I can't imagine it wouldn't. I guess, you want to see that focus. And the one, danger you could run into is that this team starts to feel really confident in itself by beating a couple of teams that don't matter. And they did steamroll UCLA. That game was not close. Last week wasn't close either. They weren't quite, the word rhythm has been used a lot this week about Utah not quite finding that same groove that they had against UCLA last weekend. I guess, you don't want to get cocky. You don't want to blow out Wyoming and think you're just going to roll into Texas Tech. I know you're hosting them. Roll into a game against Texas Tech thinking it's going to be easy. It's always a concern when you have so many transfers. They don't have the history together of, wow, we lost that game that we shouldn't have lost, and so we learned not to perform that way or prepare that way. But I'd be surprised if that's what this roster does.
You're missing the magic of, in my opinion, the Witt revenge factor.
Okay.
The 2008 UNLV game, he played the big payback all practice long, and they went out and mopped the floor with UNLV because Frank the Tank Summers, a running back that was fine, steamrolled them. They were gonna. It wasn't even the same team. Look at the Cowboy Joe middle finger thing. Utah was up like 40 points or whatever it was, and they onside kicked it. That they were creaming Wyoming because of this almost invented revenge thing. But as our guest earlier pointed out, earlier this week from Cody Tucker, who covers Wyoming. Wyoming had beat Utah the year before
by a lot
in Laramie, and so he's going to point. If I were to speculate, and Devin Dampier came into the locker room and he's like, "I am wonderful," or actually, he's a bad example because he's a transfer, but he's just going to point at the record last year. You guys stunk last year. You lost a ton. People don't respect you. You can't have one of these lay it down, I've arrived type of moments. You know? You didn't even go to a bowl game last year. You got to go out and take it to them. Prove who they are. Prove who you are. Prove who I am. I mean, the book writes itself. I don't think this team will have a problem with being full of itself. Let me put it that way.
Dampier, too, did not go to a bowl game last year.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure he's the winner to put a team on his shoulders so far from that perspective.
I picked a bad example.
His
but
revenge
you know what
would
I'm
be
saying.
that he lost to Wyoming last year.
Sure.
He's lost to Wyoming twice in his career, which we learned. So that would be where I guess I would feel confidence in this game. But no, I'm just not going to create this narrative for Utah. I'm not going to buy into it. Utah should roll in there and they should absolutely steamroll Wyoming. And again, by the second half, they should have their eyes turned towards what's going to happen against Texas Tech and escape that game healthy, because Oregon State is also terrible and they're 0-2 and they're at least D1 schools that they're playing, FBS schools that they're playing in their losses. But Oregon State's terrible, so Texas Tech is going to roll them. And this is just going to be a relatively major matchup in the Big 12 early in the season, probably even better than Iowa State and Kansas now that we know what Kansas State looks like coming up next weekend. Not that I want to put the cart before the horse, but this game is a bump in the road in what is a much bigger weekend ahead.
Sure, but it's not what Ben believes. It's what players believe. That's what really matters.
I think that's what players are going to believe too.
Yeah, okay. But I think they're going to be, I think this team's going to be pretty focused all season.
I think they're going to be ready. Yeah, I'm not doubting that either.
Overconfidence or whatever is going to be a problem. I think of, that moron Kevin Garnett shouting anything is possible, and what was he supposed to yell again?
Impossible is nothing.
Impossible is nothing?
Yeah.
Kevin, you're on a super team. You're playing for the Celtics, who have won.
You guys won 63 games this year.
Titles.
Yeah, they were like 19-2 to start the season.
You're an All NBA player,
yeah,
and you're on a team with two other All NBA players. Anything is possible. What on earth are you talking about?
Yeah,
you are not the Bad News Bears.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, players convince themselves of all this stuff. It's whatever you got to do to get out there and play hard. I mean, this reference is certainly tainted now, but the whole Jeffrey scene from Get Him to the Greek. It doesn't matter how you do it.
Just get him there.
Just get him there.
Yeah.
You just have to get him out there and get him ready to play. And this vein that Witt taps into is a good one. But lots of coaches tap into it. Again, Kevin Garnett somehow thought he was the underdog. Newsflash, you're not.
I'm excited for tomorrow just because I like football. The same reason I'm excited for the two Big 12 games tonight.
Wait, real quick. Next time you write an article at KSLSports.com, a real banger about the Jazz, I want you to put down your keyboard. I want you to put your hands up in the air and go, anything is possible!
Just knock out some crap.
The thing you were expected to do, your job, and you're very capable of doing your job, and the fact that you would put out a compelling, good article is nice for you, but really not the impossible, in my opinion.
You want me to channel my KG?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
just do what's expected.
Really act like everybody thought you were going to fail.
I just think Utah's game, we're not going to learn a whole lot. Barring injury, we're not going to learn a whole lot. We're just not going to know what these schools are until a week from tomorrow, unfortunately. And that, you know what, that makes it more exciting. The only other excitement, I guess, would be if we knew that these two teams were juggernauts. They should both be undefeated. They're both going to be ranked in the top 20. It's going to have probably relatively large implications for the Big 12 title game. Then again, we thought that was going to be the case with the first Big 12 game last year between Utah and Oklahoma State as well. So I don't want to go down that road falsely again either, but at least through 2 weeks of the season and then 3 weeks as of tomorrow, I think you're going to have a Texas Tech team and a Utah team that are excited to really get on the field against an opponent that is supposed to be at their caliber. And that should not be the case for either of them if they expect to have the season that they thought going into the year, or at least Utah has laid out through 2 weeks and certainly has, I don't want to say changed their tune, but there's a confidence clearly in this Utah football team that I don't think was palpable in training camp, in fall camp. We just didn't know enough about them. And after seeing what the potential is with Devin Dampier, how good the defense can still be, the offense has some weapons, that it could be a special season. And I'm just not going to pretend Wyoming can teach us that, unfortunately. But that is the non-conference schedule.
Wyoming's 2-0.
And I'll be happy to move on from it.
I think you're dragging the Pokes, man.
Hopefully they have a good Mountain West Conference season.
They beat Northern Iowa 31-7 last week.
Yeah, they did. They scored 10 points the week before that, right?
Yeah, but Akron's salty.
Notorious. The notoriously good
Zips,
Akron team.
The Zips are a salty bunch.
Yeah.
It's true.
1:30 tomorrow, you can watch Oregon State get absolutely crushed by Texas Tech.
But it's how does it look from Utah? I mean, is it clunky? How do they look going into Texas Tech? Is it? I think everything should go according to plan. I guess that's my point.
Is there
with the
anything
focus.
other than injuries that would concern you?
Not really.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess if they gave up, if 300 yards rushing or something out of the blue, I guess you could say.
If they turn in a performance like BYU did against Stanford, would people be panicked about Texas Tech? Maybe a little more concern. It's not a great performance from BYU.
Yeah, I mean, they still beat them.
They still beat them. Yeah, right. That's the thing. Even the worst case scenario, which is like a win, in my opinion, I don't think Utah's going to run into a lot of issues with. I mean, I think you could start Bird Ficklin and win this game. Probably start Isaac Wilson and win this game over Wyoming. I have a hard time imagining we're gonna see major issues or know what to take from it.
All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialists will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special. $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget. Great financing as well. But you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Coach Satake on the Bear. Bachmeier not pushing the ball downfield just yet.
Yeah, I think we're working towards that. I mean, looking at the entirety of the game, Bear made some really good decisions. We also made some safe decisions, and that's okay. We don't anticipate putting it all on him. And so having the defense that we have and understanding the game, the run game that we have with LJ and Sione and what the O-line likes to do, I mean, we will put all those things into play. But when we get towards the next phase, I think the more comfortable Bear gets with this offense, and even in game situations and these type of environments, is going to be really good for him.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouthwatering ribs, savory, brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. It's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday. You can win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, you can win a 4-pack of tickets to Wings and Wheels. Wings and Wheels is Spanish Fork's premier aviation and automotive event, September 27th at the Spanish Fork Airport. Don't miss vintage warbirds, classic cars, exotic sports vehicles, and thrilling aerial performances. Tune in next Wednesday for your chance to win tickets on Win Ticket Wednesday. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by our friends at J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Christian, where do you want to start today?
Let's start with this. The Big 12 gets started early tonight. We've got a couple of games on the slate.
Including Houston and Colorado, which I don't necessarily think is the most interesting game, but it is the Big 12 game on the schedule while Kansas State and Arizona play each other, according to our own Christian, Car Crash Christian. It's a non-conference game a la Utah-Baylor last season.
I think Colorado-Houston is really interesting.
Yes, so do I.
Think Houston's on the come, and just how big a drop-off is there in Colorado? I think that's a big story. I know neither of us thinks Colorado is very good, but they have a chance to go down and beat a Houston team that should be better. I mean, I think that's quite a compelling conference game. And then, yeah, it's weird that Kansas State and Arizona is not, but we're going to find out how bad it is in Manhattan and how good it is in Tucson. I think all those are relevant stories.
Yeah, even though it may not impact two teams that I guess maybe I'm wrong. I don't expect to be competing for the conference championship game, though Arizona's playing better, and this won't affect Kansas State either way. I do think it's a great measuring stick or ability to take the temperature of where these two teams are headed. Because it'd be a good win for Arizona. This would be a nice win after a pretty terrible season last year. The same way if Utah were to beat Kansas State early in the year, I think fans, even if Kansas State was bad, would say it's a good omen for the rest of the season.
I say, why not Houston and Arizona? Why couldn't they win the league? Arizona State, the universe had them DFL in the conference last year. Last.
Yeah.
And they had Utah and Oklahoma State at the top.
They did.
That turned out to be the complete inverse. Arizona's played really well the first 2 weeks.
Sure. Kansas State, not so much.
No, but Houston's played really well the first 2 weeks. There's no reason that they can't make waves in the Big 12. No way. I mean, it's wide open. I'm curious to see how good those teams are. Why not Houston be the Arizona State of this year?
Absolutely. Certainly could. After playing, this is Colorado specifically, after playing Houston, they will host Wyoming to wrap up non-conference play next weekend. And then they've got a very difficult run where they go BYU, TCU, Iowa State, Utah, and then Arizona, if Arizona's any good. They don't win this game, it could get ugly quickly.
Yeah,
they could
that's
be they'll probably beat Wyoming, I would think, but we'll see what Wyoming looks like tomorrow. But they could be looking at 2-6 pretty easily, which would be a very rough start to the year.
Other notable league games, Texas Tech will play Oregon State. That's in Lubbock. I would expect that to be lopsided, but nonetheless, Utah's next opponent. And then I think Pitt at West Virginia is interesting. Old conference rivals. Yeah.
And then a bunch of junk. Texas Tech, Arizona State, Abilene Christian at TCU, Iowa State at Arkansas State, Northwestern State at Cincinnati.
Why is Iowa State going to Arkansas State? What's up with these random...
Why is Utah going to Wyoming?
Yeah, right. These random weird road games. I have no idea.
Yep.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, I hate to tell you guys this, but the Cinderella run is over. Finland has been eliminated from Eurobasket. They lost 98-86 today to Germany.
I think they were down 14 at the half. And down big going into the fourth quarter. So this game wasn't particularly close. They jumped out to a 16-9 lead, and then Germany rallied and never really looked back. Lauri Markkanen played okay, 16 points, more shots than points. So not a great finale. Germany is a much better team. Tons of NBA talent all across the roster, while obviously Finland is just Lauri Markkanen. Most importantly, other than he had a really great run, and it's the best run Finland's ever made, probably light a fire for some in Finnish basketball. He's healthy.
Yeah, I think from a Jazz perspective, they should be celebrating today, because unless he gets hurt on the plane,
yeah,
he's not going to come back with an injury that would affect his season this year.
I think they're playing in Latvia is where these finals are, so he will fly to Finland, probably put a bag together, and move the family back to Salt Lake City. You know, the school year's already started, so his kids will have to come and probably start school late. I'm not sure exactly what they do there, but I know Lauri likes to stay in Utah until school's wrapped up. And yeah, a lot of the players are already in Salt Lake City for open gym, and Lauri will come in and help lead that, and probably raises the level pretty significantly. He is way better than anybody else on the Jazz roster. So having him in in I guess OTAs, that's what we'd call them in football. The open gym runs that they have will be a good boost for the Jazz.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, Jordan Love and the Pack absolutely dominate Thursday Night Football.
Jordan Love's playing well. The pass that ended up getting called back was it the hold where was it Reed broke his collarbone? It's just a great pass. He really makes some very ambitious throws, but he can make them. They're not just wild. You know, he kind of came in his first 6 or 8 games. He was a bit of a gunslinger, and you thought there's some good stuff there, but there's some really bad stuff. Seems like he's cleaned up a lot of the bad stuff. So he's just ambitious throws where he is not afraid to attack downfield are really working in Green Bay's favor. And then the story of the game is that defense that has now held back-to-back teams under 250 yards, which is pretty absurd in the NFL.
Well, in which teams?
Yeah, good teams, right, legitimate teams.
Detroit and the Commies that can both move the football efficiently. I'm officially cheering for the Packers and Jordan Love. Efficient, decision-making was always his problem, and he seems to have really kind of tightened that up, which is something, interestingly enough, I think Green Bay must look for in their quarterbacks when they draft them, because that was Brett Favre. I mean, aggressive, just didn't have...
Not that they drafted Brett Favre, but yeah.
When they traded for him after his rookie year, right? Yeah. They'd look for maybe that trait where, like, okay, we can improve decision-making, but the ability to do it and the willingness to do it are good signs. And he was like that at Utah State. Jordan was. He was aggressive, and he made decisions that maybe weren't the best decisions, but he was confident in them, and he could make all the throws, and it's great to see him do that. But, yeah, the defense for Green Bay is the story, and they're still the youngest team in the league, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, the Packers should be studied for the way they run their franchise. It's pretty amazing.
And making a very ambitious trade to go and get Micah Parsons before the season will probably pay off if he stays healthy. But again, that defense has been dominant through the first 2 weeks. His numbers aren't blowing anybody away yet, but he's obviously a major impact that you have to game plan for, and it makes everyone else's life a little bit easier. So I'm curious. I'm curious about that archetype of quarterback. Let's get the gunslinger that we can clean up. That's exactly who Josh Allen was versus some of these guys who are, I want to say conservative or game managers. I think that can become a derogatory term, but maybe the guys who you're like, if we can just get them to open up a little bit, I wonder if that's harder. I wonder if that's a mentality thing that you can't really
that's
teach.
how you talk yourself into Anthony Richardson also.
Yeah, and it's true, absolutely. If we can clean everything up, we've got
That's how
a
Trey
physical
Lance
specimen.
got picked number 3 overall. Like it's a very alluring prospect
I think
you really, really make bad decisions.
I think we're talking about why didn't Anthony Richardson succeed? He didn't even get to the decision-making mattering point.
You're right. That's probably true.
It's a different thing. They got tempted with the athleticism, and they thought we can teach this guy how to play and throw a football, and that's not decision-making. That's like basics. Sure. You know what I mean? You got tempted. Yeah. You got tempted by the Cam Newton factor.
Pure body
and all
Cam
that.
Was a much better player than Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
No, I think the opposite of what we're talking about would be J.J. McCarthy.
That was a thought I had as well.
Like just a boring Michigan quarterback that made the right decisions. Of course, a quarterback loves this guy because he does everything fundamentally sound, and he isn't going to sink your team and all this stuff, but doesn't have the pizzazz, the
oomph,
the oomph. But yeah, your coach's coach is going to love that guy. But is he going to be Josh Allen? No way.
Right. Yeah. The odds of him becoming Josh Allen is zero because you can't teach the Brett Favre, the Brett Favrean aspect of it.
The pizzazz. Yeah. You can't teach that.
There's a history of guys. Matt Ryan was a gunslinger at Boston College. Look at his interception numbers in college. They were crazy. He was throwing the ball over the field, and to everybody, anywhere he went, including the opposing team, and cleaned it up. Became a much better player.
Jim Harbaugh probably never made a mistake in his coaching or in his quarterbacking career. He probably made every right throw and every right decision, and that's why he's the second best quarterback in Bears history. But he was never a legend.
Got to get a shot off at the Bears.
He won some playoff games. He was never a legend. He got that comeback kid thing or whatever, but he was never dynamic. He was always sound. That's who he loves. Jordan Love, I think, has got a little of the pizzazz and has cleaned up the decision-making, and I think we're seeing the result.
Peyton Manning was a wild man when he got into the league. He threw 28 interceptions his first year. 28.
Record that still stands today.
Yeah.
It's unreal. 28 interceptions?
Plus, there's part of me that really loves this is the cold-hearted part of me, right? there's part of me that really loves we're not afraid to close the book on a Hall of Famer. No, we'll do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll draft your replacement.
Oh, Jordan Love's an awesome story.
Like, again, everything comes back to Arrested Development. Christian, a show in the mid to early to mid aughts on Fox, starring Jason Bateman, really revived his career.
It did.
But there was this scenario where the entire office at their company would pack up their stuff and load it into a moving van.
Uh-huh.
And it was called Black Friday, and everybody after loading all their stuff was fired.
Uh-huh.
And then they said, like, and then we all wondered why on our first day we spent it unloading furniture from a moving van.
Uh-huh.
Like, that's the Packers, right?
Yeah.
They closed the book on Favre and draft Aaron Rodgers. Favre gets his feelings hurt, leaves, goes to the Jets of all teams, and that ended the way it ended. They drafted another Hall of Famer, and the Packers win a Super Bowl. The Packers closed the book on Aaron Rodgers after drafting his replacement. He goes away with his feelings hurt, goes to the Jets, and Jordan Love steps in and is really, really good. And we'll see if it results in a Super Bowl down the stretch or whatever. But like, man, that's how an op goes. That's how an operation works. Like, Aaron, you're crazy. You've lost it. We're tired of putting up with you.
Yep. Pack
You're
up.
not as good as you used to be. Yeah, maybe you have a couple of years, but you know what? Pack your stuff. Yeah, we drafted your replacement. You knew it all along. Your feelings were hurt. We don't care. We'll see you later.
Through 2 weeks, and again, 2 weeks, but Packers absolutely have to be in the conversation. They look like the real deal on both sides of the ball.
We wondered why on our first day we had spent it unloading a moving van. Sunday night football is Falcons at Vikings, which has potential to be interesting. The Chiefs host the Eagles, a little rematch. That's an afternoon game.
Great game.
On Fox. Christian, I know you're going to be glued to CBS because no doubt we get this game, I'm sure. But the Donks are going to be on the road.
I've seen the map. We've got it.
At the Colts. Yeah, David
We do have
James.
it. Okay.
Somebody should talk to David James about him selecting the Donks every single weekend. It is absolutely killing me.
They actually weren't on week 1.
Yeah, sure they weren't. Hopefully the Lions bounce back and barbecue the Bears. I mean, I think that's really what I'm rooting for.
DK Metcalf revenge game. Seahawks at Steelers.
Ben's Rams.
I'm going to be at the game. I'm going to be doing live hits. I'm going to be doing live call-ins, reports during the spoken word. Christian's going to overrun the spoken word with Fox News Radio, and I'm doing live hits from Nissan Stadium.
Fox News Radio would have been something different. Fox Sports Radio.
That would have been. Fox News Radio might have been. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. Go to break.
We'll have more coming up straight ahead. It's the Jake and Ben Show on a Friday. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows, and it's the fall is coming, Ben. We're talking football, all of that good stuff, and it means the weather around here is going to be gorgeous. I think today we might be in the high 70s, low to mid 80s,
below 80 finally.
You know, as things turn, and you know what? It never rains during the fall, knock on wood. It's really the best time of year to let the outside in. Imagine what you could do with windows and doors that are designed for just that.
Yeah, this is when you want to have those doors open, those windows open, but if you don't have the sliding door, you don't have the screen that you're looking for, you can't really do that. So you can make that change with Peach Doors and Windows. And look, maybe you can't do it this year. Start thinking about it because the spring is right around the corner as well. And they will come and work with you. They don't need to do it specifically during one time of the year. They can get it done over the winter to make sure that you are ready to enjoy next year as well. So Maybe you're thinking about the holidays, a big gift to the family to reinvent the home. You can do it with Peach Doors and Windows.
801-566-1255. That's the number to call. You can get a free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. Go to peachbuildingproducts.com or simply drop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO.
Monday on KSL. See the high-tech way that restaurants are trying to make it more affordable for you to eat out.
Is this the future of restaurants? I think it is.
Restaurant Revolution, Monday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt. Weeknights at 10 on KSL.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Corners coach Sharif Shah talking about they've got to be in good shape to play at elevation.
Coach has an aggressive game plan as he does every week, and that's premised upon our ability to cover every week, every quarter throughout the whole game. So you'll feel like your lungs are on fire. Drink more water, practice deep yoga breathing tonight and tomorrow night, and we'll be fine.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all of your barbecue favorites. It's Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies kick off conference play as they welcome Air Force to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, on a scale of 0 to 10 being Jay Crowder, how above shame are you?
I do a sports radio show, so like a 7 or an 8.
Christian?
Not quite as high, but probably a 6.
Okay.
How high do you think Shedeur Sanders is?
Double Jay Crowder.
Like a 20 on a
Corey
scale?
Crowder. He's
just
Jay's,
no
he's Jay's
shame?
father. Yeah.
No shame whatsoever? Okay, let me ask you if he's feeling it in this circumstance. According to ESPN Cleveland's Tony Rizzo, talking about Shedeur, said, quote, I'm hearing Shedeur is not even running scout team. He's literally watching everyone. Bailey Zappi's running scout team. I don't know if that's true. That's what I'm hearing. Why is he on the team? Why is he even here? If that's what you think of him, because his jersey's selling? The Haslams don't need jersey money, do they? Then why is he on the team if he's not even running scout team? Unquote. Now, we can talk about the, why is he on the team and all that, but I'm just asking you, if you are Shedeur Sanders, and this is true, and you're standing on the sidelines with a backwards hat while everybody else is practicing, do you think he feels shame?
No.
None?
Nope.
You think he's just like twirling his gold chain and thinking about how fast he's going to drive on the way home?
What was it, his Bentley that he was parking illegally at
Colorado? Just parking it in the middle of the lawn or whatever?
Yeah. No, look, the whole process of this, from his time at Colorado, he performed admirably at times and had some big performances, but
got his name retired, a number retired.
His jersey retired at Colorado.
Already.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever put in a position to be down to earth. And I don't know if that's his fault.
Never felt shame before, so now.
Zero imposter syndrome. Maybe an imposter, but no imposter syndrome in the slightest. I just think he's been told he was great. He treated everybody in the NFL like he was great already before he got drafted, hence slipping to the 5th round. Seemed to go in with some belief that he would be the guy at Cleveland, and doesn't have a role of any kind, including this report that he's not running practice squad. It's like, why are you on the team then? Most teams carry 3 quarterbacks, 2 on the main roster, 1 running the practice squad. That's it. And then you can go out and you can get, I know Tyler Huntley's got a team right now, but that guy's always available. You can always go and get Dorian Thompson-Robinson or whoever to come in and be your emergency starter for a little bit. He's probably not even in that role because he's never started an NFL game in his life, but yeah, it's not a great sign, certainly, where he is.
Have you ever been pulled? You can't really get pulled from skateboarding, I guess. But have you ever been, Christian, I don't know, in football or baseball, if you can identify where they're like, all right, guys, go get back out onto that field and wait, not so fast there, Scott. And then send somebody else in. And that shame that you feel when you walk over and sit down, just brutal. I got to imagine that Shedeur feels that. Go run Zappy, go run scout team. Shedeur, you stand there.
It's probably a lot of somebody else's fault,
Oh, you think it's that?
Yeah, no way he's like, oh yeah, it's their fault.
It's Bailey's fault.
Blame game, yeah.
It's Bailey Zappi's fault. for playing too well. It's like a Rudy Rudiger thing. Bailey tries too hard. This is a scout team. What are you doing? You're not supposed to try. Are you kidding? Bailey.
What are you looking so good for?
What's the deal? Just out there trying. You're making me look bad, Bailey. Knock it off.
I'll be curious if he makes it to the end of the year.
I can't believe he's made it this far.
Yeah.
To Tony Rizzo's point, yeah, why is he even on the team? Maybe it is the Haslams need money. Maybe Dion's got a collusion case against the NFL and he threatened to use it.
The Browns drew the short straw.
The Browns are like, God, we got to keep this guy because Dion's going to go litigious on us.
I truly wonder if they can't handle the heat of their own stupidity.
Well, the Browns have been handling the heat of their own stability for decades. So your stupidity for decades, you'd think they'd be pretty good at that.
They've not handled it well.
I think it's like the one thing they'd be good at is hunkering down under fire for their own bad decisions.
That if they kept making bad decisions, they would learn enough to stop making those bad decisions. Alas, the Browns cannot. So, no, I don't really trust the way they run the organization. And it's the Tebow thing. It was the Kaepernick thing of if you're afraid to have a distraction on your roster, I wonder if it's almost the inverted aspect of they're afraid to waive him because then they become he becomes a distraction in absentia. You got to talk about the guy who's no longer on your team. So just go bury him on the practice squad and don't even worry about it.
Steve Bartle joins the show. Coming up next, Cole Bagley will be on with us at 11:30. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, life is complicated and your financial health is a big part of your life and can be very complicated. And if you're anything like me, you probably didn't come out of the old schooling system prepared to truly maximize what you're going to spend a lifetime building. Prepare for retirement, even think about retirement, let alone think about the right things to do to get you there. Well, listen, Trajan has a team of good folks that they want to be on your side to help you make these right decisions, to help you set goals, and to help you achieve those goals. What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and how are you going to get there? Well, Trajan wants to be there for you. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. They want to sit down with you. They can show you exactly what they're capable of, 801-899-7600. You can also go online. TrajanWealth.com is a great place to start. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-738-2626. 800-738-2626. 800-738-2626.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road for a battle against Wyoming and Laramie. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Joining us now, he covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He is our buddy Steve Bartle. What's going on, Steve?
Jake, Ben, how we doing on a Friday?
We're doing terrific. Steve, Jake and I were talking to open the show, and I just said, I don't know how much we're going to continue to be able to learn about Utah against Wyoming, and it might be next weekend that we really get a fuller sense of them. What do you think can be learned in tomorrow's game on the road?
Yeah, I think we can learn a little bit more about Utah's mindset, right? I think this is a game that, you can look on the schedule and you can call this a trap game. And I think for Utah, it's going to speak to how they're approaching the season, right? It's very easy to look ahead to next week, given the fact that it's Texas Tech. It's going to be, the big noon kickoff time slot, and all that. And we're gonna learn a lot about how much this group is bought into, what they're doing on a week in, week out basis. So I think that's valuable. To get a feel for, that. And then too, right, I think we want to see, in learning about Wyoming this week, this is a program that doesn't have the talent of a UCLA, but hearing about Jay Savell and how he's kind of turned things around this offseason, starting fresh with almost an entirely new roster and learning about sort of the culture change here. This is a team that I think is bought in, that is looking to, turn things around after a pretty rough year last year. And this is going to be a team that's motivated to knock off Utah. And so, this isn't a game that Utah can just stroll into Laramie and expect for the Cowboys to roll over. They're going to have to come in. They're going to have to earn this one. And given the talent difference, that can lend itself to a big margin of victory, after 4 quarters. But, Utah's going to have to come in and work hard still to get that sort of outcome.
Steve, we probably asked you this before, but how did this game get scheduled? Why are they going to Laramie?
Yeah, this was a series that was scheduled a long time ago when Chris Hill was still the AD. And, Utah was at a point where they hadn't been to the Pac-12 championship game just yet, and they were trying to figure out, how to fill their future schedules. And this was originally going to be, a game in 2020 with Wyoming going to Utah, and then this would be the return trip. And obviously that 2020 game was canceled. I think we're going to see that game played out in 2027 where Wyoming comes to Salt Lake City. But, Harlan, I believe there was a buyout somewhere in the range of $500,000, and, it'd be easy to fork that over. But I think, what's the point? It's going to be a tough game. It's a game that is going to require, quite a bit of buy-in. You don't want to come to Laramie. It's a tough place to travel to. It's not a place that Kyle Whittingham is very fond of, as many people are not fond of traveling up here to Wyoming, because it's a tough place to play. And that's a credit to, Wyoming fans who this is a big part of the state, and the culture here in the state is this football program. So tough place to play. And I think, it's just one of those games where you'd rather keep it on the schedule, maintain your schedules and that's why it's being played.
We have seen a very balanced approach in the running back room from Jason Beck in the offense. Do you expect that to be the case, or do you think one of these two or even, a handful of players will really emerge as the number one guy?
Yeah, with Wayshawn Parker and what he showed last week in terms of, those big plays that, he had the 52-yard reception and then the 43-yard run, both of which were touchdowns. It's that sort of playmaking ability that typically emerges as sort of the guy that Utah hones in on as their workhorse type of guy, right? But it's been to Kerry Rogers that's, shouldered, a pretty big workload still. And I think he's leading the team in touchdowns, rushing touchdowns. He's the guy in those short yardage situations. And, Rogers his game really shines behind this offensive line. And that's easy to say because this offensive line can make a lot of guys' game shine. But Nakari, he just has, vision. He has change of direction that I think really fits well with this offensive line and run game. And so, I think we'll continue to see this 1A, 1B type of workload. And I think that speaks to more of Jason Beck being in control of this offense and calling it how he sees fit. That was his MO last year at New Mexico, where they had 3 different guys, involved in the run game beyond Devin Dampier. And I think that's what we're going to continue to see is this 1A, 1B, and then trying to work other guys into that mix as well. The Hunter Andrews and the Nate Johnsons factoring into the run game pretty prominently as well as we move forward. So, yeah, I think we're going to continue to see this split, but I think if Wayshawn continues to make those big plays, that's the sort of thing that can separate him in this running back room.
Wyoming hasn't really played the stiffest of competition, as much as I admire the Zips of Akron. But the defense has been pretty stand-up for the Cowboys so far. Certainly, part of the reason they've won 2 games. Any worry that Utah's offense might, I don't know, be a little clunky, or you expect it to be like it's been?
No, I think this Wyoming defense is going to present a challenge. And, it's an aggressive defense that gets downhill in a hurry. They've got linebackers that are really aggressive. Braden Johnson, I believe, has a PFF grade, and it's only 2 weeks, and it hasn't been the toughest competition, but he's got a PFF grade of, I think, it's over 90, and that speaks to his level of impact that he's made in those 2 games. And he's going to be a guy that Utah has circled on their game plan and scouting report to be mindful of. And so that's going to be on the offensive line to be mindful of him. And I think, too, after last week against Cal Poly, you saw a team with the Mustangs that, competed and made it tough for Utah in the trenches. Wyoming's going to bring that same sort of competitiveness and effort, and so this is going to be a challenge that the offensive line has to match, and I think that's going to be the key to all of this is Utah's offensive line controlling the trenches and keeping the run game moving. Through these 2 games for Utah, I think they've had the lowest rate of guys hit at the line of scrimmage, so contact at the line of scrimmage. I think they've only been contacted at the line of scrimmage on 10% of their run plays, which is significantly lower than the average, which is closer to 20%. And so that's huge for Utah. And I think that's going to be important to preserve that. It speaks to, what they're doing up front and providing movement, providing lanes, and providing opportunities for the run game to gain traction over the course of the game. So I think that's going to be important. It's going to be a difficult challenge because this Cowboy defense, is tough. It is aggressive. They're going to play on their toes, and that's going to be a challenge for Utah that they've got to match this week.
John Henry Daly was probably the breakout player of Game 1. I think Jackson Benny was the breakout player of Game 2. Is there a name you think has a chance to still be one of those types of names that we're talking about all season for Utah that maybe hasn't had their moment yet?
Yeah, obviously with Utah, there's still a lot of question marks around the passing game and who's going to be the guy that breaks out. And, I'm curious, J.J. Buchanan was sick last week, and he's been a guy that Kyle Whittingham, Jason Beck, and a number of guys have talked about all throughout camp as a player that has made plays pretty consistently. And so with him being sick last week, we didn't get to see him in action. And I'm curious, with him, I believe he's healthy, he's full go, and with him returning, do we see more of his involvement this week, and what does that look like? What does it do for the passing game and everybody else, in that room with Tobias Merriweather and others involved there? So, and you've still got other guys that I think made plays pretty consistently going back to fall camp and spring ball and a Hunter Andrews that can still be more involved. So, yeah, there's still a number of guys that I think can have that sort of moment, but I think I'm most curious about, that passing attack and J.J. Buchanan specifically and what he could potentially bring because he is a big body. He's an athlete, a former basketball player, so he's got a similar background to, a tight end in Dalton Kincaid that I think provided sort of that vertical stretch in the middle of the field as a tight end. And I think that is something that Buchanan can do, whether he's playing tight end or whether he's playing receiver. I think that's going to be an element, to complement others in that room as well that I think Utah needs to figure out.
Are we sleeping on Ryan Davis?
Yeah, I think so, right? He's kind of the token white guy. and he is a guy that he clearly has the chemistry with Devin Dampier. He's been productive. He caught his first touchdown last week. But Utah needs more in the passing game than Ryan Davis. And, he's a good athlete. He can work the middle of the field. He had a great catch last week, going up and hauling in a pass over the middle of the field, which I think was a 27-yard gain. But Utah's going to need, other elements in that passing game to emerge. So I think Ryan Davis is a guy that you can sort of count on in that passing attack. Utah's, like I said, they're just going to need others to step up as well.
Is there anything else you think that needs sharpening before conference play?
Yeah, the secondary. The secondary was just not as sharp as we saw in Game 1, right? When you go into Pasadena in the Rose Bowl, you're facing a team that has, former 5-star quarterback in Nico Iamaleava with, receivers that were considered talented coming out of high school. And the way that they held, Iamaleava in that passing attack to, a pretty inefficient night, you felt pretty good about that defensive secondary and kind of where they started and what they could do moving forward. But last week against Cal Poly, not as sharp. They let a few too many Cal Poly receivers get behind them and get vertical. And Kyle Whittingham talked about it on Monday that they didn't have the disciplined eyes that they needed to in coverage and that's what led to some of those gains and some of those missed opportunities that they allowed Cal Poly to take. So I think that's going to be an area for the defense to focus on this weekend is what sort of progress, how much sharper does that defensive secondary look this week after a week of, working on those eyes and working on more of their fundamentals to get ready for what's to come in the next few weeks because, not to overlook Wyoming, but you've got Texas Tech coming up next week. You've got Rich Rod and that West Virginia offense, which is always going to be tough, and it'll test you. You've got to buy, and then you've got Arizona State with Jordan Tyson in that receiver room, BYU with Chase Roberts, Colorado with their skilled position group. So that secondary is going to be tested over the next month. They've got to start sharpening things up and tighten things down in coverage.
Couple of Big 12 matchups tonight. I know one of them is not technically a conference game, but you've got Colorado going on the road at Houston. You've got Kansas State on the road at Arizona. What are you looking for in those games?
Yeah, I'm curious to see, how Colorado actually looks this week against Houston. I have Houston winning this one. I feel like Willie Fritz has that program trending in the right direction. They've got answers, specifically at that quarterback spot. Whereas Coach Prime, that quarterback position isn't solidified, and so that's kind of a big question mark. In watching Colorado in Week 1 against Georgia Tech, they had 3 takeaways from Georgia Tech in the first quarter, and were only able to put a touchdown on the scoreboard after those 3 takeaways. And to me, that was a big red flag, a big question mark about where this offense is at. How much of a drop-off are they going to see this season without Shedeur, without Travis? And so it's still kind of an unsettled position at quarterback, and that's what I'm going to be interested in seeing tonight with Colorado. But I think with Willie Fritz and Houston, I like them to get that win tonight. And then with Kansas State and Arizona State or Arizona, this is a game that's vital. This is we're in week 3 of the season, and this is a must-win for Kansas State. Even though it's a non-conference game, you drop this one, and potentially the season is going to spiral out of control. And so, where is Kansas State at in terms of the culture, the buy-in, the all of that sort of stuff? I think we're going to get answers to that tonight against Arizona because Arizona's gotten off to a solid start. Noah Fafita looks like the quarterback that we saw in 2022 and 2023. He's done a good job distributing the ball and getting others involved quite a bit. And so this is going to be a tough test. I think Arizona is looking at this as a big opportunity to knock off one of the top contenders that were, at least how they were viewed coming into the season. This is an important one and a critical one for Kansas State. So I think I believe in Chris Kleiman as a coach. I like the way that he's built his program. And I think they find a way to get it done. But, if not, like I said, there's a real chance that their season starts to spiral out of control.
Have you made your culinary plans for Laramie yet? I hear the Flying J has a fine Salisbury steak.
Where did we just eat? What was that called? Prairie Jane's. Prairie Jane's.
Okay.
We just ate there for breakfast, and I had one of the best breakfast burritos I've ever had. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was pretty good. So I guess they've got a few little gems here in Laramie. So, you've got to dig for them, but you can find them.
Is that Kendra?
Yeah,
say hi.
Me and Kendra up here.
Say hi for us.
They say hi. She says hi back.
Steve, we appreciate you jumping on with us. As always, we'll be glued to your coverage of the game this weekend. Thanks, man.
Steve.
Sounds good. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
All right, see you, buddy. Steve Bartle covers the Utes for KSLSports.com.
Not the Doc Bartle's wife.
That's
fun. Get away to Laramie. Christian, you should think about taking the old wife up there.
I thought about it just barely.
Take a week off.
I'm good.
Take some
no,
days.
I'm good.
Head up to, what did they say? Where did they get a breakfast burrito?
I already forgot.
Yeah, right.
Prairie something?
Prairie Jays. I was thinking Flying J or whatever you said.
Man, there's a lot of Wyoming that is just nothing.
Just a big,
just
it's a big empty state. Yeah.
Openness.
Yeah.
of
Which is
nothing.
kind of the charm.
I suppose.
Yeah. The Wild West still.
People who are worried about the planet being overcrowded.
Could be worse. Could be Lubbock.
Yeah. I'd probably, no offense to Laramie, I'd probably rather go to Lubbock than Laramie.
I've never been to
Ben's
Lubbock.
trying to fire up the Lubbock.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get
Yeah.
Moe Jaguar back on you.
Back on. Yeah, Wyoming's
It's next
a lot of openness. Oh yeah, great. Next week. So excited.
Let you handle
for
that
next
Monday
week.
and Tuesday. See how it goes.
Yeah, terrific. All right, stay tuned. We're going to talk to Cole Bagley coming up next. It's Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And
Oh.
you're gonna live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target-smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up, honest work, done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex Kirry here. I dropped 50 pounds in 60 days on the SLC Fat Loss program. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on Gary Anderson's role with the team.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of different things that he does that we can lean on, consulting us as from his perspective. But he's also been a D coordinator before too, and a great one at that. So utilizing all the talent we have around us, it's been really helpful. I mean, we can't do it all alone. And I know Jay, if you spoke to him, wouldn't say it's all about him. But I do know one thing: Jay's done a great job leading this defense. I'm really happy he's here. I don't have to do it by myself, and neither does Jay. And so it feels good that everybody can help out.
Cougars at 30, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouthwatering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yo, VIP. Let's kick it.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hans and Scotty coming up next Tuesday from noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Got to get the sounder ready, Christian. It's time to talk some Utah Mammoth hockey. He covers the Mammoth for KSL. No, not that sounder. Get whatever we talk the Mammoth, there's a certain sound.
Let's do it live. I do it live every time.
All right. Now you can play Cole's Open if you'd like.
With complete coverage of the Utah Hockey Club, this is Cole Bagley of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, Cole. Happy Friday.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
We're doing well. Cole, what's this first week been back? What's this first week back been like for you with the new practice facility and some of the maybe unfamiliar faces at rookie camp?
Yeah, I mean, it's been nothing but excitement. To finally see the practice facility, to be out there, close to the ice sheets and to see some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. I mean, SCG just did an incredible job constructing this new training facility, and quite a few of the guys that we've talked to, both in the Mammoth organization and elsewhere, have said, "Hey, this is a facility that's probably top 5, top 3 in the league." I mean, Bill Armstrong himself told us that it's probably the top one. Now, of course, he's going to say that, right? But asking around and chatting with some people, I would say it's probably up there with the Florida Panthers facility and the Chicago Blackhawks facility, which are both, top 2. So, what they've been able to do in the last 18 months has been nothing short of just unbelievable and very impressive. And The team is very appreciative. It's like watching a bunch of kids in a candy store over the last few days as we've seen these young prospects go to work at the new training facility. So, yeah, like I said, nothing but excitement.
I'm curious what makes these training facilities elite, and specifically this new one. What is so bright and shiny about it?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the National Hockey League, I think a lot of people would assume that every single team has this world-class training facility with all the new bells and whistles, and that's just not the case. I mean, the Vancouver Canucks don't even technically have a training facility, and when this team was in Arizona, they were practicing on a college campus, and that's essentially what the Vancouver Canucks are doing. It's funny, as I shared a video of the new facility, it kind of went viral in Vancouver. I had all these Canucks fans tagging the team saying, hey, when are we going to get something like this? This team's been around for one season and they've already got a better facility. But yeah, I mean, not to get like too into the specifics, because I don't know exactly, all of these bells and whistles, but, just taking kind of a tour myself, seeing the recovery pools and, the weight room, and they had this turf field with all of these mechanisms out there that I think are kind of, tracking speed and all of these different things. And then the 2 ice sheets, the ability to then bring in fans here in the next couple of months to come and watch these. And, to my knowledge, anything that these guys could ask for, they've got it. And, it's the nicest, it's the newest, it's got all the bells and whistles. And, as Bill Armstrong has said, to be an elite organization, you have to have an elite practice facility. And, based on just the eye test, that's what it seems to be. And in talking with a lot of the players, they're very happy with what's been provided for them.
So this rookie camp has a lot of players that won't necessarily be seen with the Mammoth this year, but who are a few names that fans should be familiar with? And then when does actual camp open up, I guess, veteran camp?
Yeah, so training camp starts next Wednesday. It'll run through October 4th. And it's your usual training camp where you start with a whole lot of players, and by the end of it, you're down to about a roster of 23 guys. So lots of work to be done, lots of guys that are going to be pushing. A couple names to keep an eye on out of, kind of the young prospects and rookies, I would say Dmitry Simashev, Daniil Boot, Maverick Lamoureux, TJ Ginla, and potentially Cole Baudouin. Now, a lot of people have been asking me, hey, are any of these young rookies going to make the opening day roster? And I would say probably not, but that doesn't mean that some of them aren't close. Now, in terms of Dmitry Simashev and Daniil Boot, those are 2 guys that I expect to play in the AHL. And then depending on how quickly they're able to kind of progress, how quickly they acclimate to North American style hockey. And then, injuries are always bound to happen, especially in the National Hockey League. So there will be opportunities, but how quickly those 2 are given opportunities is largely going to be up to them. Maverick Lamoureux is a guy that played for this team a year ago when called upon because of injuries to the blue line. I'd say that he's probably up there with Dmitry Simashev and one of the first 2 young prospects that would probably be given a phone call if they needed to rely on that depth. And then in terms of TJ Ginla and Cole Baudouin, I think these guys are close to pushing for roster spots, but based on what I know and just kind of the perspective of where they're at in their game, I think the best thing for those 2 would be to go back to the juniors, excel, fulfill the tasks that they've been asked to by the front office, and specifically for TJ Ginla. I mean, he's a very talented offensive player, but he missed most of last season with dual hip surgery. Now, if he can go back to the juniors this season, put up close to 100 points, which is what he would have been on track for had he played the majority of last year, I think, that would really put him in a spot to push for next season. But, we've got a couple rookie games. We've got one tonight at 6 p.m. And then again tomorrow at 3 p.m. All of these former first-round selections for the Mammoth will be out on the ice playing, showing what they're capable of. And I expect a pretty good show. I mean, they're playing against the Colorado Avalanche prospects and the Vegas Golden Knights prospects, and they don't have anywhere near as many number 1 picks, in their prospect pool. So, these should be some pretty good games, and I would expect that the Mammoths should come out on top for both of them.
How would you grade the Mammoths offseason? Probably
a B+ or an A-. What I was told as they were going into the off season was they needed to get bigger, they needed to add scoring and add depth. And I would say that for the most part, they were able to fulfill all three of those things. Specifically in scoring, they went out and they traded for a guy in J.J. Peterka who had 68 points a season ago. He's only 23 years old, and he fits the timeline, and he is a very dangerous offensive player who can both score and facilitate. So you got your scoring. You got your depth, especially on the blue line, which, as I was talking about earlier, they had to rely on a lot of AHL players. They had to rely on some young guys. They had to go and trade for Oli Mata. They tried, their hand in picking up, some free agents, and a couple of those guys didn't work. Then they landed on Nick DeSimone, and so they really bolstered their blue line this season. I think they've got about 10 or 11 NHL level skaters who could make the roster, but they've only got about 6 or 7 spots. So, there was your depth. In terms of size, they didn't necessarily get bigger right away, but as I looked out at training camp this last week, there's just a bunch of trees out on the ice in that prospect pool. The average size amongst their top 6 forwards right now is about 6 feet tall. You look out at training camp, and most of those top prospects, the average size is about 6'4", 6'5". So, right away, they were able to, address their scoring and their depth needs. In terms of size, it's coming, it's on the way, and we should likely see a couple of those bigger players this season if, they're able to live up to the expectations. And guys like Boot and Simashev, those two are both 6'5", and then Maverick Lamer is 6'6". So size is on the way, and I'd say that's why I'm more in the B+ range for grading the Mammoths.
Any concern about Cooley not signing a contract this summer?
No. I don't know if it's going to get done necessarily soon. I don't expect it to be a Dylan Guenther situation where, here in the next week or two, they announce that Cooley's signing a contract. But looking ahead to the future, Cooley's not going anywhere. What I've been told is that he will be a Mammoth, and he'll be a Mammoth for an extended period of time. It doesn't matter how that has to get done. They will get it done. But, with the increase in cap, players are becoming a little bit more weary to sign those 7-8 year extensions. We saw that with the Minnesota Wild this last week, where they offered, one of their players what would have been the biggest contract in NHL history. He turned it down. And I don't know if that necessarily has to do with the fact that it was 8 years or not, but, kind of what is being said and what's being talked about is that players are afraid that, they're going to commit super long term and leave money on the table, right? If the cap continues to go up and a guy like Cooley signs for 7-8 years, he could leave us a substantial amount of money on the table. So it's going to get done, but I don't know that it's going to be necessarily soon. I wouldn't be shocked if maybe it's towards the end of this next season before we see pen on paper.
Cole, thanks for jumping on. We appreciate you and being willing to do it. Thanks, man.
Enjoy camp.
Hey, thanks, guys.
There you go. That's Cole Bagley covering the, almost said Utah Hockey Club, the Utah Mammoths for KSLSports.com. It seems to me like there's less angst over this contract stuff because the really owners have all of the power. It's different than the NBA. I feel like there isn't as much heartburn over, are they going to sign? Is it going to happen? Is this not going to happen? And it really is more like when than if, and final details and those sorts of things, other than like the extreme situation of the Gordon Hayward thing,
right,
where they didn't get it done, and then they didn't get it done right, and then he was plotting his exit for 3 years.
Because when you sign a deal, you sign for 8 years.
The ownership has much more control in this sport. And so it's a little bit different. I think there's a little less of that as we get to know the NHL. I think there's a little less of that.
And Logan Cooley's still headed towards restricted free agency. And as Cole had touched on, it's just that they've got this new CBA kicking in where this money is coming in. It's going to make sense for him to wait financially a year to sign, most likely, barring a bad season or injury. So.
All right, we wrap up the week. Coming up next, it's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hans and Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Get ready to ride at the Edge Power Sports this Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th from 9:30 to 4 p.m. It's your chance to hit the road at the Suzuki Demo Event. Suzuki is here with their full lineup of street bikes, and you can take one for a spin. Don't miss the action at the Edge Power Sports in Draper. Details online at gettotheedge.com. The Edge Power Sports, where adventure begins and the thrill never ends. Some restrictions apply. Rider must be 21 and older with a motorcycle endorsement.
Sophia's here to see a pig. Jerry's here to buy some. And Carl's here for the mutton busting. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2,
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham on fixing issues with the team's pass coverage.
That's really the key, is disciplined eyes, particularly in man coverage, because we're a heavy man coverage team. And as soon as you start getting nosy and looking in the backfield, you're going to lose your guy and get separation. And that was the case on just about every route that we turned loose, is because of bad eyes.
Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies kick off conference play as they welcome Air Force to Logan. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, wrapping up a busy week. We haven't had any Bozo of the Week nominees this week, Ben, but I have maybe a nominee on the way out the door. I don't know if this is fully deserving of the award. Maybe you guys can tell me. But I think a nominee should be Angel Reese.
Okay.
So Angel Reese, like a week ago, well, she's missed 7 games, basically. Or no, let's see. She hasn't missed that many. She, a little over a week ago, she basically made public comments that her teammates suck.
Yeah.
that the team needs to get better players. And they suspended her for a half. Well, she hasn't played since. And they've been citing like mysterious injuries or whatever, a back injury. And she did not play last night in their season finale against the Liberty, and they're not going to the playoffs. So in a sense, that is literally the last game of the season for the Chicago Sky. So she basically refused to play for the rest of the year. And at the game yesterday, Ben, she moved somebody in a Free Angel t-shirt down to courtside seats.
Oh, okay.
So somebody wearing a Angel Reese protest shirt got moved down courtside at Angel's request. I find all of this true bozo behavior. I think this is Garfunkel calling out the backup band. Like, what right does she have? Honestly, this is her second year in the league.
Yeah.
She's a good rebounder, but that's about it. I mean, it's not like she's all WNBA. I don't like it when players think that it's all about them and throw their weight around like this anyway, but especially a second-year player who's mainly famous for being the foible to Caitlin Clark. It's not because she's a great player. She's playing in the WNBA. I'm not saying she's not a good basketball player, but like, she's got her own shoe deal. She's famous because Caitlin Clark did the face thing.
Right.
And then this relationship grew, and all of a sudden she's sitting out games and calling out her teammates for not being very good. Screw that. That's ridiculous. It'd be ridiculous if Caitlin Clark did it, let alone if Angel Reese does it.
I'll be curious about her offseason.
That's silly.
Not that I'm pretending I cover Angel Reese or watch her terribly closely. But yes, the Chicago Sky were horrible this year. 10 wins, they played 43-ish games or whatever. So they had a bad season. She put up good numbers. I think she was an all-star again, but her numbers are pretty inflated. She gets a lot of rebounds off of her own misses, me bounds, as they like to say. So it's not like she's impacting winning all that much. But yes, she said, I want good players. I want great players. I want to play with the best. Which I guess by itself is not a bad opinion to say I want to play with the best players. But yes, to throw your teammates under the bus. And apparently the Chicago Sky GM is a moron and doesn't run the team very well specifically. But yeah, impact winning. Like, you're the best player on the team. It's something I've really always credited Lowry with. Lowry has been asked a lot about tanking. He says, look, if I don't want this team to tank, I should play better. It's like, yeah, that's probably true, Lowry. You are a common theme on a team that's never been to the playoffs. You are, and that not just in Utah, but also in Cleveland and Chicago. So Angel could probably pick up a little bit of that. I'll be curious if they get sick of her and trade her.
I hate that justification, though. Well, she is kind of right. Well, you're telling me that a 10-win team needs more, better players. Well, that's very insightful. That's not a justification for saying that. That's not a justification for throwing
Where's that line? Where's that line?
For throwing your teammates under the bus like that?
If your team stinks and the teammates stink,
it's not your job.
You don't get the ability to call it out?
Is that her job? Is that her job to say that? If the general manager said that, that would be one thing. That's not her job. I'll tell you, Britton Johnson had a situation like it with Tracy McGrady, who threw his teammates under the bus at the end of one season. And I'll tell you what, it led to a fist fight in the locker room at the beginning of the other. Because it's not his job. Sure. His job is to be on the team. His job is not to criticize the team. His job is not to manage the team. His job is not to... I don't know. His job is to show up and play. That's it. Angel Reese, your job is to show up and play. And honestly, if you were that good, your team would have won more than 10 games. So spare me the look around and go, everybody else sucks. This is everybody else's problem, not mine. That's one of the things I don't like about LeBron James.
Yeah.
Anytime he's come up short, who gets thrown under the bus? Everybody else on his team. And you know what? Angel Reese has a fraction of the credibility of LeBron James.
Of course, yeah. So I'll be curious.
A fraction.
I'll be curious if she's still on the roster next year. She might not be. It might be somebody that you trade now before she spoils all of her value. Because she's still a good player. Again, she's a player that I think is only going to her third season next year. Put up good numbers for each of her first 2 seasons. She set some WNBA records, I think, for rebounding through her first 2 years. But yeah, maybe you move her now and get off of her and you say, great, another first-round pick or whatever you can get for her.
Art Garfunkel was just another guy with a pretty voice who happened to meet Paul Simon, genius music writer.
Garfunkel's he's a good singer.
How'd he do on his own?
Not as, well, he's a good actor. He did some movies.
Yeah, he had to switch professions. That's how it went. Angel Reese, average basketball player that just happened to play against Caitlin Clark.
I think she's a little better than average, but sure, I hear what you're saying.
I don't. She's a rebounder on a 10-win team. Since when did we start saying, whoa,
Boardman
those players,
paid. We've always said that.
Those players are amazing.
Boardman gets paid.
People have heard her name and have heard exactly
she
zero.
She was the best player on a national championship team.
Exactly zero other NBA
players, WNBA best player
players
on a national championship
team. So they
team.
just assume, oh, this person must be good. I've heard her name. She must be awesome. Yeah, she's famous for throwing the ball against the rim, calling it a shot, and then rebounding it. That's her greatest skill. In fact, you just gave it a name.
Me-bounds. Yeah. She got better this year.
Ben did not come up.
I did not come with me-bounds. Yeah, that's been a
but
thing for a while.
My point is,
in fact, she trademarked that.
It is a thing. Yeah, it is a thing. You stink so bad it actually makes your stats better. How about that?
She does put up a lot of numbers. 15 points, 12.5 rebounds, 4 assists this year. She finished top 15 in MVP last year. Obviously, they were not as good this year, but her numbers got significantly better.
Again, name
Specifically,
recognition.
Her shooting got a lot better.
10 wins.
Yeah, no, it's not a good basketball team. But again, maybe she's right. Maybe her teammates are terrible.
That doesn't make it okay for her to say it. That was entirely my point.
I think that's totally fair.
If you ever publicly said, wow, we didn't get the ratings book that we wanted because Jake and Christian are just huge bozos, I'm going to be penned about it because that's not your position to say that, even if it were true.
Yeah, it's everybody else's job to say that.
I love people that say horrible, mean things, and they'd be like, but it's true, but it's true. Hey, that haircut makes you look stupid. Oh, that hurts my feelings. Well, it's true. Hate that. Angel Reese can throw all of her coworkers right under the bus to the freaking national media, and they go, well, it's true.
You're right. She does need to be a leader. You know, that is part of the thing. She needs to be a leader. And you know what? To make the comparison, last year, the Indiana Fever were not a very good roster, and the team was not very good. And after Caitlin Clark got hurt, I think they still made the playoffs this year. They got better, and she wasn't throwing her teammates under the bus. So, look, Angel Reese can take a page out of the great leaders in all of sports.
Look, there's old Salazar in the other room right now, getting ready to produce the next show.
Throw us under the bus.
You know, you could let the station have a little fun, Salazar. You know, you don't have to rule everything with an iron fist.
I can't even see him.
If you weren't listening at the beginning of the show, you don't get that joke. Other than that, that is my new name for Lloyd, Salazar.
Portuguese dictator?
Famous Portuguese dictator.
Okay.
I was going to push the the podcast, if you missed it, go
Missed
back
it.
and find it.
Yeah, go check it.
Just got spoiled.
Check it out at the beginning. Old Salazar in there. Going to be running the next show. Stay tuned. More next.
Have fun in Tennessee.
We'll talk to you
Stay safe out there. Stay
Monday.
safe.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Don't miss out on Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Camps are for ages 4 to 17 and include various skill level options. Let's go! Whether you're a beginner trying to learn the basics or a seasoned player wanting to fine-tune your skills, there's a camp for you. Learn from Utah Jazz Camp coaching staff and Jazz personalities at select camps in multiple locations, year-round on weekdays or weekends. Sign up and receive a reversible jersey, Jazz ticket vouchers, and a membership to Utah Jazz Shoot 360. Go to jazzyouth.com and register today.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
And Bill Bender's one of those guys, college football writer for Sporting News.
Well, 2 things. One, I put Devin Dampierre on my Heisman, long shot, and that felt really good watching him do what he did, because it's possible. And the reason it's possible to me is you look at quarterbacks that have won the Heisman in the last 15 years, and I think 5 of them had 1,000 rushing yards. Guys like Cam and Kyler and Lamar, Johnny Manziel and Jaden Daniels, all 1,000-yard rushers. And Dampierre is able to do that. If have those kind of numbers, lead a Big 12 run, he'll have a chance. I will have Utah ranked in the top 25. That's how impressed I was. But I did stay up late and watch it because I wanted to watch Devin and see what that looked like. Also impressed with Utah's defense, no doubt. Looked really good on that side of the ball.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our guy Hans out today. He'll be back with us coming up on Monday as we recap. Go Utes, indeed. That's Hans. He's on his way to Laramie right now. No, I'm kidding. He's not going to Laramie. He loved it so much.
That. How do you know? You don't know, do you?
Well, that's true. Well, I mean, he did share a little bit of his travel plans. Those did not include Laramie, but would he be admitting to going to Laramie? Probably not.
Not a lot of people do. Though, by the way, JJ and Alex had a beat writer, a guy actually we've had on, Ryan Thorburn. You know what he called? You know what he called Laramie?
Oh,
He's
what?
all excited to have the Utes out at Laramie.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
Laramie. I was like,
yeah.
I had not heard that before, but that's funny. Made me laugh. Made me chuckle.
It is funny because it's very much not true. Laramie's fine. Like, there's some cities out there that get a bad rap, and they don't deserve it. Like Fresno, I actually really like Fresno. I know it's really easy and fun to make fun of Fresno. I enjoy it. There's a lot. If you can, there's 2 or 3 really good food places in Fresno that I really like, and overall, anything you need in that city is there. So I never hate on Fresno. Albuquerque is fine. I mean, Lloyd says there's good food there, but you have to drive 80 miles to get there. So outside of Laramie, apparently, to get to it. So.
Okay, that's false.
Or
it's
outside
not that
of Albuquerque,
far away.
sorry.
You just have to put just a little bit of effort, which you refuse to do, because apparently you don't like good food.
Well, I do. I enjoy great food. The only problem is I'm not willing to, drop $40-$50.
It's not
one
that
way
bad.
for for event or for Uber. I'm not up for it. But who knows? I guess I'm wrong on that. I will go out of my way this year when I'm in Albuquerque to find the quality food that you talk about.
You will not.
I probably won't.
Because you've been doing this for long enough, going to Albuquerque long enough. I would have thought you would already have done it. You haven't. So I don't think you're going to do it. That's fine. That's okay. You're missing out. That's more of a you problem.
It's my loss.
It is your loss.
I'll fully agree with that. But I've had some really good teppanyaki in Albuquerque. I mean, that was good. Okay. All right. I can hear your disapproval in your silence, Lloyd. One time I had teppanyaki. It was in the same parking lot as my hotel. It was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. It was really easy to get to. So, that's what happened there. So don't get all uppity about me going and getting teppanyaki in the middle of Albuquerque.
Fine. Okay. Whatever.
No. All right. We got a busy show. It's a Football Friday, which means the legends, Alema Harrington and Ron McBride, will be with us coming up today at 1 o'clock. Jake just threw on a headset, and if Jake, you're going to hang out, man, I'm going to throw you on the air. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
You weren't ready?
I thought you were talking about me, being a legend. I was like, heck yeah, I'm the legend.
Heck yeah. You're legendary because you can make magic out of anything.
Yeah, I made me and Lloyd made magic on Sunday. On Lloyd.
Sweet.
Don't say that.
Sweet magic.
Raider victory magic.
Jeez, Jake.
Come on, Lloyd. Don't be afraid to tell everybody.
Yeah, Lloyd.
Yes, we did have some magic on Sunday, Jake, didn't we?
Enjoy that magic.
Goodness gracious.
Oh,
what are you
man,
wearing
I
on your
love
feet
you.
right now, Scotty? He's got like these Bronco shoes on right now.
Those are good-looking shoes. What are you talking about? They're orange and black. They're like Murray High School.
That is Murray High School.
Yeah. Well,
speaking of football Friday.
That was actually my high school colors up in Idaho. It just happened to coincide with Murray. But, yeah.
I like to think of it as Halloween.
Yeah, it's Halloween. It's almost that time. Hey, here's the thing. There are so many great opportunities for you to get a vehicle down here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And I am going to say that I am now a proud new owner of a CX-50. I've been in the 5 for almost 2 years. Absolutely love that 5. Probably, up until this point, the favorite car I've ever driven was that 5. It has now been surpassed by the 50. That 50
so you're
is
in
incredible.
You're in a Turbo Premium Plus 50.
I am.
And it's my favorite car as well.
Yeah.
That's my favorite car. Remember when I told you, I was like, go ahead and drive this one. Well, am I going to like it? Oh, it's my favorite car. He texts me 4 hours later, oh, boy, I love this car.
Yeah, I'm like, let's do it. So I'm going to go through, like, my buying experience. Here's the thing. Like it was the end of the month, and Jake's like, hey, if we're going to do it, let's do it now. And I said, all right, let's go. And all the paperwork was done over the weekend. I was traveling, and we were going back and forth, and you guys had it hammered out, all taken care of. I showed up on Monday and last week and drove it away. It was as smooth as silk. It was the easiest process in the planet. You guys can make and customize the package towards any way you need. If you're out of town, if you're not even in the city, You can make it work.
Absolutely, yeah.
There's so many things you can do to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, as a matter of fact, I even think we got online and signed you up online.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can do all that stuff. We could do everything online. We could do it via the telephone to start talking about stuff and hammer out the details, and we could work everything up here. You don't need to be here to get it done. But I do recommend coming down and driving one of these things, because if you haven't driven one, you got to come drive it to see what we're talking about, because Mazda is the fastest growing manufacturer in the country for a reason, because it's putting out quality product. As a matter of fact, one of my buddies just got he bought his daughter a CX-30, and she got in a car accident and totaled the car out last week. At the end of last week. And so he called me yesterday. He's like, hey, I got to get another car. And I'm like, oh, is she okay? He said the police officer said that this car is so safe, because if this would have been a lot of any other car, she would have had a lot of personal injury to herself.
Wow.
And he's like, I recommend you go back and buy the same car. So he's going to be coming in to get a new CX-50 or CX-30 today. So we got things for everybody. Whether it's they're very safe, they're reliable, they're amazing. I mean, come drive these things. They got so much pep when you're getting onto the freeway, especially with that turbo. You want to get somewhere real quick, get a turbo.
Oh yeah,
the thing moves. It's smooth. The technology is all there, but not only that, we got 0% on these 50s.
They're still got the 0%.
No, so they're 1.9, but I'm buying it down to 0.
Oh, okay.
So
that's only here. You'll only get that here.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so they're Mazda's advertising 1.9%. I'm buying them down to 0% so that we can continue moving these cars and putting them in people's driveways at an affordable payment and paying 0 interest. And here's the thing is, if you're a current Mazda owner, they have Mazda loyalty for you as well. So you'll get another $1,000 in loyalty on top of getting the 0%. If you come down here today, I'm even willing to give you another $1,000 off of that. You know what I mean? So come down, come see us. Even if you schedule an appointment today for tomorrow, I'll honor the extra $1,000 off for this weekend. If you have a trade-in, I will step up and give you better than fair market value on your trade. Listen, I got to move these cars. I want to move these cars. We have goals to hit, and we have lots of inventory we need to get rid of. We have 26s that will be coming down the line soon on the 50s. We got 26s coming in on the 30s and the 3s right now. So we got to get rid of what we have on the lot as far as 25s. What that means for you is good deals.
So I want a lot. There's a lot of people driving around that are thinking, okay, that sounds great, and if I was in a better situation, I would take advantage of that in a second. Maybe I got credit issues, or maybe upside down, or I'm 1 year into a lease into a vehicle that I hate. Like, I'm stuck. And Jake's answer to that is, you're never stuck. If Jake's taking care of it, you're never stuck.
Yeah, I promise you. Because here's the thing is, I have lots of connections. I have lots of favors to ask of, like Mazda, when we're calling on to try to get a deal done. I can ask for extra favors to get you guys done if it's a credit situation, if you have negative equity. You know what I mean? These cars actually have great value to be able to absorb your negative equity. I can step up on your trade. I can discount the car. We can move numbers around to make it work for you. And I know a lot of people say that, but that's what I specialize in, and that's what I try to do, because, the only way that we're going to continue to grow this store is to continue to grow the customer clientele. And the way we do that is by doing great deals and rolling out the red carpet, make sure they have a great experience, and they buy a great car.
And this staff is second to none. Like, we give Jake all kinds of grief, Raiders fan,
Oh boy, here we go.
All kinds of but here's, but here's the thing: you come on down here, you're part of the fraternity. These guys have a good time. They understand that not everybody really wants to go and buy a car. They dread the process. Well, guess what? You're going to make it as easy and enjoyable as possible.
We want to have fun while you're here. We want to be laughing, smiling, and having a good time. And I know that's hard to say when you're buying a car, but that's what we try to do.
It's all right here at Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. Jake and the crew, I am telling you, I am now on my second Mazda. I started with the 5. I'm now in the 50. It is an incredible vehicle, and I love it. And I will follow Jake to the ends of the earth. But when Jake said try a Mazda, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Right. And I hopped in it, and I've been on board ever since. My wife drives a 90, saving a ton of money with the PHEV. It's just a fantastic vehicle.
Absolutely. Just give it an opportunity, we'll show you how good it can be.
It's all right here, Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. You're the man, dude.
Thanks,
Hey,
brother.
by the way, Ashton Genty, you feel good about him?
I still feel fine, man. Look, he's a rook. Give him a sec.
Oh, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
Hey, Gino was spinning it, though.
He was spinning the heck out of it. That was a career day, wasn't it, Lloyd?
Yeah, it was. It was a career day for him.
A lot of magic there with Gino.
See, me and Lloyd made the magic with Gino.
We did. We were texting back and forth during that game. So.
Yes, we were.
I told Lloyd, I sent him a picture of the Lombardi Trophy. I'm like,
easy,
bro,
easy,
that's
easy.
It's like, it's go time, man.
Why do they always got to jump to conclusions,
Hey,
Lloyd?
baby steps. You just got to get back to the playoffs.
Listen, I want to win more than 4. I just want to win more than 4 this 5, okay? Let's get to 8. Let's win
7
8
to 9 games. 7 to 9 wins.
I'm in on that.
Lloyd, if you don't win 7 games, massive disappointment. Blow it out.
You know what? I would actually agree with that.
This team,
if they don't get to 7 games, that will be a disappointment.
This team should roll out of bed and win 7 or 8 games.
Listen. The thing I really like though is the AFC West. Is it's not such a blowout like it was before. Where Kansas City's just running away from it. These other teams are getting real close. I mean, the Chargers are ridiculously good.
That's the one thing we can all agree on. The Chargers they're getting a little too big for their britches. But
yes.
Hey,
they're good though.
Dial it down a little
bit.
They're good. I know. I don't like those guys.
We play on Monday night, I know.
Yeah. Hey, you're the man. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
We'll talk to Jake throughout the day. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. You hear all the great deals. Those are available for you. It doesn't matter what situation you're dealing with. They're going to get you squared away. All right, let's kick it off. Starting the lineup right now, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm ready to fast forward to Monday. I don't know about you. Now, look, to me, the best game in the state, and it's not just because I'm calling it, but Utah State Air Force, I think, is going to be a fantastic game because Utah State, we don't know a lot about them as of yet. They beat UTEP. They lost to Texas A&M. So that both those games went the way we thought they would, with a win and then a loss. And I think Air Force comes in as a team that had a rough season last year. They're really inexperienced, but they're Air Force. That scheme is always going to give people fits. So there's always going to be issues there. That will be the litmus test for Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies. Utah State wins that game, I think you can start looking at a potential bowl season for Utah State. They lose that game, they're behind the 8 ball, and they're going to be playing catch-up the rest of the way. That's how critical this is for Utah State. It is a Game 3. I know it's early in the year. After that, the season will only be a quarter of the way through, but that feels like kind of a make-or-break game for Utah State and their success. I don't think I'm overreaching on that one. So that, to me, is your highlighted game of the weekend. BYU off. We won't hear from them until next week when they hit the road to East Carolina. And then you've got University of Utah in Laramie, where they will take on the Wyoming Cowboys, and a game that the spread is 23.5. And I would, again, entertainment purposes only, but 20. I think Utah covers that pretty easily if they want to. Hans brought up a pretty good argument yesterday that, hey, let's be honest here, Utah could pull everything back and start laying traps for Texas Tech the following week in an absolutely massive battle for Utah coming up next week against Texas Tech, and they may sacrifice that 23.5 just to make sure they're in a good spot for Texas Tech the following week. That all could very well be the case. That might very well happen. I still think Utah, again, rolls out of bed and wins that game fairly easily. So I'm not too overly certainly not concerned about Utah losing that game, and the only concern is whether they cover the 23.5. So outside of Utah State and Air Force, it's a bit of a lackluster weekend for local college football. The reason why I want to fast forward to next week is because, oh boy, giddy up. That's when it gets super interesting because you've got Utah, Texas Tech. So much like what I said about the Utah State Air Force game, next week for Utah State, that is their barometer. That is their litmus test to see where Utah is against the Texas Tech team. Utah wins that game, boom, they're out and starting the season 4-0, and it's off to the races for the Utes. They lose that game to Texas Tech, and we're like, okay, all right, they still have some Big 12 struggles. They still have some Big 12 issues. It's going to be a minute to figure out who they are and if they're really on the right path. So there's some elements there that need to be addressed for the University of Utah, but if they win that game, they are 4-0, and off we go. For BYU, Now, East Carolina's a really funky team. That's not a team that really moves the meter. I mean, frankly, outside of Jeff Blake, can you really think of anything good coming out of East Carolina? How's that from a poll from the past, Lloyd? There's really not a lot that East Carolina is known for in terms of football, but it is a rabid fan base. It is a difficult place to get to. It will be packed. It will be loud. It'll be rowdy. That I've been on that campus before. Let's just say that might be the Arizona State of the Eastern Seaboard. Those kids know how to have a good time. So there's going to be a lot of liquid courage in that game. There's going to be a lot of energy in that stadium because BYU is going to come into that game undefeated, but it's still a freshman quarterback, and East Carolina is going to be licking their chops a little bit. Should BYU win? Sure, absolutely. Should they win by a lot? Yeah, I think so. Probably 2 touchdowns. Is there a chance BYU loses that game? For sure. There's no chance Utah loses to Wyoming tomorrow. There is a chance BYU could lose that game to East Carolina. I wouldn't pick it. I wouldn't take that game by any stretch for East Carolina, but you could come up with a scenario in which the Cougars could lose that game. That's why this week is so important to get right for that game, because after that, then the Big 12 begins, and we're off to the races there. So, again, it feels kind of like the calm before the storm for in-state college football with Utah and BYU, but make no mistake, it's still a very important week. Utah needs to come out of that game uninjured, ready to go, and BYU needs to make sure that they're not reading their press clippings, that they're dialed in, that they use their off week wisely and get ready for a massive battle against East Carolina.
And
Can't
if
wait.
Utah has any, if they're, have some guys that are banged up, whether it's Logan Fano or what,
don't play them.
Don't play them.
Don't.
You get ready because you have upcoming games against Texas Tech and Arizona State. Be ready for the storm that's about to come.
Yeah. Do not play them. If you don't have to play them, do not play them. There's no doubt. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're going to hear from Kalani Sitake coming up next. He was on with DJ and PK. And then K-Bank will join us coming up at 12:50. We'll get some weather reports from him. And then we'll kick off another edition of Football Friday with the legends of Lemma Harrington and Ron McBride right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kalani Sitake, with his team having a bye week, still impressed with the level of physicality his team has brought to the table.
We've never had a problem with not being physical, so I think having a tough brand of football matters. It's just good when people want to line up and play some smash mouth football. It's nice that we can respond the right way. I think a lot of times the game has gone where a lot of people don't think it's really physical. It's gone more trying to spread the field and do things like that. And that's always been something that we're proud of with our team. Glad that our staff was able to get that out of the players.
It's your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state is available for you at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. They've got the ribs, the pulled pork, the brisket, smoked turkey, you name it. They've got it at Kenny J's Barbecue.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 12:30. We're about 30 minutes away from the legends, Lemma Harrington and Ron McBride, hanging out with us here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. I love this place. I am telling you, I love the Mazda brand. I am personally indebted to Jake and his staff because they have found a way to get me into some beautiful vehicles throughout the years. And I just wrapped up a purchase of a 50 last week. So I'm driving a Mazda 50. Absolutely love it. And you can get into one of these vehicles as well. It's all available for you here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Kalani Sitake was on with DJ and PK, getting ready for their first road game coming up next week with Bear Blockmeyer hitting the road for the first time as a true freshman.
Yeah, I think the extra time will be good for us. Just getting a jump start on East Carolina, and then I think he's gonna be fine. I'm not really worried about. I mean, he's calm under pressure, so I think it'd be unique and different. But in some ways, it might be a little bit of relief. We've had 2 sellout crowds that have been really, really loud, and that could get you a little nervous. This one, we'll probably have support there still, but I think having that extra time and understanding and knowing your opponent will be helpful for it.
Listening to A-Rod talk, he's basically saying the other night there, you go into halftime, you got the game under control. You only scored 14 points. That was kind of weird. But you knew with your great defense, not good, but great, and let's face it, Stanford's offense wasn't very good, that it got to the point where, okay, you need to be safe because the objective always is to win the game, right? And so that's exactly what happened. But they also know, and you guys also know, that there's going to come a time where the offense is going to need to go down the field and get in field position to kick a field goal of a game winner maybe, or a touchdown. So right now, in Bachmeier's stage of development, how do you balance trying to win the game but also not just dummy down everything for him so he gains that experience? Because when you get into conference play, everybody knows there's going to be some nail biters. It's just the way it is, and he's got to be ready for that. So I'm wondering how you balance all that.
Well, I think he's actually really mature and understands the entire game. We talk about complementary football between all 3 phases, and so understanding that his making good decisions. I've been really happy with all the decisions that he's making, and maybe it's conservative at times, but I think the best prep for him is going against our defense as much as possible. So we're going to have opportunities to go against. So far that defense is the best thing for him to prep him for those moments that you mentioned, and we'll get some opportunities to do that today and tomorrow and on Thursday. And I think because it's the best look is going against the ones, and that'll get him ready more than anything. But you're right. When we get to that point, when we have those opportunities, he's going to have to step up and do it. And I think he'll be ready. You can see it all in the works. And I think what we need to do as a team is make sure that we can help him out, and everybody does their part. A lot of pressure goes on the quarterback, but we can relieve him of all the stress when we can lean on a talented and veteran O-line and also tight end group and also receiver group and also running back group. So I think everybody just does their 1/11th, and we should be fine, including the quarterback.
You mentioned the receiver group. JoJo posted a photo post-surgery in the hospital on social media. You've had a few injuries there. How deep are you at receiver? How are you looking to adjust as different guys go down pretty early in the season?
Yeah, that was unfortunate what happened to JoJo, but we're hoping to get him back sometime during the season. Obviously, not for this next game, but this is an opportunity for guys like Cody Hagan to step up, and guys like Tiger Bachmeyer and Tay Nakua. Reggie Frischnick is going to have an opportunity too. So that, along with Chase Roberts and Parker Kingston, it's going to be good. And we've seen some really good things from our tight end group too. Carson Ryan starting to catch some balls. And it's all coming together. But when one goes down, and as unfortunate as it is in football, it's a violent sport, and injuries do happen. It gives an opportunity for the next guys, and so I'm hoping. We have depth in all our positions, and you don't want to always rely on it, but it's good to have that depth just in case things like this happen. So hoping to get JoJo back as soon as we can, and but until that happens, I think the other guys are going to have to step up.
This defense has become a defensive juggernaut. You got studs all over the place, and you look back to before Jay Hill got there. Obviously, that last year before he was there was very difficult. You make the change, you bring in Jay Hill, and here you are in his third year, and it looks like, wow, this defense can compete with just about anybody's defense that BYU has thrown out there in the past. I'm wondering, how did it get to this point to be this good? Obviously, Jay Hill deserves a lot of credit, but it's got to be more than that, too. I mean, the coach can only get so much credit here.
Yeah, Jay, first of all, Jay's been outstanding, and you guys know that he and I we've been great friends and been together for a lot of our career, especially in our younger years. And to have him back here has been a huge asset for me, because not only is he a great defensive mind, but he also has a background in special teams. He also has a background of being a head coach with being at Weaver for so long. So to have him is a huge resource for me to lean on. And then you combine that with the guys that are in that defensive staff, and you look at guys like General Guilford that's been around, working with our corners and our pass game. And then you have that with Sione Poha that's handling the D-line, with Kelly Popinga on the outside edge at the ends. And then you have Justin Etta doing the linebackers. That's a really good, solid group. And you combine that with our analysts that are involved with Chad Kalha'a and Gary Anderson. There's a lot of great things that are happening there. And it's all stuff that I'm very familiar with and that I do know and I know I can trust. And so, I can do a lot of other things, focus on a lot of other things with special teams and offense. And it's going really, really well. And I'm happy with how they're going, how they're playing, and how they're performing. But if you ask Jay, he's going to tell you there's a lot more room for improvement. So we're going to work on that and take advantage of this week, this extra time that we have, to get our guys even better than what we've seen. And that's in all three phases. But I'm really pleased with what's happening on the defensive side.
The Big 12 has a lot of quarterbacks who look really good. Ton of hype for them in the preseason. Some of these guys already putting up huge stats, winning big games. And East Carolina might be good preparation for that. Looking at their stats, they don't have anybody averaging 10 carries a game. They don't have anybody averaging 30 yards a game on the ground. But their quarterback looks like he's going to throw it 40 times for 300 yards week in and week out. So the emphasis this week, I assume, with the bye week to get ready for a game 2 weeks away, the emphasis really changes here. Are they really what they appear to statistically through two games? They're just flinging it all over the place.
Yeah, and if you even go back to last year when the quarterback took over, they actually went on a win streak, and then they beat NC State in the bowl game last year. So, and then this year they took NC State to the very end in game one. So they're a really talented team, well coached, and we have to go there to play. And so I think it's a different. We went there back in 2017. This is a different visit. I think our budget's a little bit better, so we'll be able to travel differently than we did back then. So we're taking advantage of all the things that we have available to us. But yeah, we definitely have a lot of respect for them and know that this is going to be. Knowing how difficult this season is going to be and this conference is going to be, this has definitely got all our attention. I think the bye is perfect for us in terms of getting our team ready for that move to go on the road and then get into Big 12 play. So this would be a great test for us.
For years, even back to when you were playing, it seemed like the recipe for defensive backs was junior college kids. And now you don't go that route nearly or hardly at all. You go to the point of bringing in these kids as freshmen and then training them up and be in the system for a year or two and then get out on the field and do well. How has that changed in recruiting? Because it seems like the net for BYU's recruiting is a lot wider, particularly at the defensive backfield, but maybe across the field, across all the positions on the team, has been wider than it has been in the past.
I think the biggest key for us is having Gennaro Guilford as our corners coach and our pass game coordinator. Looking at the players that he's a former player, played here. So he understands the culture. He understands what it was like when we were teammates back when Lavelle was our coach. And so he knows exactly what I'm trying to establish. He's been here the entire time that I've been here. And then, getting the right amount of corners that you can develop here. And then we sprinkled them with a couple transfers that we brought in. But you're right. I think the key is having them in our system, develop them, allow them to learn the defense. You see the difference that it's made for a lot of these players that have been in the system now for the third year under Jay's system, and they're starting to understand a lot more. But having the continuity and the stability that having of Gennaro Guilford has been huge for our program. I think it's one of those things that a lot of people don't talk about enough, but it's something that I definitely, for me, I see the huge benefit for us. And that you combine that with Jay Hill, who actually coaches the safeties, and you look at the talent that's there, and he's establishing the same type of culture there. And that even extends to the front. But, we've always been able to have a front seven and be able to establish that. That combined now with what we're doing in the defensive backfield has been really special. And I think Coach Guilford has the biggest part of in making that happen. And I'm really thankful that I get to have him with me for 10 years now.
Do you feel like you've really adjusted to the transfer portal? I mean, it's still relatively new, but it seems like you're doing pretty well in that. And it seems like the guys who come in as transfers have a different mindset than when you're recruiting high school kids, and maybe that plays in your favor a little bit too.
Yeah, I think when we first went into the Big 12, we wanted some depth and needed some depth, so we probably went heavy in the portal that year than any other year. And then since then, we've kind of been we've tapering off a little bit and trying to get guys that fit the system rather than back then we were trying to get talent. And we got a lot of young guys in the portal. Right now we're trying to find the pieces that actually fit us more than anything on the field and off the field. We did a little bit of that back, when we first went to the Big 12, but I feel good, and I feel like we're in a really good rhythm right now with the amount of players that we're signing out of high school that are going on missions and those that are coming straight here, and then sprinkling them in with some of the needed transfer portal guys that actually fit the system and the program. And it's really more, do they fit culturally, and can they be a leader for us in the system? And I think that's been probably a good method for us and a good process for us to keep following.
Your staff has been together now for a while, and I think that's got to help you, kind of like back in the days of Lavelle Edwards. The staff didn't have a whole lot of changeover. I know when Bronco took the job in Virginia, that a lot of the staff went, and guys told me they were getting their salaries doubled to go back there. I'm wondering how competitive the salaries are now that helps you, not just exclusively, but helps you allow to retain the staff.
Yeah, it definitely helps. And when you start doing good things as a program, you're always going to have people trying to take your best part of your program, and that's your players and staff. So retention is key, and I have to do a great job as a head coach of allowing them to realize that we can do a lot of what everybody else is offering them, and probably maybe focus on the things that compensate them more than even just a salary. I have to do my job as a leader to empower them, to give them an opportunity to thrive and to grow, even in their own roles. And then as they do, I need to just allow them to fly with it. And you look at it, it's like when Jay first got here, it took some time to establish the culture for the defense, even though there's a team culture. It took some time for establish it for him as the leader and for everybody else to be in place, and it's starting to really take shape. And we're going in his third year now, and I think if everybody were to judge us on the first year, there were some growing pains there, and so you don't want to keep doing that over and over and over again. I think the key is for us to keep this foundation, keep the stability, and I need to do my job as a head coach and make sure that my players are happy, but also more importantly that my coaches are happy too.
You've taken on some administrative duties this year, Kalani, and I'm curious how that works out, especially in season. What does that look like for you scheduling? What kind of things do you have to do when you've got not this week, but most weeks you got a game?
Yeah, I think the key, when we first were given when the first opportunity for me to be the senior associate athletic director, I mean, I was like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? And what is it? How does that take me away from football? And the key is football is number one. That's my job is entirely about football. It's probably more on the off season than anything else. And so I've had some time to work in that role. But once we get to football season, I got to focus on football first and worry about everything here. And then in the meantime, there's looking at the scope of things with NIL and with rev share and everything that's involved with the transfer portal windows and all those new rules that are coming in there. that's what I was doing anyways, taking all the outside stuff and then applying to our program. It now just extends a little bit more to the entire athletic department, which, I mean, we follow what football does, and it should be an easy adjustment for the other sports too. But more than anything, I mean, we have amazing administrators that do a great job here, and they can help me out. And knowing that this is football season, but to answer your question, football is what I would love to do. As much as I appreciate the other roles, that's more focused on the off season right now. I'm focused on our team and our program and getting everybody ready for the next game.
How are you handling all that, too? You got a young son at home, I think, and you still got a younger family, a daughter. I've just been informed it's a daughter, but I still think you got younger kids at home still. And it seems like the demands on your time are just outrageous.
Well, I mean, you're like me, PK. We're surrounded by wonderful people. I am surrounded by amazing people at work, and I have amazing people at home. So my wife, Tim, really handles all the really difficult things, and it makes my life a lot easier. And then I have amazing children that have great mentors, and it's a positive part about being at home is that they have a great support system with my siblings being close by, my father and my parents being close by, and their extended family. So. It's been a lot of fun, but I wish I could take credit for it on both sides. But I'm surrounded by amazing people at work, and I'm surrounded by amazing people at home. And man, it's a huge blessing for me.
Yeah, I missed talking to your wife after the interviews in the South Zen Zone at your prior job. That was always a weekly.
All right, there he is, Kalani Sitake, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you want to hear the full conversation, it's available for you at kslsports.com. The great Kevin Eubank will join us coming up next, and then we will kick off Football Friday with Alema Harrington and Ron McBride. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tell you what, there's no better way to enjoy a football weekend than firing up some steaks, some burgers, on the grill, courtesy of Bar W Beef. This is the best beef on the planet, and there's a reason why, because they have got a system in place where, number one, they treat these cattle incredibly well. These cattle only have one bad day in their life. They are treated like gold from birth right up until they enter into the, until they essentially make it onto your plate. So here's the great thing. There's so much science behind Bar W Beef to make sure that the grass to grain ratio is exactly where you want it. If you want a fully grass-fed beef, they can do that as well. I like the cattle finished on grain because it gives them a little bit more fat content, gives you a little bit more flavor. Some people like the other way. They've got all of that available for you at Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com. You get there now. They will ship anywhere inside the state of Utah for free on an order over $150 or more. And this is what I suggest you do. Instead of having it shipped to you, go down to Nephi, check out their store. You can buy the beef on site, and then you sneak over to their new restaurant, Bar Dub, and you can actually try those burgers in person on one of the best new restaurants in the state of Utah, Bar Dub Grill. They've got incredible steaks, they've got incredible burgers, and they've got all the sides to go along with it. I'm telling you, it is absolutely incredible. Bar Dub and barwbeef.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin. The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at utahRVSupershow.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah hits the road to Laramie to take on the Cowboys. Sharif Shah wants his secondary to step up their level of play.
We lost our eyes so many times trying to think that, oh, maybe I can get a feel for what that quarterback is looking at. It makes no difference. Just look at your man, and you say the same thing 1,000 times, and kids think that we're like, oh, coach, I know. You don't. You just don't. And so just having a level of discipline for a more sustained period, that's what we need. Having good eye discipline, because I'm just telling you, the receivers that we're going to play in a few weeks, they'll hurt you if you're not as sticky as you could possibly be.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Come visit Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. The ribs, the brisket, all your barbecue favorites at Kenny J's.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it is time to catch up with the man himself. Hans may be out, which means we might be able to have a really good conversation with Kevin Eubank and not get derailed into talking about all kinds of different things. K-Bank, how you doing?
Oh, man. You know what, Scotty? I'm so good. I was a little worried that I was going to be asked about the state of the drought and the overall Great Salt Lake conditions and maybe the water temperature of Utah Lake. But I'm really grateful that it's just you today.
Chief meteorologist for KSL TV is Kevin Eubank. All right, K-Bank, let's get to the all right, you never know what you're going to get in Laramie. You just never know. Weather-wise, in September, it could be a blizzard, or it could be sunny and 85. What are we seeing and the Utes going to see coming up tomorrow?
Well, and again, I don't think weather's going to be any kind of factor other than there is a chance for rain in Laramie. I think the Utes can take care of business, no problem. But it looks like a chance for some scattered rain and cold. It starts in the 50s and drops into the 40s by the fourth quarter. So it's going to be a cold night and possibly a wet night. So some scattered showers around Laramie right now. It looks like the best chance is going to be between about 6 and 8 p.m., which is first half. So we'll have to wait and see. But like you said, it definitely can be worse in Laramie. I'd rather, I'd take rain over snow, but I'd sure take dry over rain. So that's the conditions. So if any Ute fans are headed up there, make sure you take a poncho for more than one reason.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, for sure, because you never know what's getting hurled from the stands, too. So
that's the other. See, that's the other reason. You got it.
I knew where you were going with that. Yep. All right, so up in Logan coming up tomorrow, it's Utah State Air Force. I'll be up there. It's a late kickoff, about 7:55. So what are the lows looking like tomorrow night in Logan?
It's funny to see how your tone changes from Laramie to Logan and how excited you are regarding being in Logan versus being in Laramie. So I appreciate that. It looks great. It should be awesome. You guys are going to have a fantastic night. So partly cloudy, 60s to start, 50s by the fourth quarter. And again, that's just because of the late start. When you're going off about, almost 8, you're finishing up about 11. So it should be great. A great night for football up in Logan.
Well, we'll wait another week before we ask you what's going on in East Carolina. You'll have some time to prep on that one for next week in BYU. How we looking next week weather-wise? Are we seeing the turn here happen pretty soon?
We're starting to turn in the sense of cooler air moving in. There's a chance for a few scattered showers over the next couple of days, even the high elevations with that little storm going through Laramie. High elevations could get a dusting of snow. And again, it's that time of year when you're in the middle to end of September. That's just kind of what happens. And so nothing crazy, but we're kind of turning the corner and saying goodbye to the 90s and more 70s and 80s as we head through the next couple weeks.
Kevin, you're the best, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us.
You bet. I'll listen to you on the call tomorrow. Good luck, Aggies.
I appreciate it. There he is, Kevin Eubank, Chief Meteorologist, KSL TV. You can catch him on all the newscasts, 5, 6, 6:30, and 10. He is the absolute best. All right, we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. It's time to get you in a new ride, and they're going to get you in a vehicle that you absolutely are going to love, that you can afford to drive, and that you will enjoy to drive. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Come down here now. Coming up next, it's a Football Friday. The Legends here and ready to go on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You just heard Kevin Eubank talk about the 90-degree weathers in the rear-view mirror. It's going to get cooler, and then it's just going to get flat-out cold. And you need the right windows in your house to make sure that you can handle that winter weather and keep that warm air in so that furnace isn't running nonstop, costing you money. Advanced Windows is going to swap out 10 windows or more, and they're going to knock $2,500 off your bill. Plus, they can get it done in 8 weeks or less. They've got incredible financing options. They're going to save you money, and it's a local company, which means local accountability. They'll always be there. They'll have that warranty, that lifetime warranty on those vehicles or on those on those windows, so take advantage of it right now. It starts with a phone call, 801-850-9100. One of their great staff members are going to come out to your house. They'll do all the measurements, and they will give you the bid right there on the spot. They'll give you your financing options right there on the spot. Everything you need to know will be available to you so you can make a decision and get things going. And before you know it, before Thanksgiving, before Christmas, you'll have brand new windows in your home. 801-850-9100. It's Advanced Windows.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open. Now through November 1st, you can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a Football Friday, folks. Let's get it. Alema Harrington, Ron McBride, the legends are here. Hans is not. It's a bye week, which means he's got his debauchery weekend. Let's see. How about now, Alema? Let's see. Which one are you connected on here? You're on this one, so. Oh, I think I know what's up here. How about now?
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Lloyd said that's too much Alema.
All right. And then, Coach, I think you're on 3. There we go.
Lloyd.
Nice. All right, guys. How you doing?
Good. Oh, man. This week has flown by.
Well, I tell you what.
All of a sudden, it's we're on the eve of another game day.
I just had a fantastic trip this morning.
Yeah.
Up to Heber. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We'll get him all squared away there.
And to Rick Lindsay's house.
Yeah.
And he has a golf course on his land.
What?
Whoa.
Yeah. So we're going to do look like a couple of events. And so, I mean, this guy is the smartest guy in the world. I mean, he's an insurance guy, but the guy's brilliant, And Andy Judd set it up, and Joanne was my driver.
Our guy,
poor Joanne.
Andy Judd, man. That's a mover and shaker right there.
I'll tell you what, he doesn't let the world go by. I'll tell you what, he's a good dude. And so we had a great visit. And Joanne, we're on a time limit,
Yeah.
So Joanne kept track of everything. She was excellent driver till we got right here to get off the freeway, and then she almost got hit.
What?
Oh. And I said, Joanne, you got all the way down here, and then you almost got hit by this guy. She said, I didn't see him. My thing didn't work, whatever it tells when the car's beside you.
Yeah.
I said, well, I saw him, and he was big.
Yeah.
But we made it.
You made it.
Well,
and you look fantastic. Doesn't Coach look fantastic?
And Hans and I were talking about coaches, like you're a fine wine, like you're getting better with age.
Well, I've been doing hyperbolic chamber.
Whatever you're doing, keep doing it, Coach.
For sure.
And so they put me in there and they rejuvenate me.
Yeah.
And they always tell me how good I look after I get out.
You do.
Say,
You look fantastic.
Oh, Coach, you look so good. And then Corey's husband, he sees me. He says, you look younger. And I said, what? And I thought he was kidding, Oh, you look younger. And I said, because last time you were here, you looked tired.
Yes.
Yeah, but
so you don't have to share all your secrets, but whatever you're doing, keep doing it, Coach.
Yeah.
Just keep doing it.
Do you have one of those at the house, or you go somewhere for that? Or
yeah, go to their place.
Okay.
It's right on Island Drive.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, those ladies are so nice, and they take good care of me. Coach, okay, when you get in here, we want to push you in here, and then it takes two of them to get me out. So we got Corey and we got her friend. So there's one has one leg and one has the other one.
Yeah.
As they're pulling me out, right? And then we need help. He's stuck. But I'll tell you what.
There's so much advanced technology. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Right? with your kids. And,
and
as you're watching, compared to what we had when we were growing up, it's like, tape that thing up. We'll be okay. Now there's hyperbaric chamber, the IVs.
And then I spent,
I
spent about an hour
Yeah.
with Doug Alisai, the strength coach, yesterday. And we were just talking about all the technology they're using now with the players.
Yeah.
And it was pretty interesting because Doug and I were together at Kentucky, and I was responsible for the weight room, and that's where I got to know Doug. And so he said a lot has changed.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about, how they measure every player, how they measure what their weight and good weight, bad weight, the amount of amount they're putting out in practice, and everything goes back to Kyle, and everything is measured.
Is it? It's funny because football is still a violent sport, so there's always going to be injuries. You wonder if it's helped in terms of those soft tissue injuries.
Well, what they do is they have a computer guy out there.
Yeah.
And every player's on the computer and how much and then the guys that are playing both ways, they have a different color jersey on.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at them saying, what are those four guys doing in the opposite? Are they all hurt? No, those are the guys who go both ways.
Yeah.
So they track to make sure, the amount of.
Almost like a pitch count.
Yeah, almost like a pitch count.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much they're putting out in practice, how much they have left, and when to back off them. And then with the body weight, for instance, let's say a tackle went from 250 to 270.
Yeah.
Okay, is the body weight muscle mass or fat weight?
Yeah.
And they can judge it whether it's fat weight or muscle weight. So if it's fat weight, they take it back off them.
Yeah.
And if it's muscle weight, they keep it.
Because it's pretty easy to gain 20 pounds.
Yeah.
It just depends on how
we all know how to do that.
Yeah.
Whether it's good weight or bad weight.
Just get an extra piece of pizza.
Yeah.
I did the game last night at Morgan versus Provo. Steve Bullard, who is the rep for Rydell, right, the helmets. You know Steve. And they've got now this computer tracking on your phone. You can look at any of the players and the number of hits that they've taken to the head, the measurements of it, and there's a certain threshold. If they get to a certain threshold, they'll pull the player off. They'll evaluate. I mean, the kind of stuff that is available now is insane. It's wild.
And with that hyperbolic chamber, that's one of the things they use for concussions now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know for concussions.
As soon as you get, if you have a concussion, you go right in, like after the game or the next morning, and you start, and what it does is it kind of brings back your senses and will get you back on the field a little faster.
I could probably use that regardless of the concussion or not.
Yeah.
There you go. Get my senses back.
And the one guy from that plays forward for the hockey team, he's always there.
Yeah.
I mean, the soccer team rather. And I says, how much is his help? He said, I come here at least twice a week, just so I keep my body where it needs to be. And it's amazing, what and like Doug said, it changes a lot from when we worked together at Kentucky.
Yeah.
As far as what you look at. But there's still no way to measure the heart and the will and the desire to play the game. So there's still no way to measure, how bad you want to.
Is that are you born with that, or can you coach?
Well, you can coach kids into that. So I've had a lot of particularly offensive linemen that defensive coaches have given up on. And they say, oh, I don't like him. He's not tough enough. And then I say, well, I'll take him.
Yeah.
And they end up with Paul Gruber being a 3-time All-American, Joe Toffenmeyer being, playing 8 years in the league. And
these are all guys defensive coaches gave up on.
Yeah, they said, we don't want him. I remember with Paul Gruber, so he was a tight end and high hurdler in high school, at a 1A high school. And so we're a couple of days into practice, and Jeter, the D-line, said, he's no good. I don't want him. And then Dave McClain, who was the head coach, says, well, we'll give him to Coach Mack. Maybe he can do something with him. And so I put him with Bob Lanzi. I said, Bob, you need to train this kid how to think. And because Bob was a nasty, was a youper.
Yeah.
So, so he taught him how to think. And then, he became a 3-time All-American. His pictures are all over the place down there. And but yeah, you can take a guy that's mild-mannered, not real tough, and you can make him into a really good player.
I think to your point, though, Scotty, you can't bring it out of him if he doesn't have it in him somewhere.
Yeah.
So I think it's an innate thing.
Yeah.
But some guys, nobody's been able to tap into it. And it takes a special coach with a special relationship and a special understanding to be able to bring that out of them. I don't think you bring it out of somebody that doesn't have it. It's not something that you're going to instill in somebody. You're going to bring it out of them.
Well, I think culture has a lot to do with it, too.
Yes.
Because if you're surrounded by it, high tide lifts all boats. And when that's the I remember talking to a guy that was the wrestling coach at Delta High School. And they won state championship after state championship. And I remember asking him, there's no way that talent is just, you're producing great talent like that, and these wrestlers grow on trees. He's like, no, a kid comes in here and he knows what the standard is, and he knows if he's going to be part of the team, he's got to work this hard, he's got to act this way, because everybody else is holding each other accountable, and so we were able to develop it. Yeah. And so it's like, okay, I get it. But you're right, though. If you don't have some level of that you're born with, I don't think it'll run. You'll just quit.
Yeah, I love communities like that. Like Delta, we were just up in Morgan, as I mentioned last night.
My kid played a freshman game there 2 weeks ago. That's a really nice facility. It's fun. The background and everything.
Yeah, it's fantastic. The big M on the mountain as you're driving into the valley, and they did a really nice 9/11 celebration. To honor the day. And had a flyover with some vets that had the planes, and it was just the environment is fantastic.
Well, Morgan has a great history.
Oh yeah,
because they were when I was helping out at Juan Diego, they were our arch rival. And so, and that was an important game, for both teams. And Morgan, in all sports, not just football. I'm
wrestling,
talking about
all of it.
Wrestling. I'm talking about women's volleyball.
Yes.
That,
all of their cheer team.
Yeah.
Their drill team, all state champs.
Yeah, they're all to that community. Athletics is very important.
Oh, it's a huge part of it. And I was talking to one of the coaches, like, we don't cut anybody. They know that they may never see the field, but that's their dream. You grow up in Morgan, man. Your dream is to put on that uniform and get on that field, whether you play or not. It's like that's a kind of a rite of passage.
Yeah. So it's a great community. They're all behind their sports programs, and all the kids play.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you go to Morgan High School. That's what you do. If you're a male, you're going to be involved in
football and wrestling,
football, wrestling, baseball. But that's what you do. And if you're a lady, you're going to be a cheerleader. You're going to be on the basketball team. You're going to be
got a really good tennis team.
But you're going to be involved.
Yep.
That's I grew up in small town, middle of nowhere, Idaho, and it was just that you knew
right.
you knew you were going to play because they didn't have anybody else.
Yeah.
So that's a great part.
But there's a certain amount of accountability, responsibility that you lose, and it's schools here where there's got transfers coming in and out and whatever, and guys are out for themselves, and you get to communities like what you're talking about growing up in, and Delta and Morgan and these smaller communities, man. I'll tell you, there's a certain amount of pride that you take in playing for your community, which is awesome. I love it.
Yeah. No, in fact, there is a shade of green that I will never allow any of my kids to wear because it was the color of our high school's rival. And I'm like, kid brought a shirt home. I'm like, get that off. Like, it's Burley High School. You can't wear that. No, get rid of it. Anyway, hey, let's talk BYU. Okay. Cougars are on a bye week this week, but they take care of Stanford, and Stanford might have the worst quarterback in Division I football.
That's right. So,
and now BYU's defense made him look bad, but he was already bad to begin with.
Well, I was down at BYU Tuesday, or was it? Yeah, Tuesday. I watched them. And it's the same thing I saw when I was down there before. The speed of the defense.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense can really run, and they're 3 deep.
Yep.
And and they understand, how to get on the field, how to get off the field, pursuit angles. The whole thing, the whole group. And the offense was feeling a little bit sorry for themselves because they only scored a legitimate seven points. So you could tell, how it is.
Yeah.
You're either the good guy or the bad guy, and so the good guys were the defensive guys, the bad guys were the offensive guys. So you could tell that with the offensive guys, they're a little bit in a shell because they know they can play better. They need to do better in the red zone, So you could tell they're a little bit, antsy. And I texted TJ right after I got home, and I said, "Hey, you better keep on those guys. Don't let them go to sleep on you."
Yeah.
So, but they're it's the same thing. I think they have a nice team, and obviously, I really think that the kid that left, that went down to Tulane, I think he was their leader on offense.
Yeah.
And I think I'm looking to see, okay, who's the leader?
Yeah, we're talking about Retzlaff going to Tulane. Yep.
Yeah. I'm looking to see who the leader is. But they were pretty quiet. Defensively, there's like 5 of those guys. That are just, and that Jack
Kelly.
Jack Kelly.
Ooh.
Jack Kelly is a special human being.
Yes.
When they created Jack,
they broke the mold.
That is so Jack. I mean, Jack is a real. He's a real dude. You know?
And
Glasker's a real dude. There's a lot of real dudes.
Satawala, man.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
Yep.
And having watched him in his high school career, Bountiful, like this kid is special. He's got all the physical gifts. But I think you make an important point. the freshman quarterback is like, okay, what's he going to do as far as the on the field kind of thing? But you can't underemphasize the importance of Retzlaff as the quarterback coming back for his third season and what that leadership means and that void means.
Yeah.
And now you're asking a true freshman to come in.
And I think I don't think he's a real vocal guy.
Yeah.
I think but he's really good. He's
Yes.
going to be really good. But, actually the second string guy is probably a little more natural leader.
Yeah.
Because he's a personality player.
Yeah.
So, but.
Talking about McKay?
Hillstead, yeah. So, and I love the tailback.
I love him.
Oh my God, he's. I tell you what, I just hope they keep him healthy.
Yeah.
Because
he's special.
There's and it's not a knock. It just shows you how good he is. There's a big drop off between him and number two. And it's not because those other guys aren't good. It's just because he's way up here.
Yeah.
So I'm a big Moa fan.
Yeah.
The backup guy.
Sure.
But like you just said, between him and then Moa is the second guy and the third guy, Moa is a good player. I mean, he's a proven commodity.
Yep.
But compared to the
LJ is special. And I gotta say a special shout out to everybody down at BYU. My brother and I ran out the alumni flag.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that. Yeah,
it was a fantastic experience. My boys were with me on the field, and being able to be that up close for them, and personal. When LJ comes down, because I've been hearing that LJ had put on this weight and he looks good, and his thighs were like Earl Campbell. When he came down the tunnel, I was like, holy smokes, this guy is a specimen, and so. Being able to watch him up close, and he got most of his yards really in the first half of that game, but went over 100 yards again. That guy's a special running back. And give credit to the offensive line because all the running backs looked good. Yeah. Bear, when he ran the ball, looked good. The blocking up front, I think, was good. But LJ is one of those guys that – and BYU's had a lot of great ones. His coach, Harvey Unga, was like that too.
Yeah.
Manasseh and the list is long of good running backs, but LJ, I think, proved that as a true freshman getting on the field and playing, and now in his third season continues to really impress.
All right, so, I mean, if people haven't seen Alema lately, it looks like he's chiseled out of granite right now. So
Alema likes to look good. He used to dress better. Now he's starting to dress a little bit like me, which is,
But I think he's wearing clothes that more show off what's going on underneath.
He's got that C- outfit on, and since I had a professional engagement this morning, I've got like a
look at you, you are.
I've got a matching,
Yeah,
So,
I'm in team issue. So this is like a throwback to my playing days.
He's got a Jazz shirt on.
I got all my team. Do you guys get a package from Utah State? Right?
Yeah.
And Coach, you got nothing but team issue in your closet.
Coach. So yesterday,
I got my team issue bag from the Jazz, and so I will be wearing nothing but team issue probably unless I'm in a suit to go to do a Jazz game.
Yesterday when I'm out watching Utah's practice, I'm wearing a Kahuku T-shirt and a Panthers shorts, right? And a couple of kids go by and say, "Hey, Coach, Red Raiders forever!"
Yeah.
And then a couple go by and they go, "Ah!" A couple of St. Louis kids.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, hey."
He just was at the top of the drawer when I put it on.
And I said, "Well."
Coach got no favorites.
No.
Why are you wearing that? I said, that's the closest thing that was clean.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. If you give Coach a free shirt, he will wear it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he will wear it. All right, the reason I brought up you look like you're a specimen right now.
You're kind.
Hans had a hard time running out the flag.
Yes.
Because he said it took more effort than he thought it would. And then as he was running, he doesn't like to wear belts.
Yeah.
And so he had to have one hand on his pants because his pants were about to fall down.
Well, he likes to look pretty.
Well, so he told me the story when we were together on Friday, right?
Okay.
As we were leaving, I'm like, hey, I'm running out the flag, say nice things about me on the radio. He's like, did I ever tell you about when I ran out the flag? And I hadn't heard the story. So he tells me the story. He's running out the flag, and his pants start falling down. So he actually has to slow down, maybe even stop and pull his pants up. So I'm in the tunnel getting ready to run out, and I'm recalling this story that the Hands told me, and I'm wearing sweats like this, blue sweats, and I'm thinking, oh, the last thing I want is to start running out there and my sweats fall. So I cinched up my sweats real good. Thank you, Hands, for that advice. And I got out. I didn't run. I jogged out there. Matt Edwards was with us too,
nice.
Lavelle's grandson. Yeah. So it was me, my brother, my 2 kids, and Matt, and we had it was a great experience, man. The way that they produce game day down there is it's insane. It's absolutely fantastic. What an experience it is. And University of Utah, similarly, you look at the production level of what has happened in college football. But, for being a BYU guy, man, it made me very proud to be in that stadium. It was a whiteout that night, and the stadium was rocking. And people, they stay. They stay till that was an 8:15 kick.
Yeah.
Right? So we're talking about we're getting done at 11:30, close to midnight, and everybody sticks around for the whole game.
Yeah.
The third quarter, in between third and fourth quarter, is the full production with the nifote or the someone fire knife dance and all of the activities that go on. But, man, what a production it is. They do a great job.
BYU is really, I was at Texas A&M, and it was,
Yes.
an event, and it was awesome to see. But BYU is really invested heavily into their game day production.
Yeah, to make it an entertaining event is what it is. And it's great when you win, right? It's hard to go into the third quarter break to the fourth quarter when you're down by 3 touchdowns, which they haven't experienced that. But, you take some chances. That's like back in the day when we used to do our senior blanket after the game.
Yeah.
Right? The final home game. And then Utah changed all of that because we had last home game was against the University of Utah, and we're giving out senior blankets. And the Utah team's still on the field singing Utah, man.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was a day.
Their group.
I was like, I don't think that was a mistake.
Yeah.
I think Coach knew what was going
on. Let's never do this again, and that's why the ceremony now is before the game as opposed to after the game.
That was a day to remember because, hey, they got all their, that was supposed to be.
Oh, man. It's supposed to be your moment.
Okay, yeah, I said, hey, so much for your blanket ceremony, Bo. And there's like 15 Utah people hanging by the goalposts up there.
Oh,
to
the winner goes and spoils, man.
Yeah, and so it was a historic moment, in the annals of
oh, it was.
Yeah.
And you guys celebrated as such.
Well, yeah.
All right, we're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Real easy to find off the 106 South exit on Automall Drive. Get your butt down here because Jake's going to get you into a vehicle.
I tell you what, Jake is dressed so nice today.
He is.
It's the best I've ever seen
you look,
event
Jake. Today? What's going on?
Yeah, it's the golf fit. I think I've adopted the golf fit because I can't do anything but golf lately. That's all I want to do. Sell cars and golf.
There you go.
It's a good life.
In that order.
Well, the wife doesn't like it.
Hey, let's talk about 0%. And the fact is you are making Mazda's not making it 0%, you are.
Yeah, absolutely. Mazda's offering 1.9%. We're actually taking that opportunity to buy it down to 0% for you. We want to make sure that we're putting people in the best opportunities to save money, get into a great car. Here's the thing is the thing just came out saying that Mazda is you get the most bang for your buck as far as vehicles are concerned on the market. We don't have anything that's, $70, $80, $90, $100,000. You see those all over the place now. Our maximum vehicle is $60,000, and that's on a CX-90 S Turbo Premium Plus, fully loaded. You know what I mean, with everything on it. That's our most expensive vehicle. We're also one of the top leading brands as far as retaining its value. You know what I mean? So we have the best priced vehicle for the best dollar, and we have a car that holds its value the best, and you can get 0%. That's a recipe for success as far as not having a bunch of negative equity. You know what I mean? When you decide to go trade the car in, or if you want to hand the car down, or whatever it looks like, or if you want to lease a car, you're actually probably going to have some equity at the end of your lease.
And I've told my story. So, It didn't mean anything, but one time I cheated on Jake a little bit, and I bought a car that wasn't from Jake.
It didn't mean anything.
It didn't.
What do you think, Coach?
It was an accident.
I think that was wrong.
It was very wrong because it was a bad deal that I got myself into, and I came to Jake. I'm like, Jake, I'm so sorry, baby. My bad. And
this would be like me cheating on Mr. buying a suit from somewhere, but besides Mr.
I know.
What did he say when he said my bad?
Well, he said you're going to learn your lesson, but he got me into a lease, and he took all that negative equity, and we were able to work that into a lease, and then I just flipped that lease into another one, and like Kaiser Sosa, that negative equity is just
gone.
Who's Kaiser Sosa?
Kaiser Sosa.
It's a great movie, Coach.
Kaiser Sosa. Boy, I'll tell you what.
Usual Suspects. You should watch it.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay, The Usual Suspect. Okay.
Jake got it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Jake, were you upset?
Well, he called me. He's like, Jake,
I
made a mistake.
I made a mistake.
I said, well, okay, what can I help you out with, bro? Well, you got to understand, I bought a car from somebody else. And I'm like, you did what?
Yeah. And I learned my lesson.
And he's like, and I hate it. I hate the car. I hate it. I don't like it. Can you help me?
And he did.
I helped him. I said, don't worry about it, bro. I got you.
And he
Good
did.
man, Jake.
But I'm telling you, you come
But
down
Hans
here.
likes to give him a whole bunch of crap.
Yeah, and I deserve it because once you get away from the guys you never know what you're going to get. You come down here and you've got a great staff, and you always know you're going to be treated with respect. They're going to honor your time. They're going to honor your dollar and put you in the best situation. You got bad credit? Don't worry about it. You got negative equity? Don't worry about it. Jake is a miracle worker with all of those things.
Yeah, on our last segment, somebody heard us talking, and they called in already, and they're trying to get out of their negative situation and trying to find a way to get into a new Mazda right now. I be it the hardest Mazda for me to get my hands on, but it's the same thing as Coach likes, is the Miata.
Oh, yeah.
The Miata, yes.
But I'm doing everything I can in my power to make sure that I'm taking care of this customer and trying to get him into a situation where he can afford a new Miata. And that's, and I don't care how hard the problem is. I'm going to go out there, I'm going to try and swing for the fences to make sure it happens.
And the thing is, Jake's so well connected that chances are it's going to happen too. Like, he's like, hey, Jake's got pictures of people. And so when he needs to twist an arm, he's gonna make it happen.
Yeah, I call Guido. You know what I mean?
So, hey, if you're listening, we've got you covered.
Yeah.
That's right. See, Coach, we're gonna give you the Coach deal too.
Yeah.
And what's the Coach deal that I said earlier? The $1,000 more on the trade, $1,000 more off of a new car today. You know what I mean? You come see me, I'm gonna take care of you. Whatever it takes, we're gonna take care of you.
How many cars you moving today, Coach?
23.
23.
Oh, 23. We're going 23. I am in 23.
Nice. Yeah. And if they come back and they say, Jake, we can't get this deal approved, and Jake's like, remember Cabo 2007? And they're like, never mind. We got the deal done. Let's go.
Hey, we've got 23 we need to move today.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey, the weather's nice. Sun's out. It's nice. Hey, it's going to make everybody in your family happy.
That's
so
right.
You just come down here, and we're going to roll you out with whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
I'm in.
Hey. So
he was a salesman back in a previous life, wasn't he?
Hey, just tell him Mac sent you.
That's right. Mac sent you.
Yeah.
If you come in and you say Mac sent you, Jake is going to give you $1,000 more for your trade-in.
Right.
He's going to discount the vehicle another $1,000. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
And then, and if you get that 50, he's going to buy it down to 0%.
Yep. And last thing I wanted to say real quick is, I have to say I was at a certain football game on Saturday, and I saw my boy Alema running out with the flag, and I was very proud of him. He made it all the way through.
I did.
Didn't fall down, didn't nothing, all the way through. And I got to give him props.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Jake. Thank you.
Because you're working cardio. I know you're lifting weights, but you're working cardio in too?
Not a whole lot of cardio.
Oh, okay.
That was some cardio.
Hey.
I was with Jack the Mooney. I was like, we got to run where? Like, how? What?
So Alema's a little more of the – he likes the look.
Yes.
That's right. He's the lifter. He's got to
look
the part.
Oh, look at my guns. My guns look good, man.
He's on that jazz set being like, so.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's into that, modeling.
Look good, feel good, play good, Coach.
Yeah, whatever. Right. Yeah, look good, feel
but
good,
run
play
good.
good.
Raz. You know, 4 back surgeries into it, probably not so much. But
you made it.
Boy,
I
tell you
you
what.
made it. I made it.
You made it.
Hey, every back surgery takes a little bit more out of you.
Yeah. Tim Daly, Mazda Southdowns, where we're at. Come on down. Ask for the Max Special. You're going to get it from Jake and the crew right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City.
Wow!
Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our senior year, when I was a player, junior, went up there and got beat in a snowstorm. That was a miserable experience. It was freezing cold, and we lost that game. We didn't lose a lot of games, but that was one of them. Then coaching-wise, I can't remember what year it was, but we had torpedo heaters or whatever they are on the sideline, and my dad was coaching with us at the time and got too close to it, and his pants started on fire. And so we had to douse him with the water and get the pants out, and so that was a fairly light, humorous moment there.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a football Friday right here on the Zone. Coach, you didn't have your headset on. But
I got it on.
I know you do now. But Kyle was talking about a story in which Fred's pants got caught on fire on the sidelines at Wyoming. Do you have any memory of that?
Fred Dad or Freddie?
Fred,
brother?
no, Fred Sr.
Senior, yeah.
Yeah.
So they had these heaters. And Fred
they did.
And
yeah.
Fred got too close, and his pants caught on fire.
Yeah. But we were able to put it out.
Yeah. We were at Air Force, the coldest game I ever played, and had those heaters on the sideline. We were over there warming up our feet, and I think it was Andy Boyce. His shoe caught on fire.
Well, so
I'm like, bro, your shoe's on fire. You couldn't even feel it.
The coldest game we ever played in was 39 below zero.
Oh.
And a game we won and they quit.
Yeah.
In the game, Wyoming,
Is that the one where the electricity was a problem too?
That was 04. That was Urban.
And
yeah.
There was nobody in the stands. They all left, and it was like unbelievable. The only people, I think some of the wives of the coaches stayed, but it was, but we played great that day. I always told the guys, the colder it is, the better we play.
Yeah.
And we did. They just and the Cowboys they didn't show up.
I don't know how this game possibly gets scheduled. Like why? And I think it goes back to Chris Hill, but I don't know why somebody scheduled a home and home with Wyoming. You're not Mountain West Utah anymore.
No.
You were at the time you were Pac-12. Now you're Big 12. You have no business playing a home and home with Wyoming, for crying out loud.
Well, you don't know how these deals are made.
There must have been some kind of handshake deal.
Maybe Jake negotiated the deal.
Yeah,
He's got pictures.
Jake used his pictures, I guess. I don't know.
I said, when I looked at the sky, I said, we're going to Wyoming? Why would anybody want to go to Wyoming? And I can remember the motel. We always stayed in the same motel.
Well, there's only two of them.
I know. Well, I said, so I asked Kyle, I said, where are you staying? Oh, we're staying in Cheyenne. Oh, good idea.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
And then one time we took 2 planes over there, right? Because you couldn't land with a big plane.
Yeah.
And so we landed. And I'll tell you what, these 2 planes were shaky. I mean, the bathrooms were boarded up and stuff. I'm thinking, as the players get on the planes, so I'm thinking, oh, this doesn't look like,
Oh, yeah.
So,
been there. Lemmy, you spent some time on that field.
Yeah.
You know what it's like to receive the wrath.
Yes. It's, and we say, why would you schedule that? And at the same time, that's so much a part of your college football experience is to go to a place like that where you are just despised and hated. Everybody knows the stories about you go there and they're chanting FU BYU, but we're talking grandmothers, great-grandmothers with their grandchildren and great-grandchildren all chanting together, and you're like, this is wild.
Well,
it's kind of a cool thing. Like, I'm so grateful I got that, to have that experience.
Well, BYU is more hated than anybody.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
The BYU.
We were just kind of the lukewarm people, but the BYU people, but they did not like Majerus over there either. Yeah. So Majerus was enemy number 1 for them, and I wasn't so bad because all the reporters and stuff, I got along pretty well with those guys, and they were all. I used to laugh when I thought about it because, like, we go to event over there, and so all of the reporters, they'd be in there playing poker, smoking the non-filtered cigarettes and drinking beer, right? And these are just the good old boys, right? And just having the greatest time, telling stories. And then Bruce Woodbury was the designated driver because he didn't drink.
Yeah.
And he was a, LDS church member, and so I always tell Woody, I'd say, "Hey Woody, it looks like you got a lot of driving tonight." And so, but those guys, the riders, they were good dudes. I mean, they were funny, and they just sit around and talk story, and they were all older guys, and they were all been around for a long time. And they used to make me laugh. I said, "You guys are really messed up." But you're messed up in a good way.
Yes.
And back in the day, John Mooney used to be, he was just part of them because he carried all the mini bottles in his coat, right? And so, going on the road back in that day with John Mooney and that group and Rosetta and all those people, plus the Wyoming guys.
Throw Steve Loom in the mix.
Yeah.
And they all are from the same breed, right?
Yeah.
And so they sit around smoking their cigarettes, drinking their beer, playing cards.
Yeah.
That
old sports writer, like everybody loves Raymond kind of, character.
Well,
those guys are
they're
classics.
This is the real deal. This is from back in the time.
Well, there's always the joke of Hot Rod coming out of his hotel room when they'd leave a hotel and you hear clink, clink, clink because he had the little bottles in his jacket.
Bottles coming out of the mini bar in the hotel.
Hot Rod's the only guy who never paid for a meal.
Yeah.
Oh, or a drink.
Or a drink, yeah.
Hey. Every day was his birthday.
Yeah.
Hey, it's my birthday.
It's my birthday. On the house, Hot Rod. Okay.
Wasn't it your birthday last? Don't worry about it. It's my birthday month.
But I tell you, Hot Rod was a great dude.
Yes.
Too.
Oh, he was.
Oh, my God.
There's no doubt. So, look, Utah is going to blow out Wyoming. It's not going to be particularly close. I think we're all waiting to see exactly how good Utah is. I think we know they're good. But I think it's going to be next week against Texas Tech before we really figure out where they're at.
The Texas Tech game. But, hey, I'll tell you what, Wyoming will put up a fight, and they're going to be challenged, so we'll see. You shake your head no, but it's a football game.
I know.
Hey, there are no gimmies.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't care who you. It's not a gimme. It's a football game, and so there are no gimmies out there. Okay, if you're going to give me this and give me that, you got to go out and earn it.
Yeah.
And I want to say some things about Utah. Okay, so they had the Ring of Honor thing this last week, which was awesome, and Jeff Rudy and Mark Harlan and all those people in the athletic department did such a great job, and my family and all of my relatives, everybody showed up, and I partied with the boys, and we had, so on Sunday we had a deal with the guys from 78, most of the minority guys, and they were telling stories. All their wives were there, and I'm sitting there thinking, maybe some of these stories you might not say, because it could be a divorce here before we get And so I said, now, you wives, while you're listening, this is back before these boys were married to you, and they were just being boys or being boys. So don't take any of this to heart. So at the end of the day, don't come out of there and say, "I didn't know you do that when you were a kid." And I said, these boys love life. They love football. They're tied to the game, and they're going to be tied to the game until the day they die, because that's just the way it is. And I said, but so you gotta kind of respect that, because that's kind of how their minds are. So hopefully you all, and fortunately most of them have been married to these ladies for a long time. For a long time.
Probably knew.
So they've seen the bad and the good and the ugly of all three. But it was to see that name go up in the stadium. No matter what I do, they can't take it off. Yeah. So, but
that's so awesome, Coach.
I just,
man,
I'm so appreciative of the opportunity.
Yeah.
To be the head coach there, and for the players who created, created a lot of it, and for what Kyle's done now, and what kind of team they have, and what the guard, I hadn't been down into the locker room with the guards put in there, but I go into the locker room and I said, oh my gosh, this locker room is unbelievable.
Yeah.
That they have in the stadium. I said, oh, it's so beautiful, and and what Garf did before he passed away, and his lovely wife, the whole Kathy and what Spence did, putting up the first $10 million, and you just think about everything that's gone into Richie Smith building the Smith, that Smith building,
Yeah.
and then having all those guys on the coaching staff who played there. I mean, it's like
It's like a family.
well, it is. Yeah, you look at it, and I was counting the numbers of Kafusis that have played there, the Molinis, the just the family, family structure of players.
Yeah.
There's the Mahafalas. This is the fifth, I think, Mahafala.
Yeah.
And just the traditions that had happened because the first kids had success.
Yeah.
And they and so the rest followed.
Well, to know that, back in the 80s, you went and found a kid or two in Hawaii, brought him over here, and now his family's an institution.
Yeah.
In, or Samoa or wherever. Like you've established family dynasties here in the state of Utah because you took a chance on a kid or two back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, and Levi Sawaki was big in that because I knew him when he was a kid.
This is the head coach at Kahuku at the time when Kautai and that group came out.
Yeah. So that one year with Kautai and
Kemoyatus.
the Kiamatus, and the Mahafalas, and all that group. So we got 10 out of the 12 best players.
Yeah.
And we beat a lot of good schools on them, and 2 or 3 of those guys were ticketed. Like Lavelle was really upset because, why would Kautai Olival go to Utah? And it was because one of your coaches forgot to show up for a meeting.
Yep.
And so then I was there, and I met with them, and they committed, and the dad was a bishop at that time, and they stayed with their commitment, and they all fell, Kautai, Chris.
Yep. Changed the landscape in Hawaii.
And you were going to high school during that time in the mid '80s there in Hawaii. Could you feel it shift from everybody went to BYU to all of a sudden, wait a minute, Utah's an option here?
When I signed with BYU, they had gotten every player of the year coming out of Hawaii, LDS or not. Like Kurt Govea was not LDS. And was player of the year in football, offense and defense, and in basketball, right? And then they get Thor Salanoa and Lakehe Muli, the group that came out at that time. Everybody was going to BYU, and that happened for a long time, all the way probably through Atuaia.
Yeah.
That might have been Itula Mili and Marki Atuaia, and then shortly after that is when.
Yeah.
Mac changed the landscape in Hawaii. And the question is, did you see that or feel that change? Abso-freaking-lutely, it changed in a dramatic way. And all of a sudden, Utah wasn't just a possibility. It's an option. I'll consider it. It became like, I'm going to the University of Utah. And it's because Mac gets one of the Kemoyatus and takes good care of him. He has a good experience. And now, the reports coming back to the islands is if you go to the University of Utah, Coach Mack is going to keep his promises to your family, and he'll take care of your boys. And there was a little bit of a shift, and BYU had, there were some guys that got burned and didn't have the experience that they had been promised or they were hoping for. And so it was a combination of that happening at the same time as Mack establishing Utah as a contender in the conference because still you gotta win.
Got to win. Yeah.
You know, the thought that came to mind for me as I'm thinking about this Ring of Honor and the ceremony is Utah was at a place where they needed something to believe in, and they didn't have it. And then Coach Mack comes in, and Coach Fossil is an NFL coach. Like, he was a good coach, but it's still they didn't have this, an established culture there until Coach Mack came in, and that changed everything. It really did for a lot of years, and I think BYU is still trying to come back from that.
There's certain people that. And, Coach, you don't have to comment on this, but there are certain individuals that can change the trajectory of a program that can be felt decades later. And Lavelle Edwards at BYU, Ron McBride at the University of Utah changed the trajectories of those programs. Yes. And those two institutions are nowhere near where they are today. We talk about that game day atmosphere and 60,000 people losing their minds and everything that's going on. That doesn't happen if Lavelle Edwards doesn't decide to take that job. Yep. If Ron McBride doesn't decide to take that Utah job at the University of Utah. We'll take a break, come back. You're listening to Hans and Scotty with the Legends on a Football Friday. Alema Harrington, Ron McBride, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We talk about getting back to basics, and we talk about really getting back to family atmospheres and family opportunities. Spend time with your family, and so many times that involves a good quality meal. Well, Beehive Meals is going to provide that good quality meal for you and your family because you're busy. You got sports, you got academics, you got all the other stuff where you're hauling kids around, so you want to make sure that your kids have a great experience around the dinner table. Well, because you're so busy, before you leave, get a Beehive meal, throw it in the slow cooker, and then when everybody comes back, you're going to walk into that home and you're going to smell that home-cooked meal. And it's all prepared for you. That's right. All you got to do is put it in the slow cooker, and 3 hours later, you've got a great meal. That all you got to do is put a salad together, maybe some rice or some noodles or whatever the case is, and you're ready to go. Beehive Meals. It's a great, inexpensive opportunity for you to get that home-cooked meal. And remember, the first time that meal is cooked is in your slow cooker. That meat is prepared, but it's still raw. So when you put it in the slow cooker, it's being cooked for the first time. Go to Beehive Meals. Check out the entire September collection. Check out the soup menu as well. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's fall and winter lawn food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's fall and winter lawn food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's Watt Smart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at utahoperationlifesaver.org.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, it's a Football Friday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there like, all right, you know, you guys talk about all these places, you know, like Beehive Mills or Bar W, and, like, do you actually use them? And the answer to that is yes, absolutely. We have Beehive Mills come out to my house. I got Bar W steaks in my freezer, and I drive a 50 from Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. In fact, just a week ago, we got that deal wrapped up, and Jake was awesome dealing with any kind of issues that we had and made it happen. And I am now driving my third Mazda. My wife drives a 90. I had a 5. Now I drive a 50. And that ride is just absolutely beautiful. It's just an incredible vehicle.
Yeah, they're super. Like I said, the 50 is my favorite car. As a matter of fact, there's a 50 out there honking. Customer just bought that green one right there. You see it?
Oh yeah, look at that. That's a beautiful vehicle.
I'm telling you.
And the alarm system works too.
The alarm system definitely works.
When the alarm goes off, that means we sold the car.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a big sign. Sold.
That's right. Hey, now we're down to 22, Coach Mack says. We're down to 22. We got 22 left. Let's go. And we'll extend it till tomorrow, 22. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm completely in on doing whatever it takes to find them.
$1,000 off you're going to take off. You're going to give $1,000 more for a trade-in.
That's right.
And if you get one of those 50, you'll buy that rate down to 0%.
Yeah, absolutely. You come in, come see us, come take advantage of all these crazy deals that we got going on. But most importantly, I want you to come drive one of these cars. Come drive one of these cars and see what we have to offer, because a lot of people driving around don't know what Mazda's all about. You know what I mean? They think of the old Zoom Mazda, right?
Yeah.
That was, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and since then, Mazda's changed completely. They've completely reinvested in their own vehicles, and the engine and transmissions are second to none. The ride on them, the quality, how they're put together, it's phenomenal. But you got to come drive it to understand what I'm talking about. I didn't know when I took over the store 3 years ago, and we've talked about it several times, I was like, I don't even know anybody who owns a Mazda. You know what I mean? And I drove one for a couple days, and holy cow, that changed my whole perception on what Mazda was all about, and I'm completely bought in. My wife drives a 90. My kids both drive 5s. I love the 50. I drive the 50 every single day. You know what I mean? Come down here. Give us an opportunity. Give yourself an opportunity, because you owe it to you to come see this, and, the opportunity at 0% on a brand-new car at an affordable payment. Give us that opportunity to help you get into a situation that works for you.
So I'm going to I'll just use myself for example here. We had talked, you told me about the 50, and I was leasing the 5, and I was putting a ton of miles on it, and you're like, hey, let's flip you around a little bit. And you said, this will be your payment. And it was really, really close to what I was already paying on my 5. And I'm like, I don't know if you can pull that off. And my wife was like, hey, you think Jake can make this work? And I'm like, I don't know. He's dealing with all this and this and this. I'm like, there's no way he's going to be able to hit that payment that he quoted me. And bam, you did it. Like, spot on. And I don't know whose arm you had to twist. I don't know what you had to make happen. But I was like,
I called Guido.
He actually pulled it off. Like, I couldn't believe it. And that's the amazing thing, that you come down here, and when Jake says, look, I'm going to make it work, you're going to make it work.
Yeah, if there's an angle for me to find to make it work, I'm going to find that angle, and I'm going to work that angle, and I'm going to make sure that we're working the bank to figure it out. We're working the price to figure it out. We're working on giving you more on your trade to figure it out. Whatever that looks like, that's what I'm going to do, because I owe it to you to work as hard as I can for you, and I'm here to try to do that to put you in the best position possible.
I'm telling you, folks, Jake is a miracle worker. They're going to make some things work for you. But more importantly, you're going to be driving in a car that you love to drive, because a lot of people are like, okay, well, you know what? he'll get me into a vehicle, but it's going to be something that I don't like, or it's got 85,000 miles on it, or whatever the case is. There's a good chance you come down here, you're going to be driving a brand new Mazda, a vehicle that you absolutely love, that's going to be on the road for a long time. You're going to have the forever warranty attached to it. I mean, it's just a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like, people come in with these expectations of I got to look at used because I can't afford a new. But when you take the interest rate that you're going to pay on a used cars aren't cheap. You know what I mean? Then you put the interest rate on it, your payment's actually going to be about the same on a brand new car with no interest. So why wouldn't you go into a brand new car with full manufacturer warranty? You know how every mile's driven on that car. You know what I mean? Come give us this opportunity just to show you, and I'll even compare the numbers so you can see both used and new. But I promise you, I will find a way to help you out.
It is Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown here on Auto Mall Drive. Come down. Jake is going to work some magic for you at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hey guys, Alex Kirry from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Get ready to ride at the Edge Power Sports this Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th from 9:30 to 4 p.m. It's your chance to hit the road at the Suzuki Demo event. Suzuki is here with their full lineup of street bikes, and you can take one for a spin. Don't miss the action at the Edge Power Sports in Draper. Details online at gettotheedge.com. The Edge Power Sports, where adventure begins and the thrill never ends. Some restrictions apply. Rider must be 21 and older with a motorcycle endorsement.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
College football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coach, Lloyd's yelling. Lloyd got after me, said that was the worst we've ever been off clock.
Why?
Off schedule. And I'm like, we've done way worse than that.
What did he say?
It's Scott's fault. It's Scotty's fault, Coach.
What do you mean, Lloyd? What do you mean we're off the clock?
that captain used to be able to
Coach is like, what is
sail
the
a little
clock?
bit, not anymore.
What kind of clock did we have?
Well, I would say back in the day when it was you and Lavelle, we would just butcher the heck out of that.
God. And there was no clock.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd say, hey, Lavelle, it's that time. What time is it?
Time to go to break. He's like,
We're
whatever.
gonna go to break. We need to talk about Hans, whatever he called Hans.
Lance all the time.
Lance, we need to talk about Lance for a while.
Right.
What's his name? Oh, Hans. I said his name's Hans. He said, no, it's not. It's Lance.
And then he just call him Warren.
Yeah. Or Warren, and then Hans would get all upset.
Hans would get a little upset.
Yeah, he'd say, he knows my name. I said, obviously you made no impression.
No impression at all.
No impression at all. And because he thinks of you as 5 different people.
Hey, so because it's kind of a weird week, you got BYU not playing this week, and Utah with Coach won't call it a gimme. I will.
There
Wyoming.
are no gimmies in the world.
Yeah.
That's the only time I see Coach Garrett has gotten really kind of a little upset with me, or a little bothered with me.
We've all been there where you think you're going to walk into UTEP and just cruise to a win.
Yeah, I remember when you guys lost to UTEP.
We won't talk about how they had tapped into our headsets and that they were stealing, that they knew the plays and everything. All of that, regardless. You don't lose to UTEP. You think you're never going to lose to UTEP, but it happens.
And so, again, you can't take any game for granted. But with that being said, I thought it'd be fun to do a little Ask the Legend segment. And so I sent out a tweet. If anybody's got questions for the two of you, pass them on, and we will allow you to give you your words of wisdom, if you will.
Maybe Ask the Legend or a lemma. I don't get that. I'm not in that legendary category, but I like that for Coach.
I think you're there. I think you're. Hey, when you're carrying the flag out,
I know, right?
At the BYU, I mean, you got to be a legend. I mean, and your pants stayed up and all.
Pants stayed up. Towel.
That's a win.
All right, so I do have a question. The reason I brought this up because somebody did tweet in a question that they wanted the two of you to address, and essentially said, I love listening to you guys on the radio. I love your insight. I have a son who is getting frustrated with a lack of playing time on his high school team. What advice would you give a young man who's not getting the time that they would like?
So I had a situation like that when I was playing baseball, right? And so I went home to my dad and I said, hey, I'm better than that guy. Why am I not playing? My dad says, go to the coach and ask him why you're not playing and what you got to do to play. So then, and I was maybe 14 or something. And so, you don't usually confront the coach. So I went to him. I said, hey, I think I'm better than that kid. Why am I not playing? And he said, well, you're not a good enough fielder. You're not just. I said, well, I'll tell you what. I'll go over there at third base. You can hit me as many balls as you want, and I'll bet you can't get a ball by me. Okay? And the guy looked at me and said, okay, let's do it. So he did. He kept hitting balls at me. I was taking balls in the face, taking balls in my but I didn't want one ball get by me.
Yeah.
I started the next game and
go.
never gave the position back.
Yeah.
So I think what you got to do is figure out, okay, why am I not playing? Okay, how am I going to get the opportunity? And then you need to ask the person that's in charge, okay, what are my problems?
Yeah.
And so then okay, I need to do this and this and this to prove that I'm, that I can play this position, and that I need the opportunity.
Yeah.
And so I think that sometimes, parents, all the parents complain about the playing time, why is my kid sitting on the bench? Why this? Why that? But at times, the young man has to step up.
Yeah.
And say, okay, is there a reason I'm not? Can I talk to you one-on-one?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the reason I'm not playing?
I love this answer because this is I agree 100% that. And you don't go in to talk to the coach with a chip on your shoulder or defensively, or you go in and you ask a serious question, Coach, why am I not playing? What do I need to do to play more? And to our listener who sent in this question, this is 80% of parents are out there dealing with this situation.
Absolutely.
There's way more parents that are unhappy or kids that are unhappy with their playing time than there are the ones that are like, I love how much I'm playing. Like the majority of us go through this at some point, and Coach, takes it right to the issue here, which is you go and address it with the coach. And you ask him, and then when he tells you what to do, you go and do that. Maybe you challenge him and say, I'm going to go over to third base. You hit as many balls at me as you can. I bet you don't get one by me. And you make an impression there. But whatever the coach tells you that you need to work on, then your kid goes, and that's what they work on. not just at practice, but on their off time, then that you make the situation, because there's still going to be politics.
Oh, yeah.
But you make it so they cannot not play you.
So a lot of times, it'd be like, I can remember when I was coaching baseball in high school, right? And I can remember a lady came up to me and she said, her son played on the team. She said, my son hit 525 in Little League and he can't play for you. I said, lady, he can't hit a breaking pitch. I said, when he learns how to hit a breaking pitch, he'll probably get the opportunity. But until then, he's not, And I had a good principal.
Yeah.
A lot of times the principals and the people that are above you will kind of fall.
Yeah.
Because some kid will go in and complain about the coach. The coach swore at me. The coach did this. The coach did that. And the next thing you know, it's downtown at the office. And the next thing you know, they fire the football coach.
Yeah.
There's so many good football coaches in high school that have got fired over nothing because of some parent that is saying, oh, my kid got this, or my kid did. And then all of a sudden you got a really good football coach that's really done good by his players because of one kid or one parent. He doesn't have a job anymore. Yeah. And then he can't get another job. It's like it happened at Kahuku again, You look at that, the history of that. There's 5 really good coaches over the last 30 years that lost jobs because some kid complained and the parent complained, and then all of a sudden, as it happened with Sterling Carvalho, who, I don't tell you what, there's not a better run football program than what he ran at Kahuku.
Yeah, he's over at American Leadership Academy up here now.
What, Sterling?
Yeah, Carvalho?
No.
No? He's still in Hawaii?
Still in Hawaii, yeah. But Sterling and Stewart and that group, I went to several of their practices, and I'll tell you what, well run, very disciplined, players all fall, all right on the mark, and good teams. And then all of a sudden, last year, they lose a game, kid third transfer, and then when the parents complain to the athletic director of the school principal, they take it downtown, and from what I understand, when they took it to downtown, the people that are supposed to investigate it never even looked at it. They just released them.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And the parent does you no favors in your development as a human being and as an adult by stepping in.
Yes. And not at all.
You may win a little battle here and in that regard.
It says wrong.
But you'll set that kid back decades because of that.
Then you end up with a reputation. Like, I don't know if you want to recruit that kid. His parents are a problem.
Yeah.
So for the person that sent in that question, stay out of the drama. Right, Coach's suggestion, his advice here is spot on. Have a conversation. The player, the kid, have a conversation with the coach, position coach, head coach, whatever the case may be. Ask what he needs to do to play more. Then go do that. To go bust your tail and do all those things. And maybe at some point, if you've done those things and you're still not playing, you come back and say, "Okay, coach, I've done these things. Is there anything else I can do? I need to do."
Absolutely. So it's just, the politics, particularly with the parents, and the kids, some of it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you got, I'm not saying that the coach is always right.
Yeah.
Because he's not. He's a human being, You make mistakes.
But he's in charge.
Yeah.
All right, next question. Rolling in. Outside, you guys talk about how miserable Wyoming was. Outside of Wyoming, what was the toughest place to play back in the day?
Boy, that's a good question.
I would say regularly in conference, playing at Air Force is tough.
Yeah.
You get a little overwhelmed when you jump on that campus because it's such a gorgeous campus. And then you go to a game and it's, all of the
cadets.
The cadets.
Yeah.
It can be not intimidating as it can, but it's a spectacle, and they are so freaking disciplined. on any of these military academy teams, but the Air Force Academy was always a tough place to play. So outside of Wyoming, certainly back in the Western Athletic Conference days, for me, I would say that. And playing San Diego State was hard, too, because playing at Jack Dempsey Stadium back in the day, right? That was the name of the stadium?
No, it wasn't Jack.
It wasn't the boxer.
Jack Dempsey.
Jack
Murphy.
Jack Murphy. That's
Yeah.
what I said. That's what I said, Coach. What did you think I said? I said
Jack
Murphy.
Dempsey.
Yeah.
Heavyweight boxing
Yeah.
champion.
Yeah. But and in part because they still had the baseball field in it, and then the crowd was so far away, from the benches because of the way that place was set up.
Yeah, that was a dump too.
And then Hawaii.
Yeah.
For me as a kid from Hawaii, going back to Hawaii was that could be rough, man.
Oh, I bet.
They were hard on the guys that, left and went somewhere, especially if you went to BYU.
Yeah.
So I was fortunate that I never lost to, University of Hawaii during the time that I played at BYU.
You weren't on those two
No, it
losses.
was right after me.
Okay.
That they had those two really blowout losses, and Ty wins the Heisman. They just got, they got blitzed. So, but that's a tough place.
But I think, I enjoyed those tough stadiums. I really liked, going to places where they didn't like you and where they were noisy and the more they yelled at me, the better I liked it.
Yeah.
And the more they swore at me, the more I just look up and flip them off, whenever.
But that never happened at BYU. Nobody said anything bad to you at BYU, right?
Yeah, they did. Okay, so let me tell you the one story.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Let's hear this.
So that time when we beat them on the blanket day.
Yeah.
So we're coming into the stadium, right? And everybody at BYU is nice to me. Oh, Coach, you're getting better. Your team's getting better. You're really doing a nice job.
You have a nice little program up there.
You have a nice little program, and where do you want your daughter to park the car and all that stuff? So they're all just, they're just thinking, oh man, listen, I want you to have a nice day here, And then we beat them then they're going to tow my daughter's car away. I said, my daughter says, they're going to tow the car away. I said, well, they just told me to park any place I want. Well, they've changed their mind.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, all those people that were smiling before, they're all frowning. Get your dogs off the field, and on and on and on. So they went from a really nice environment to where
got a little hostile over here.
Oh yeah! All of a sudden, I was the most hated guy. And I said, "Oh, you people were so nice when I came in here. What happened to you?"
Yeah, you beat them. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Hey, we're live here at Tim Dowley Mazda Southtown, and it's a big day when the boss comes.
Yes, sir.
Tyler's with us. How you doing, man?
We need to sell some whips.
Let's go.
We need to sell some whips. Coach, what are you going to buy?
He's looking for that Miata.
Yeah.
We got the Miata.
That's all you.
We got 22 cars left right now.
Yeah, the goal is 23. We got one sold.
We got one sold.
Yeah.
So we got to move some vehicles here.
We're just getting warmed up.
So, Tim, we're working hard over here.
He's talking straight to the ownership.
I'm talking right to ownership.
He's listening. Trust me.
Yo, Tim.
We got this.
Yo, Tim, we got this over here.
I get a little nervous when Jake comes on and says, you know what, I know on the 50 it's at 1.9%, but then I'm going to buy it down to 0%. And then the next time Tyler comes up, and I'm like, did Jake get into trouble?
Hey, we keep moving up the ladder,
What about this? You ever heard of negative interest rate?
What?
What is that? What is that?
Let's go better. Jake said 0. I say negative 0.1.
We're going to pay you to take this car
I
out.
like
it. Hey, my God, we got 22 cars left.
22.
And let's get down to, by the time
we're
be
in
done,
the teens.
I think we need to be down to 17.
Yes.
So in other words, we want to sell 6 cars in the next, how long we got?
Another hour. We got another hour.
Actually, we only have 30 minutes.
Well, 30 minutes. Okay. Hey, anybody driving down the street?
Yeah.
Okay, you listen to the radio. get it in here. Let's get you out of here while I'm still here.
Or just
because
call.
I can make it work.
Yep. And
I'm not going to say no to Coach.
No. So the Coach Max special, 0% on a 50.
Yep.
$1,000 off your the price of the vehicle, and then $1,000 more for your
Here
trade-in.
comes 3 cars in right now.
Yep, see? There's another car deal.
Hey, good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Driving off in that green
6 more.
vehicle. Looks beautiful.
No, it's a great time to buy. It really is. This is the model year clearance. So you have to think about it this way. The 0% on the 50, like, we can't do that on the model year 26. We can only do it on the model year 25. The model year 25 gets sold out, and then we don't have it anymore. So this truly is the model year end clearance is the time to buy a new car, because that's why you get such a better deal on this.
So we're kind of in that sweet spot right now.
Mm-hmm. Right
you
now,
can't
so
say interest rates. I got to wait for the interest rates.
No,
we got you.
No, they're going to go up because the model year clearance goes away, and if you wait too long, then you're stuck with the pink and purple CX-50. And nobody wants that.
No.
What is that?
You want a selection, don't you?
Well, yeah. Well, what is that pink and purple? What is that?
Well, I'll take you out back and show you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't quite get that one.
That's what color your Miata is going to be.
No, blue. No, it's kind of a dark blue, that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So look, Tyler and the crew ready to help you out, and I told Jake this. He got me into a 50 a week ago, and the way that you guys can put deals together, and I told my wife, I'm like, Jake says he's going to give me at this price, but I guarantee he's not going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
And he did. And the price that I needed to be at, he nailed it. Any of the issues, he was able to handle it. And that's the kind of buying experience you have down here, where you guys have been in this business for a long time. So you've seen it all. You've done it all.
Let me tell you another on top of that. If you came back and said, hey, this deal's just not for me, I would just say, great, bring it back. No questions asked. We're not interested in just one car deal. That's a transaction. We're interested in more of a lifetime type relationship where if it's just one car, no thank you. But if you can trust us enough that we'll not only sell you one car, but the rest of your cars and your friends and family car, that's what we're interested in. And the only way we're going to do that is to do business this way.
I have personally bought, over the, probably, I want to say 10 to 12 vehicles for my wife and me from Tyler and Jake throughout the years, because I always know, like, if I need a vehicle, those are the guys I'm going to go to.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And because I know that they'll take care of me. And I've sent family members down here because I know that you're going to be respected with your time and your dollar. It's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. Come down here. Check it out. Incredible savings on Automall Drive off the 106 South exit, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-boring insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Sophia's here to see a pig. Jerry's here to buy some. And Carl's here for the mutton busting. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Don't miss Utah's own PRCA Rodeo September 5th, 6th, and 8th at the Days of 47 Arena. Watch the world's top cowboys and cowgirls compete in the final qualifier for the national finals. That's September 5th, 6th, and 8th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Kalani Sitake taking his team through the bye week this week.
Well, we want to still keep in the rhythm of our offense and defense. I mean, we knew about this bye a long time ago, so we prepped for it. So we know what we're going to do practice. We also can't just be like a regular work week where your guys get some wear and tear. You got to do enough to keep on top of it and keep consistent, but then at the same time, we still want to gain our legs back and get fresh. And so we'll do whatever it takes to get better as a team, but that means that this week's got to be important. It's not a week off.
It's your Cougars at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Check them out, the district in South Jordan. All the great ribs, brisket, and pulled pork, smoked turkey, you name it. They've got it down there. All your barbecue favorites at Kenny J's Barbecue at the district in South Jordan.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Football Friday. BYU on a bye week. Utah's got Wyoming, and coming to Logan, to Maverick Stadium, is the Air Force Academy. This is going to be a good litmus test for Bronco Mendenhall and his crew. They beat UTEP, which they were supposed to do. They lost to Texas A&M, which I think many of us anticipated. This Air Force team is a little down from where they've been over the last couple of years, but it's Air Force, and so you always know what you're going to get. And I know you used to always give a scholarship to the kid, the Skyline quarterback, just so you'd have somebody to be able to run Air Force stuff.
Exactly. So the key to Air Force is you got to be gap efficient. And if you're not gap efficient, you're going to stop 5 plays and then you're going to give up a 50-yard run. I mean, so if you play gap efficient all the time and make sure that you keep your gap, you don't over scrape or under scrape, where you give them an opening, then you're probably in pretty good shape. And a lot of times coaches say, well, 80% of the time we were perfect, but we gave up 5. Oh, well, 5 is enough. You can give up 5. And I tell you what, give credit to BYU back in the day, because they were the only ones that defended Air Force well.
Yeah.
Because their technique was good in the front, and they protected their gaps well. And probably in my 3rd year, then because we recruited quarterbacks that could run that offense, and then we would run it during 2-a-days. We would run it. It was always a segment where we worked on Air Force, and then we became really good at defending the option and defending the things that they do. And but you have to be gap efficient, and you can't mess around with your defense where you're doing a lot of stupid stuff, because sooner or later they're going to hit one where you don't have anybody there, and you can say, well, 85% we were perfect, and then 15% we weren't.
And Bronco's got a good track record.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. At BYU,
yes,
he did a very good job defending that. And it's interesting. I just was working on my boards this morning for Air Force, and it's just they don't have receivers that have a lot of yards, but their per catch average is always like 40 or 30 because they'll just suck you in. Those DBs finally bite, and then they hit you over the top.
Because you're playing man coverage basically.
Yeah.
And everybody's responsible, and your eyes have to stay where they need to be. Because if you start wondering, okay, we're coming up, we're taking away the dive, we're taking away the quarterback, we're taking away the pitch, okay, and then all of a sudden they hit you with a slant route for 60, But the DB sucks up because he's helping on either the dive or something. But you take away the dive first.
That's number 1, right?
Number 1.
Yeah.
Then you take away the quarterback second, rally to the pitch. So basically, you take away the dive, take away the quarterback, rally to the pitch.
And you just got to be disciplined.
Yeah.
And that's hard, because a lot of your best players, they like to freelance a little bit.
Oh yeah, well, you get stupid, and the idea is to, your inside guys, if you've got strong enough guys inside, they have to get some penetration, so you force the quarterback when he
off of his pad.
You don't want the quarterback to gain ground. You want him to lose on that first step. He has to be forced back a little bit. Takes the timing away from the option. So you got to get penetration inside. Your 5 techniques have to protect that gap. The backers have to be really disciplined on scrapes and reads, and then everybody else has to rally to the pitch. So and when they pitch that ball, you better have everybody in that angle to the pitch, and then your man coverage guys their eyes can't wander, because if their eyes start to wander, they lose a guy.
Yeah.
And they're looking. Believe me, Air Force is looking up there. Okay, which one of those DBs is sucking?
Yeah.
Okay, we're next time we have the ball, we're gonna go after that guy. We're gonna hit a big one on him.
There's a lot of pressure on the offensive side too, because your possessions are so limited.
Oh yeah.
Because the time of possession, Air Force will just eat up so much clock that your possessions are limited. So you got to make sure they all count.
And
absolutely.
In the old days, they did a good job with their tackles, particularly of taking away inside gaps. So when you're trying to cut off the backside guy. It was hard because of the angle the backside guy had taken. Their personnel wasn't necessarily that great, but their execution was because they're smart guys, and they back in the day, they had a huge belief in what they were doing,
Yeah.
And because they have a high quality of people playing that are really, really smart, and they understand what they're doing, and they had really good coaching. They were a problem, and a huge problem.
Well, they've had Fisher was there for 20 plus years, right?
Yeah, Fisher. I tell you what, Fisher's an interesting dude because, I remember the time we beat him down. Look who's coming in here. I can't believe it. Vicky's coming in.
Oh, Vicky's here.
Oh, my God.
Oh, let's get her on headset.
No. I guess Mike must have tapped out because he's supposed to pick me up. So he must have tapped out and called her. She doesn't look real happy about it. She's going to be all grumpy when she comes over here. Vicky! Come over here.
And now she's walking away. She's like, nope.
Nope.
Hey, we'll take a break, wrap things up. Coming up next, Coach is in trouble with the misses.
Oh, my God.
We'll figure out what's going on next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Hey, Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Got an app idea? You're sitting on a gold mine, but stuck on how to bring it to life? Meet Dev Simplify, your superheroes for web and mobile app creation. Dev Simplify. DevSimplify.com. Just ask Coach Mike with Practice Planner Live.
You know, as a coach, technology isn't my strength, but Dev Simplify took my idea for Practice Planner Live and turned it into the top practice planning platform on the market. They transformed my non-technical vision into an incredible web and mobile app that coaches like me now can't live without.
See, you don't need to be a tech wizard. Your idea plus Dev Simplify's superhero software skills equals a big win. Right, Mike?
You know, I had big plans for my app, and with Dev Simplify's help, it's now a thriving must-have platform for all coaches.
Dev Simplify, turning your brilliant ideas into amazing web and mobile. No tech skills required. Visit DevSimplify.com and let the magic begin. DevSimplify.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. While some out there believe that Utah should just roll over Wyoming, Coach Mack and Levani Demooney are like, hey, hold up. Wyoming's got some players on that team.
No, they're solid. They're solid. They have some good athletes, some big guys with good frames on their tight ends, and so we're excited for this challenge. Yeah, they're a good run team, and so, yeah, they got some good weapons.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Get the best barbecue in the state. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan.
Just remember the...
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Vicky, over here.
Take a break.
Oh, my gosh.
Wrapping up another edition of the show. Yes, Vicky
is
here.
Lloyd, you're funny.
He's the best in the business.
Vicky, over here.
We need to make that your new ringtone instead of we do.
Hey, she got the short straw today.
Yeah, she's got to drive Coach back.
Got to drive Coach around.
Yeah.
The chauffeur. We're wrapping up the show. BYU off. We will have a big one. They'll go to East Carolina next week. That's a big game there for them.
I think it is a big game for them.
No gimmies for Utah. They're taking on Wyoming coming up this weekend.
The Cowboys. Oh, man.
You don't miss that trip at all, do you?
I tell you what. That's why we went to Price. You know, that was part of the reason because it looked just like Laramie.
Yeah.
But you know, when I took the job at Utah, we hadn't beaten Wyoming at Wyoming in 15 years.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. You know, and they said, "Yeah, you haven't beaten them down there in 15 years." I said, "Oh, we'll change that," which we did. But I'll tell you what. And a couple of the coaches were there during that time. Were really great guys, really, fun guys, and I remember the one guy, when they hired another AD, the former AD who has been the football coach, he's sitting in the stands like on the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
I said, dude, what are you doing over here? He said, well, the new AD, they don't allow me on the box. I said, why not? He said, I don't know. But here's a guy, and he's a Wyoming traditional.
Long-time coach and AD.
Yeah. And I said, he's sitting on the 10-yard line, and we're talking, and I said, what are you doing down here? He said, you should be up in the boxes. He said, no, they don't allow me in the box anymore. And this guy was,
Oh, he was Mr. Wyoming.
And everybody loved the guy.
Yeah.
He was the best dude ever. And I said, well, who's this new guy? He must be really messed up, because, the new guy was worried about him.
Yeah, he's trying to establish his own regime, and that means to get rid of the old guys. And
Get rid of the old guys. But those old guys were traditional Wyoming guys.
They know a thing or two.
And I know when they hired the guy they got now, when they were hiring, they said, we need to hire I said, who you want to hire? We want to hire a guy with a little mud on his boots.
And so they hired a Wyoming guy. This guy was been around the program for a while.
Yeah.
All right, Jake's with us as we wrap up another edition of the show here at Tim Dowley Mazda Southtown. Jake, the deals just keep getting better. At first it was 0, now it's negative interest.
Yeah, we're still 0.
Okay.
We're still 0. I don't know this negative interest stuff.
-1. Yeah.
We're going to pay you to buy the car.
The longer you own the vehicle, the more interest you get.
We're going to pay you to own the vehicle. Gotta love Tyler.
Wait a minute, we're getting a double standard here.
Hey, since Coach Mack has been there, I've seen 3 people come in for test drives. Then they come back from their test drive. They're sitting over here. And they're getting deals done, Coach. It's like, I think we could get into the teens.
Yeah.
We went from 23 to 22 if we got some.
21 now.
We're 21. Yeah, I heard the
So-
loudspeaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, so give me a ding call, at the end of the day. Let me know where we're at. And then we can come in and we'll promo some more cars.
Coach
There we
Mack,
go.
he's the new associate assistant manager here at the
I'm telling you,
dealership.
he's the assistant GM.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I'm a down the line guy.
Yeah.
That's right. That's
down
right.
the line. Hey, so I'm like, what do they call the guys? I don't know the car business. So when you go from this guy to this guy,
I got to talk to my manager.
which is kind of the low totem guy. What do they call him?
We got a sales guy, and then you got a floor manager, and then you got a finance manager, a desk manager, and then a So you got
Well, which one? I want to be on the low end, so it'd be.
So we'll make you a floor manager.
Okay. Hey, come down. Ask for the floor manager.
Vicky.
Come over here. Yeah. Hey, raise your hand if you're the floor manager. I'm right here.
Right here.
Right here.
Let me talk to the manager.
I got a deal for you, but you got to talk to my guy and this guy and this guy.
Yeah.
But we got it.
We got it.
But the great thing about Jake is that, I think you do have an office somewhere upstairs.
I do.
You're never in it.
Nope.
Because you're always down here. And if there's if anybody comes in here and says, can I talk to Jake? Jake's right here. He'll be more than happy to work you through.
Does the floor manager have an office?
Nope, their office is the floor.
Well,
we'll get you a comfy chair.
We'll get you a comfy chair.
I'm looking for a good chair.
Yeah.
I'll sit right out in front.
Yeah.
Just with
Done. Come down and see Coach Mack and buy as many cars, please.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
out
Mack
here. I got a sign on me that says, hey, no money down, we're giving cars away. It's big right on my chest. The big sign says, hey, I'll sit in the street out there with the sign.
That's Coach Mack deals.
Yeah. Hey, come on. Hey, you only get this today.
Yeah.
If you wait till tomorrow, it's too late.
Ask me about negative interest.
Yeah, one. What is it? 1%.
1%.
One.
Be like the Nick
negative.
Saban commercial for verbal whatever that he tells him the check-in time, and then the wife is whispering to her husband, "Is this what he's doing now?"
That's right.
Hey, what's your job? I'm a floor manager for Tim Daly.
Is this what Coach Mack is doing now?
Yeah, Coach Mack's a floor manager for Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Come down and see him this weekend only.
This weekend only.
Yeah.
0% financing on the 50s, $1,000 off the price. Extra $1,000 for the trade-in.
Let's go. We're here to make
it
deals.
happen.
And he's got a sign right around, just a sign that he's carrying.
Yep, and for every vehicle that
I'll
we
be
sell
out there.
this
See
weekend,
those balloons out there? I'll be right there with the balloons.
and we'll have Coach tied up in the balloons. Come on.
Right there.
We know how to do it right.
Hey,
we appreciate you having us down
Absolutely.
here, man.
Hey, seriously, though, these people will treat you right.
Oh, they do.
And,
They absolutely
and I'll tell
do.
you what, they're the best. And so if you want to have an opportunity to get a quality car with great people, this is where you need to be.
This is the only place to go.
We appreciate that, Coach. Come down, see us, and we'll make sure we take care of you as well.
Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Garden Restaurant has been open for a few months, and if you haven't stopped by, now is the time to get downtown and check out what everyone's been raving about. And if you have visited the new space, schedule a time to come on back. Grab a friend and come visit one of Salt Lake's best gathering spots for lunch. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls, perfect for taking home for family dinners. Or maybe you have a sweet tooth and are craving one of our brand new cinnamon rolls. They're the size of a dinner plate and perfect for sharing between a group of friends. Come smell and taste the garden for yourself. Enjoy the beautifully reimagined space and convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Choose from healthy and delicious options like the turkey pot pie, jalapeno pork and grilled cheese sandwiches, tomato bisque soup, and nut and berry salad. All favorites not to be missed. So much to choose from. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day, and Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Come on in. It's a Football Friday. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester. No Alex Kirry today. No Harvey Longy today. Both on family business. So it's just you and I.
Best friends that anybody could have.
We are the two best friends that anyone could have.
And we'll never, ever, 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 ever leave each other.
That's right. Well, it's definitely not for the next 4 hours.
Oh, yes.
Well, actually, we got a game
night
live
game after that. Don't forget that, buddy.
We are. It's truly forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. It's going to feel like it by the time we're done tonight.
Oh, yeah.
We're live at Alta High School, home of the Hawks, and also home to our Game Night Live game of the week tonight. The Syracuse Titans, 3-1, are coming down south to take on the 2-2 Alta Hawks. Should be a great game tonight. The Hawks are getting their quarterback back tonight, their starting quarterback, and so we think it's going to be a great ball game. You'll be able to hear that game. Actually, I think on 1280, right? I think that's airing on the radio, but definitely for sure on the KSL Plus app. 97.5. Well, we got an FM signal. That's pretty sweet. Good to hear. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You'll be able to hear the game there, but we're also going to have it visually on the KSL Plus app, KSL Sports app, KSLSports.com, and the KSL Sports YouTube channel. So a lot of ways to watch that game. And the awesome part about what we do with high school football is we got many games that you can go to KSLSports.com and see. Also, our YouTube channel has a number of them streaming along with our KSL Sports Rewind family. We got a lot of games going on tonight. And so if you love high school football, we are your home. A lot of options to choose from. And, of course, the main option, the main event, Syracuse versus Alta tonight on those outlets. So we're excited about that, but we're also excited for a college football weekend that should be fantastic. There's some great national games that we're going to keep an eye on. We'll touch on that coming up. BYU on a bye week, so the Cougars, I don't think they're chilling. I think they're working pretty hard this week, but they get a week that is awkward and weird this early in the season in week 3, but I'm sure they'll take full advantage of that. Utah State's hosting Air Force late tomorrow night. Scott Girard will be on the call for that on 1280 The Zone. And, of course, the Utah Utes, the 20th-ranked Utah Utes, are heading down I-80 to take on the Wyoming Cowboys in Laramie for the first time since 2010. Sly, a lot to get into today. Look forward to it. How are you doing?
I'm doing fabulous. It's Friday. You know,
we made it.
I had to realize it was Friday. You know, honestly, it didn't really hit me until traffic.
And it hit us bad. If you're on the freeway right now, we feel your pain. We were just there.
Oh yeah,
it's not a good day.
I was just like, what's
so
going
far
on today?
I-15.
Is this some kind of event? I was like, oh, it's Friday. People trying to get the heck out of here. So yeah, no, man, it's Friday's awesome, and you just take a deep breath in. You know what that smell is? It's football, baby.
That's right.
Football weekend, football Fridays here on KSL Sports. This is absolutely awesome. I can't wait. This game tonight's going to be awesome. You know, interviewing the coaches this week kind of got me hyped, you know, and so very excited to see this. There's some talent. Syracuse, man, they take the homegrown nature with this whole, even in high school now, the transfer portal, people going everywhere. No, they take it like, look, this is family over here. You know, we're homegrown from kids, you know, to high school, to getting to college. And even when you get out of college and you're looking for a job, you come back here and coach. This is a homegrown team that we're going to see tonight with Syracuse and Alta, man. We got a former Ute that's a head coach, and he's really taking the culture of, you know, talking
Blake
to him.
Burdett is the head coach at Alta.
Oh, yeah, man. Talking to him, I was just like, this is all the stuff that I heard when we were playing.
You was familiar today.
Yeah. So very excited to see this matchup tonight. It's going to be awesome. football anytime is awesome, man. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be great. Lot to get into today. We're going to start out. We got to get our reactions out from last week, what we saw from Utah, BYU, Utah State. So we'll look back here in the first hour, and then after that we're going to look ahead for everyone that's playing and not playing this week. BYU obviously taking the week off with the bye week. But we'll dig into it. Let's go. Brought to you by G2G Bars with all natural ingredients, no preservatives, and plenty of protein. G2G Bars are perfect for anyone who needs a tasty and nutritious boost. It's Football Friday, and it's The Cut at 3 o'clock.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Cut's brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Give them a call today, your local financial fiduciary. Any needs you have when it comes to finance, when it comes to investment, when it comes to even if you have a small business and you need to set up 401k and benefits for your employees, they can help you do a lot of different things when it comes to wealth. TrajanWealth.com. Give them a call today, 801-899-7600, or go ahead and go to their website, TrajanWealth.com. All right, Sly, before we look forward, let's look back. Utah obviously blew the doors off Cal Poly, as we all expected them to.
Right.
What did you take away from that? I have some thoughts as well, but I want to get yours first. You know, we knew what the opponent was going in, and it's always hard to judge these FCS games. How do you like to judge them when you're watching them?
I mean, my biggest takeaway is that my score prediction was spot on. You know, except I think Cal Poly had 9 extra points that I wanted them to.
Yeah.
So, but 63 points by this offense, it was awesome. A lot of people can take a lot of different things, but you really have to understand. You got to ask why. Why are people doing X, Y, Z? Then you'll really get to understand the game plan. This last week of high school football down in Vegas. I tried to ask why. What the heck is Lone Peak doing? Another shot at Lone Peak.
Easy there.
But I was just like, I don't understand it. But, like, you look at Utah in that game, you understand what they were trying to do. They were experimenting in that first half and trying to open up their passing game, seeing exactly what it was. So it was a little sluggish at times. And you had key guys out there. You had 2 old linemen out, Jaron Cumm being the main one. And they had other key missing parts that disrupt communication. When you got 11 people that need to be on a string is what they call it, right? Everybody needs to be on the same line. And that's why football is the ultimate team sport, because there's so many guys that have to be succinct, and you didn't feel that in that first half, and so they kind of abandoned that in the second half. That's why you see the barrage of points in that third quarter explosion, and just really, as you said, blowing the doors off of Cal Poly. But I saw a real confident team. You know, they were able to experiment and do things, but they know who they are. They're going to run the football. They're going to get in big boy package, and they're going to run over you, and that is traditional Utah football, and I absolutely love it, and I love it because it's going to reign true when you need it the most late in the season. You get a tough opponent, and your identity is to punch you in the mouth over and over and over, Marshawn Lynch style.
Yeah.
That is going to really reign supreme and showcase when you need it most. In that fourth quarter, your toughness will come out, man. So absolutely love what Utah put on tape on Saturday, and look forward to increasing the competition as we go week to week.
So I was watching the game, and I'll be honest, I was a little – I think I expected – and I say this because after watching them game one in the Rose Bowl against a UCLA team that we did not know yet how good they were,
right?
They just absolutely dominated them, especially at the line of scrimmage, in the trenches. 14 of 16 on third down conversions. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's an insane rate. And so the bar was raised for me in week one for Utah. I saw a team that looked sharp in every phase and dominate in every phase against a fellow Power 4 opponent, a former Pac-12 rival. Absolutely dominate them in their building. So my bar was raised for them.
Right.
And they didn't meet my bar first half.
Okay.
They didn't. I thought that the way they executed offensively wasn't sharp. I think they allowed too much to a team that had no business getting past the 50-yard line against them. And this is a compliment to Utah. This is a compliment to those guys.
Right.
I thought after game one that this team had the potential to be special, and I expected more out of them. Now, that doesn't mean that they weren't great on Saturday. It doesn't mean they weren't impressive. just early on, the offense felt a little clunky, like it should have been operating at a little bit higher rate, because if you did what you did against UCLA, why are you doing this against Cal Poly? Like, that's – you mentioned Jaron Kump being out. Maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe an injury or two or missing personnel or two can throw them off their rhythm a little bit. Maybe there was a little bit of a nervousness, or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's this anxiety of wanting to do something great in front of the home fans for the first game that you're playing there, or whatever it might be. I just felt like it was a little bit of a struggle to really get that offense clicking the way that we saw it click in game one.
Well,
now they finally figured it out.
Yeah.
And then defensively, Sly, and Kyle Whittingham mentioned it. They were looking at film, and some guys were their eyes weren't where they were supposed to be. Just little things like that.
Right.
That, I mean, obviously they scored 9 points all game.
Right.
We're being picky here.
Right.
But I didn't expect that team to score at all.
Right.
And for them to have
I
3
expected
drives
them
where
to
they
be
came away with points was pretty surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of different factors. We don't know exactly what it was. At the end of the day, they got the W, but you expect that dominance, each and every drive, each and every possession. As much as we dislike these FCS opponents for those reasons, you expect them to absolutely obliterate them, right? And you don't want to play down the competition. So you don't want them to have mistakes, even though it's early on in the season, right? And so it's optics, it's trying to understand. And that's why, from my perspective on being on the sidelines right up next to it, I felt like Utah was trying to do some things that aren't in a traditional game flow for them, right? They were trying to see exactly how expanded we could take this playbook and do experimental things. And against a team like Cal Poly, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
End of the day, we still scored 69 points. Or 63 points, right? So that is that's still great, and most of the time when you go back next year after that, 5 years down the road, all you're going to look at is the end score. You're not going to look at how we performed in the first half, right? And so, I don't take any negatives away from that. I think that was a growth week. My biggest statement that I will take, even if I do go into coaching, is act like you've been there before, right?
Yeah.
And so if you score 63 points in a season, you've been there before, right? And so you score a receiving touchdown, Wayshawn Parker, you've been there before. You score a rushing touchdown from 40 yards, Wayshawn Parker, you've been there before. You score a pick six, Jackson Benny, you've been there before, right? And so I just want all those things, the sacks, the havoc plays, the chunk plays, the big momentum shifting plays to have happened, so when they happen in other games, we're not surprised, right? And so I felt like we got that, and I think we can move to the next step because we got big noon kickoff next week, baby. Cannot wait for that. It's going to be awesome.
Of course, can't look past Wyoming, but
we can.
I can't wait for Texas Tech.
Yes.
We expect Utah to go to Laramie tomorrow and take care of business, but that Texas Tech game, we had that circled on the calendar the second the schedule came out, knowing what Texas Tech has become with the additions that they had in the transfer portal and the money that they're investing. You knew that was going to be a massive game, so we look forward to that. And, yeah, my overall takeaway for Utah is the bar has been raised, and I think that they're capable of reaching that bar. And you're right. I think they're going to those things I just brought up are going to make them better because now the coaches on that staff have film to correct some of those things, so they'll be better prepared.
Those coaches have listened to JJ, and they're going to take it very seriously.
Yeah.
And they're going to implement everything.
One of the greatest KSL interns of all time, Morgan Scally, is definitely listening to me.
You guys were a dynamic duo back in the day. So.
Yeah, one of us went on to bigger and better things. So congratulations to Morgan Scally on his career accomplishments. But the Utes will learn from that, and they're going to get better from it. And ultimately, when you win 63-9 and you come away with teaching moments, that's about the best case scenario for any coaching staff that you could possibly have. Let's turn our attention to BYU and their win over Stanford now, Sly. Stanford is down. There's no doubt about that. And it's weird for me to see what Stanford was during the days of Andrew Luck and Christian McCaffrey and Jim Harbaugh and Coach David Shaw, who I have tremendous respect for. One of the great human beings I've ever had a chance to talk to. Just love that guy. They had a great run at Stanford, and that run is come to an end, and abruptly. This program is struggling. So it was, again, like an FCS game, it's tough to really evaluate BYU based on who they're playing, because what we really want to know is how good is BYU in relation to other top 25 programs, how good is BYU in relation to the Big 12 and the competition they're going to face in conference play. We're not going to find out for another couple of weeks, but we watched them play against Stanford that does have Power 4 athletes, and there were some things that I took away from it that are very positive. There's some concerns I have, just like with Utah. I think my bar for BYU is pretty high too. I think there's a lot of great players on that team, and we all know the situation with having a true freshman quarterback. You're going to have some hiccups, and you're going to have some growing pains along the way with a true freshman quarterback on offense. So BYU, actually what they did against Stanford was exactly how I thought it might go. That defense was going to get the job done. They were going to be dominant. They were going to shut down that Stanford offense, while the BYU offense kind of tried to figure things out, as they're going to have to through this easier to manage part of the schedule. What are your thoughts on what BYU did and how they played against Stanford, and what should BYU fans be excited about or concerned about based on what you've seen so far?
Well, BYU fans, the only thing that you need to be concerned about, which hopefully is not a concern, is your ability to adjust, right? You understand your dynamic. Whatever's happening to you is not a surprise, right? You know, you have a freshman quarterback. He's tough. He's young. He's going to be in there, but, you know, can you control his mistakes, right? Everybody makes mistakes, but he's a young guy who hasn't made them at this level. As I said with Utah, you want to act like you've been there before. Bear Bachmeier has not been there before at this level, right? And at the quarterback position, you are the most scrutinized position ever, right? And so you're at a top-tier D1 football team, and you're at the helm. You know he's going to take things seriously. So how can you guys manage that? Can the BYU coaching staff adjust with Bear Bachmeier and create good game plans to keep him safe, to keep him humble, to keep him thinking about the next play, not the last play? And that's the main caveat right there. As you said, there's athletes all around. You know, JoJo Phillips goes down. You got athletes to fill in, right? You got Chase Roberts still at number one. And you got Tate Nakua, you got Tiger Bachmeier, you got other guys to be able to fill in, but how are you going to utilize those, right? This is the day and age of two-way players. Who's going to be a two-way player, right? Can you put Isaiah Glasgow on offense like Utah does with Lander Barton, right? Can you use Tanner Wall? Can you use, Falatau Satsualo is my guy, right? He's a big-time two-way guy in high school. How are you going to be creative to stay competitive? Because you haven't played anybody yet, right? But don't panic, right? No reason to panic if you haven't done that yet, right? You have time. Got this early bye week. Get your stuff together. You're about to hit the oh, man, this is about to be a hard part of their schedule. They got 6 straight games.
The storm's coming.
Yeah, you got to fly to the East Coast twice. I think West Virginia West Virginia comes to BYU.
Correct.
But you go to Cincinnati late in the season. You go to the East Coast twice this year, and I'm telling you, traveling does take a part. So don't think of it as nothing. But this team, East Carolina, has always got athletes, so you always have to fear that, and it's always been tough. Even if you come out of there with a win, you beat Stanford by 24 points. You should have blew them out, right?
Yeah.
You should have did what you did to Portland State to them, right? And so
they had the holding call at the goal line. That should have been a touchdown. Should have had 4 more points on the board that was taken away from him on a bad call.
Yeah.
But too many field goals. Kalani talked about it this week. Kalani Sitake talked about it.
And I love Kalani's aggressiveness. That's one thing I really love about Kalani.
Yeah.
He wants to go for it every time. We do have Farron. He's a great kicker, so we always have that in our back pocket. But at the end of the day, if there's an opportunity, and I'm coaching against Coach Kalani, I know this guy's going to go for it on 4th down because he wants his team. Because, one, it does a multitude of things. One, of course, it gets you points or it gets you to advance, but it instills confidence in your team that I'm ready to go and we're ready to take this football game. But, in this football game, they were just above 30% in 3rd down conversions. That's not going to get it done.
That has to be better.
Has to be better. Rushing yards per attempt and all of that stuff was down. Against a team like Stanford, you got to be able to, again, not play down to your competition. You got to alleviate, as you were talking about holding Utah at that standard, that's what we're holding BYU and just because you have a freshman quarterback does not relieve that mistake. Offensive linemen, you guys got to step up, right? Create bigger holes for L.J. Martin. L.J. Martin looks absolutely amazing. He should rush for 1,200-plus yards this year.
Agree.
1,200
At
plus
least.
yards this year, at
Yep.
least. He should be a candidate for All-American at some capacity, with a freshman quarterback, man. So offensive lineman Chase Roberts in that receiver room, defense, step up, get these guys short fields, right? Make it easy on these guys. They have the capabilities of doing that against any opponent, not just Stanford. They could do that against Cincinnati. They can do that against Iowa State. I'm not saying they can do that against Utah because I don't want them to do that against Utah. But they can do that against a lot of different people. So it's got to be complimentary football more than ever this year.
No doubt. Real quick, my takes on BYU through 2 weeks. That defense is for real.
Yes.
It looks a lot like last year. They're getting the takeaways they got last year. You know what they're doing better this year than they did last year? They're already getting to the quarterback. Yeah. And so you take that same defense you essentially had last year at BYU with the turnovers that they're forcing, and you're getting to the quarterback. That defense is nasty. It's for real. Might be the best in the Big 12, one of the best in the country. In fact, right now I think they're number one in total defense.
Yeah, they are.
So it's not really arguable at this point. That unit is incredible. From the front all the way to the back end. They are awesome. L.J. Martin is the real deal at running back. Like you said, 1,200 yards this year, totally doable. Should get there as long as he stays healthy. They need to lean on him. And Sione Moa can come in and give them something too. You got a nice thunder and lightning.
Good spellback.
You really do have a nice thing going there. As long as those two guys can stay healthy, you'll be able to run the football effectively. That offensive line has been solid. Mm-hmm. The only issues that I see right now, my concerns with BYU is the ability of that offense to score at the rate that they're going to need to win games. Now, that defense is going to make it a lot easier on them. I don't think BYU needs to score 30 points a game to win. But they've got to get more production, and they can't just get field goals because once you get to Big 12 play, that's going to be a problem because you're playing some teams that can put a lot of points on the board. Look what Utah's doing offensively.
And they can hold you out of field goal range more than the other teams.
Absolutely. So that offense has got to be able to be more productive. They got to be better in the pass game.
Right.
And it's obvious. We understand. That's kind of like, yeah, no kidding. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Well, that's the only concern right now for me. You've got JoJo Phillips out. That unit – you need more out of the receivers, but you got to get your quarterback up to speed. And at some point, Barrett Bachmeier can't be on training wheels anymore, and I'm not sure he really is. I think they're letting him do what he's ready to do right now. But eventually, you're going to have to let the Centaur loose.
Got to be able to handle
You're going to have to
mistakes,
let
though.
the Centaur loose, and he's going to have to be able to make the right decisions because you can't be as conservative as you've had to be. And maybe that's by design, and maybe it just is a function of what the progress they're having to make at that position. But I feel pretty confident they're in a good place right now. If they can get the pass game up to speed, you got to have balance. I really think they got to have balance because when you get to Pac-12 play, you can't just be a rushing team. You got to be able to throw the football, and Bear's going to be asked to make some plays with his arm at some point this season in order for BYU to reach their goals. All right, it's Football Friday. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a break from football briefly. Ty Wardle, Salt Lake Bees general manager, is going to join us. He's going to talk about Home Run Derby X, a competition that you will definitely have some interest in. You're going to want to get tickets to this. It's going to be pretty cool. We'll have the details on that coming up next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's single file on southbound SR 36 in Tulla County approaching Stansbury Park because of a crash blocking two right lanes right before the Pole Canyon Road stoplight. Big northbound slowing on I-15 heading from 106 South in Sandy up to the south interchange between Murray and Midville thanks to an earlier crash. Advanced Window Products. Get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com. Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus, refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about how his team will utilize the early in the season bye week.
Well, we want to still keep in the rhythm of our offense and defense. I mean, we knew about this bye a long time ago, so we prepped for it. So we know what we're going to do practice. We also can't just be like a regular work week where your guys get some wear and tear. You got to do enough to keep on top of it and keep consistent, but then at the same time, we still want to gain our legs back and get fresh. And so we'll do whatever it takes to get better as a team, but that means that this week's got to be important. It's not a week off.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Football Friday continues right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's Football Friday, but we're going to take a quick break from this Football Friday. We're going to talk about baseball. A big event is coming to Utah, September 19th and the 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. It's the Home Run Derby X, Salt Lake City 2025. And joining us right now to talk about that great event, always great to have Ty Wardle on the program, Salt Lake Bees General Manager. Ty, how you doing?
So good. How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
You bet. Thanks for coming on. As you guys wrap up the first season at the new ballpark, you now have this great event. What does – I guess I probably need to ask you this because a lot of fans in the state may not be aware of this event. What is this event exactly, and how does it work?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it's sanctioned by the Major League Baseball, and so think of this as a 3-on-3 baseball format where they want to hit a ton of home runs, have a lot of excitement, have different teams participating, and then you have kind of high-flying catches and athletic catches that are happening at the same time. So high-paced baseball, think of it that way, hopefully expecting a ton of different home runs from exciting players.
So how did you guys nail get an event like that to come to Utah?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done a lot to put ourselves on the map in the conversation around Major League Baseball conversations, but obviously building a new ballpark, they do this event in some minor league stadiums around the country. So when we build a new ballpark like we have, it kind of puts us on the map for new events and exciting things happen around the league. And so it was an easy conversation to kind of segue into just putting ourselves on the map for conversations around what's going on around Big League Utah and things we're working on, and having a new ballpark at the same time to showcase it. They were excited to come to Salt Lake, so it made it easier for us.
So who are some of these legends and people we can see at this home run derby?
Yeah, great call. So we have 8 different teams that will participate in this, and legends of different teams. So we'll have the Dodgers, the Nationals, the Cardinals, the Kansas City qualifier that's happening now. We have players like Ryan Zimmerman, Adrian Gonzalez, Nick Swisher, Grady Emerson, and a few others. This is also an event that Manny Ramirez has participated within the Red Sox team as well. And so they have some cool names associated with this, some superstars from the past, and hopefully we'll get some exciting things happening when they're here in market with us too.
It's an interesting concept. How did it develop? I'm curious what the history is with it, and you see 3-on-3 in hockey, you see 3-on-3 with basketball, and it really works. Well, who thought of doing this in a baseball context?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that it's sanctioned by Major League Baseball. They think they see it as a way to capture new fans, have excitement in different ways around baseball throughout the year, and just travel to different markets that may not have Major League Baseball teams, trying to create additional fandom for Major League Baseball in general. So exactly where the idea hatched, I probably can't speak to that, but just a way to create new fandom in markets that don't exist or don't have teams in them currently. So I think Salt Lake City being a perfect spot for it. Utah is a baseball state. We know it. We're a part of it here. And there's a lot of excitement around baseball in general. So I think it's a perfect sort of setting to have Major League Baseball attached to things that are happening in Utah in our minor league venue. So we're excited for it.
Yeah, man, this sounds terrific. I'm interested, man, because when you do something like this, it's got to be fun for the players too. What type of fun does the players get out of putting on this event?
Yeah, I mean, they enjoy it for sure. Everyone should follow Home Run Derby X on social media. It's cool kind of how they put it together. So it gives some of these retired players and legends of the game an opportunity to showcase themselves again and just kind of stay attached to the baseball system. And even having softball players participate as well, like from the University of Utah, Hannah Flippin. And so there's excitement around just baseball in general. So I know they love it. They spoke highly of it in the interactions that we've had with the players, and so we're excited to have all these different teams in market with us.
You're about to wrap up the first season at the new ballpark, the ballpark at America First Square. Overall, how has this season been for you and the organization to get that stadium going and have this first year, and what's it been like for you guys to see that be successful?
Yeah, it's been amazing. We've had a really good year. It's been really fun. It's been a while since we've seen you out there, Jeremiah, so we'd love to try to have you before the weekend's over when we're done on Sunday.
Got to make that happen.
But tons of different successes all the way around. Attendance has been incredible. The fan experience was a huge focus of ours from the get-go, and we've had a really amazing time with great feedback from the fans. As you saw, the putting green in left field, the different amenities of the ballpark, the entertainment district as a whole, new restaurants have opened up around the ballpark. And just kind of the fan experience we hear resonate within the system. Like when we have our fans out there and people participating from around Major League Baseball and the different teams that come into market, they really do mention to us that this feels like a Major League venue, the venue that we've built out there. So we've taken a lot of pride in just the experience overall. And it's been awesome. It's been an incredibly successful season. The team's done a great job making it successful that way as well.
Yeah, you mentioned the trust that you've built with Major League Baseball, and obviously getting this event as part of that. How are you guys working on that relationship and building that relationship that you've had success with so far?
Yeah, I think we're just doing our best to make sure that Salt Lake is part of the conversation, and so there's not a ton of interaction, obviously, that happens because there's not much going on in that conversation as far as expansion goes. But we're just doing our best to prep through the big league Utah system. Utah is one of the fastest growing states. It's one of the best economies in the country. As I said, Utah is a baseball state. There's so much energy around baseball in general. We're doing everything we can to continue to grow the youth sports system within baseball to create fandom, natural fandom that way. And so we're just doing everything that we can. The private partner, the public-private partnership with the state, and prepping for the development and things that we're working, anything that we can control that we are. And there's obviously lots of things that are out of our control too at the same time, but we're doing everything we can to make sure Salt Lake stays in the conversation.
I also see you guys have a youth baseball clinic on Saturday that fans can sign up for at your website, slbs.com. A lot of great things going on with this. If people want to get out to this event, either of those days, what should they do?
Yeah, make sure to go to slbs.com to buy those tickets. The events happen on September 19th and 20th, with the championship happening on the 20th. So lots of fun and exciting things happening. We'd love to have them out there.
This is awesome. It sounds amazing. You can go see some former stars that played in Major League Baseball, softball stars. Just what a great event, what a fun thing to do. Basically 3-on-3 with baseball, which is just amazing. Ty, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it. Congratulations on getting this event to Utah, and congratulations on a great season, your first at the new ballpark. Congrats on everything you guys have had this year. That's Ty Wardle, General Manager of the Salt Lake Bees, bringing Home Run Derby X to Utah. It'll take place September 19th and the 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. We don't get these kind of events often, so this is something that if you're listening and you want to go out and do something different and fun and you love baseball, this is a great opportunity to do that. And
even if you don't like baseball, if you haven't been
that's
to
a great
game,
point.
yeah.
No, that's a great point.
It's a good time.
For those people out there that think baseball is boring, which I disagree with, but
the environment is great.
The excitement of a home run derby and the 3-on-3 aspect of it, this is going to be a great event. So go to slbs.com and check out the tickets, as Ty said. And I don't think it's going to be, it's the price point should be great to get in the gate and go check this out and have a good time coming up next weekend. So
great family event.
It's just Big League Utah is doing amazing things. They're putting themselves in a position to be ready when Major League Baseball is ready.
Right.
And you're hearing experts out there, people that are tied in really closely to the league, some journalists that are well connected in the league, and every time they're asked or they talk about it, there's two cities that come up first before everybody else. It's Nashville, but then it's Salt Lake City.
Oh,
and so
Nashville's the other one, huh?
Yeah. So the thought of putting one in the East and one in the West, I think, makes a lot of sense for the league. And then obviously there's a lot of things that they would do at that point with realignment. But obviously all that is speculation. We don't know yet. As Ty says, they're still in this process of waiting until Major League Baseball is ready to move forward with expansion. But when they do, the seeds have been planted. They're shovel ready. The money is there. The ownership is there. Everything is ready to go. And not a lot of markets in this country can say that.
Right.
So it's awesome what the Larry H. Miller Company is doing, how ready they are, and what they're putting in place and the things that they're setting in motion to be able to make this happen and be ready and be prepared when the opportunity is there. So this is all part of it. Home Run Derby X, Salt Lake City 2025. Go to slbs.com to get tickets September 19th and the 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. All right, we have to take another break. When we come back, would you rather, another NFL would you rather for Sly.
Ooh.
So I won't tell you the position, but we'll have some fun with that coming up.
All right.
Football Friday continues from Alta High School next on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about this over and over, and we talk about it because it worked for us. And if you're listening right now and you struggle with your weight and you want to make a change and you're ready to commit to that, and you're looking for a way to do it that's going to be effective, that's going to help you reach your goals, that isn't going to be confusing, that isn't going to cause you to waste your time, or it's going to cause you to put a bunch of money into something that isn't going to pay you back. Well, this is a great weight loss option for you. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is developed by a doctor. It's easy to follow. It's going to help you lose weight fast, naturally and safely. You're not going to have to depend on drugs, injections. That's fine if you want to go do those things. But if you don't need to do that, you can do it with just eating regular food. And that's how we were able to accomplish our goals. And I was never starving with this program. I was getting the nutrition my body needed while staying in the calorie deficit, and the fat melted off. It's going to help you reset your metabolism so you can lose that weight quickly, but it's also going to help you keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that follows that reduction phase. And that includes ongoing personal support right on your phone. They got an app with all this instruction, with all these scientific studies, and with all these instructional videos that teach you how to lose weight and teach you how to keep the weight off. It's awesome. It's worked great for me. It can work great for you. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation and see if this will work for you, if this is going to be the difference for you. And if it is, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to save $200 off the program. Go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year, only at the Utah State Fair.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers.
Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
As a Utah business owner, you make smart money decisions every day. And Rocky Mountain Power's WattSmart initiative is the ideal way to take your savings even further. From new LED lighting and HVAC to refrigeration and dishwashers, we help businesses improve energy efficiency with cash incentives to lower your costs, so you can cut bills and boost your bottom line. Plus, we have approved contractors to make it easier on you. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass! Cheap bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at utahRVSupershow.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah running back Nakari Rogers talks about the chemistry between him and teammate Wayshawn Parker.
You know, whoever out there is like, we're not skipping the beat, so we're getting the same results, positive results, regardless. And whoever out there, we just kind of get pointers of what they see on the sideline, like what we could do better and stuff like that. So I feel like the chemistry is there.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Would You Rather's next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
Big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win a 4-pack of tickets to Wings and Wheels. Wings and Wheels is Spanish Fork's premier aviation and automotive event, September 27th at the Spanish Fork Airport. Don't miss vintage warbirds, classic cars, exotic sports vehicles, and thrilling aerial performances. Tune in Wednesday for your chance to win free tickets. It's Win Ticket Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone. All right, it's a Would You Rather, and this week, Sly, I'm going to keep the NFL theme going. We had a Would You Rather quarterbacks. We had a Would You Rather pass rushers. I'm going to do a Would You Rather.
Nose tackles, Tony Siragusa all day.
No, that's a great idea. I could have been maybe that's a top 10 greatest nose tackles of all time in the NFL. Yeah. Not sure how you determine that, but I'm actually going to do running backs today.
Oh.
And let's see if I can find a Sophie's Choice for you. So I'm going to start with this guy. Would you rather have Derrick Henry or James Cook, Buffalo Bills?
Oh. Derrick Henry.
Okay. Derrick Henry or Bucky Irving, Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
King Henry.
Easy. All right. Derrick Henry or Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts?
King Henry.
Yeah, he's just whipping through these. Derrick Henry or Josh Jacobs, Packers?
King Henry.
Okay. King Henry or Christian McCaffrey, healthy?
King Henry.
When will he ever be healthy? It's going to get progressively harder, trust me. You're going to have to think about a couple of these. Maybe, maybe not. Derrick Henry or Bijan Robinson of the Falcons?
King Henry.
Okay. Maybe he won't have to think about it. Derrick Henry or Jahmyr Gibbs, Detroit Lions?
I really like Gibbs.
I know.
Gibbs is my fantasy running back, too.
Ooh, so we finally got there.
King Henry.
Okay. That seemed a little too easy. This is not going as difficult as I thought it might be. Derrick Henry is getting up there.
You know what? You would think, right? You know, what is the lifespan of a running back? It's supposed to be 5 years.
He's supposed to be done. He's 31 years old, right?
He's exceeding that and looking outstanding. He ran for 190 yards last week.
Yeah. Of course, we all
forgot
about that after the fumble.
Exactly. But
it's
you
tough.
Put him in the Power Eye lunchbox just like freaking Little Giants. Put it in there, right? Like you know it's coming and you can't do nothing about it. Like what that is the hardest part of football is when you know what they're doing and you can't stop. You know who's blocking you. You know who you got to tackle, and you can't do nothing. When they go into Power Eye, you know, like, that's nothing that you have to really figure out. Of course, you have to think about the bootleg with Lamar Jackson, but they don't care. They want to see – it's just like when you talk to Scott Mitchell. He's like, look, I handed the ball off to Barry, and I turned around and watched.
Yeah.
That's what Lamar Jackson wants to do with Derrick Henry. King Henry all day.
Okay. I have one left.
All right.
Would you rather have Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley?
Dang. I forgot about King Saquon.
Uh-oh.
Little Saquon. Saquon. Offensive Player of the Year, Saquon. Still King Henry.
Super Bowl champion.
King Henry.
Still going with King Henry.
Yeah.
At age 31 over Saquon.
I love how strong Saquon is and his just ability in tight spaces, right? And I think that is an attribute that I would take over Derrick Henry, but what I've seen Derrick Henry do is not what is he, 6'3"?
Yeah, he's a beast. He's a freak of nature.
6'3" running backs don't do it. Eddie George was the closest guy his size to doing that. Of course, you had Eric Dickerson and yada, yada, yada. But Derrick Henry has done some things where I'm just like, why can he not go down? Why does nobody can tackle this guy? Right, and he's awesome. So I still have Derrick Henry. And I take Derrick Henry simply because all those things that Christian McCaffrey, Bijan Robinson, all these guys possess, I can get other guys to do that.
Okay.
Right? But I can't get those other guys to do what Derrick Henry does.
I'd go with Saquon Barkley, 3 or 4 years younger, in his prime.
Oh, now you're putting attributes on it. You're younger.
Well, he is younger. So.
Oh, you're saying he's 3 years younger than – I thought you said 3 years younger.
No.
Okay, he's 3 years younger than
Saquon's 3 years younger than Derrick Henry.
Right.
More in his prime. And Derrick Henry is incredible. Don't get me wrong. But if I'm having to choose between the two, I'm taking the slightly younger guy.
You're not wrong. I mean, you can't go wrong either way. I think that's a great matchup.
Ultimately, the point of all this is just recognition that the running back position in the NFL is back.
Yeah.
Because that list I read off is a pretty impressive list of guys. There's dudes in the NFL right now at that running back position, and I think teams have had to find out the hard way that they maybe got away from thinking that running back position was so important until you see what the Eagles have done, and now they got Saquon, and it's like, okay, that was the difference between them winning a Super Bowl or not. If they don't go out and get Saquon, they're not in the Super Bowl. Where are the Ravens at without Derrick Henry?
Right.
So you've seen these running backs. James Cook for the Bills, right?
Elevate that team, yeah.
So every one of these guys, Jahmyr Gibbs with the Lions, the difference that he made in that offense.
Right.
Outside of that, if you take Jahmyr Gibbs away, you got Jared Goff out there feeling the pressure. He doesn't have a running back that can go out there and get the job done.
Montgomery, but
he's a possession back.
He's
Jahmyr
not
Gibbs is the lightning.
Dynamic. Oh, Alvin Kamara. You didn't say Alvin Kamara.
Another guy that's a little older that you forget about, and he's on a bad team right now. But
bad team, yeah.
Alvin Kamara, you can make an argument, should be
him.
a Hall of Fame running back. He's had that kind of a career. Bijan Robinson
sucks that he's on that team. You don't even realize it.
Unfortunately now, yeah, they're going to get lost this year because they're not very good. But, yeah, it's a great conversation. The running back position is back in the NFL. All right, Football Friday will continue next. We've got to take a short break. When we come back, we'll start to look ahead. Utah at Wyoming. Obviously, the Utes are heavy favorites. What do we want to see from Utah in this game in Laramie, a place that is just weird when it comes to playing football games, as Sly knows for sure. We'll get into that next on Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Meals. All right, Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about Beehive Meals and how it can save you time and it can save you money. I've seen that firsthand. You're out there. Right now you're probably running around trying to get somewhere, and you've got all this stuff going on. Kids have football practice. Maybe there's a game you got to get to tonight. What are you doing for dinner? And then panic sets in. Oh, my gosh, what are we going to do for dinner? And then what do you do when the panic sets in? You're just like, I got a problem to solve. I'm going to solve it however I can. You go get the fast food, and suddenly you've spent $50 or $60 feeding your family when you didn't need to spend that much because you should have had a nice home-cooked meal sitting in your crock pot waiting for you when you do eventually get home from all that chaos. That's what Beehive Meals can do for you. They can save you money so you don't have to go eat out all the time and eat out at night, but they're also going to give you that high-quality home-cooked meal, and your family can sit around the table and eat it. But you don't have to prepare it. They prepare it for you. They prepare the meals. They freeze it. It comes to your home, packed fresh, and all you got to do is throw it in the crock pot in the morning when you get up or when you're getting ready for your day before you take off for all the chaos. It's so awesome that Beehive Meals has figured out a way to do that. And you're wondering, okay, that's nice, but is it good? Does it taste great? Oh, my goodness. Let me tell you. Carne asada, cheeseburger mac, apple barbecue pork roast, sausage marinara, breakfast casserole, Parmesan herb chicken, creamy buffalo chicken, cracked chicken, chicken enchilada soup, barbecue chicken. That can be waiting for you when you come home with minimal effort. And it's going to taste great. It's going to save you money, and your family's going to have a great time eating it together because it tastes great. Go to their website right now, beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com. Make your order. If you haven't done this before, make your first order, and when you fill out that order, use the promo code THEZONE. That's THEZONE to get $20 off that order. Go do it right now. Go check it out. Go give Beehive Meals a try. You're going to save time, and you're going to save money. You won't regret it, and you're going to have a great meal on top of all that. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more. I just took a COVID test. Ugh. Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars. College standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio. This is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester. We are without Alex Kirry today. We are without Harvey Longy today. They are with family. And we're thinking of them while they're gone, taking care of business at home. So I know those guys are probably listening in right now. So we look forward to having you guys back here soon. But me and Sly are holding it down here at Alta High School, home of the Hawks. Got Game Night Live tonight. on the KSL Plus app, KSL Sports app, KSLSports.com, or the KSL Sports YouTube channel. We provide many different ways for you to watch the game, whatever works for you on your preferred digital device or format. They're going to be hosting the Syracuse Titans. The Titans at 3-1. They lost a heartbreaker last week to the number 1 ranked team in the entire state of Idaho, the Rigby Trojans. The Syracuse team is really good.
Yeah.
Alta, their starting quarterback, was banged up. We expect him back tonight. It's not official, but we expect him back tonight. So this should be a great football game tonight. Some great football games across the state. So if you're looking for something to do tonight, either go check out a game in person, which we recommend, to go enjoy your community football program and give them support. If you can't make it out to the game in person, check one out online. There's nothing else going on as far as I know, as far as college or whatever. No NFL games. So watch a high school football game. You won't regret it. There's a lot of good high school football here in the state. So, but we're going to turn our attention to college football, and a lot of things to discuss. There's a lot of different places we could go, Sly. I want to just focus on this game coming up with Utah and Wyoming.
Okay.
Because it's easy to look past it. We've been joking all week that Utah can't look past Wyoming, but we can.
Right.
We're all about Texas Tech, and there's certainly some excitement surrounding that game. But weird things happen, and Texas Tech is a good example. Texas Tech went to Laramie, I believe, 3 years ago as a ranked team with Tyler Shuck as their quarterback, who's now in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They lost in Laramie. It can happen. Anything can happen. Weird things happen.
Right,
it's not going to happen this year.
Weird
but
dark magic aura over there.
So
and it's at nighttime too.
How many times did you play in Laramie?
Twice.
You played there twice.
Twice.
Can
too much.
you share what it was like for you as a player? And I know that was during the Mountain West days. Things are different. There was more of a level playing field at that time. You were in the same conference. This is it's kind of a little bit of an apples and oranges situation. But still, you have experienced Laramie as a football player, playing in that stadium. It's not a big stadium, but it's a hostile stadium.
Man.
It's 7,200 feet. There's just a lot of weird things about it. What's it like?
It's everything from the weather to the fans to the cow patty smells to just.
Thank you for saying patty. Alex had his finger on the button.
Oh, I know he did. The locker rooms to just everything just irks you. Now, of course, that was a long time ago. I'm old, folks. So, but like my worst memory is that I was riding high as a true freshman playing, just causing havoc. Just had a great game against TCU, starting linebacker now, and 190 pounds, freaking crushing it, still doing great. And going to Laramie, riding high, and I get hurt on freaking kickoff. My lineman trips and falls. I don't know why he was on kickoff. It was Coach Witt's idea. I still blame him. And lands on my ankle. I get a high ankle sprain, and I get hurt and miss the next 2 weeks. And so I hate Laramie from there, and we're doing good, and they actually handled us in 2006.
I was there.
So yeah, it sucked. And then in 2008, it was just so windy that day. I think we won like 40-something to nothing, but like we wanted to get out of there so bad. It was just like, let's go home.
Yeah.
Let's go home. And then also, too, so, like, yeah, for me, I'm never going to forget the meal we had in Laramie. I think we were at, like, a Flying J's is where we had to start. It was some kind of truck stop.
You had to stop at
Flying
J's?
No, it's where we stayed. I swear we all stayed in, like, a huge.
Like a little America or
something
something like
warehouse where we all had sleeping bags, and we're all in the same room, and we had to sing Kumbaya. I did watch Lucky Number 11 there. That was my first time watching that movie. Absolutely love that movie. But I remember this vividly. It's just so crazy to me. They gave us like Salisbury steak, and it was hard. It was like hockey puck.
Oh, no.
Hockey puck steak. You could just throw it against the wall. And I'm bougie, folks, so let me just.
An Uncle Rico special?
Oh, yeah. I was pissing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He definitely hucked that thing up.
My
like
gosh.
Brett Favre. But, like, there's just so many things, and you're just distracted by all the other stuff that I just said. It's not outside of football, right? And then you get into that environment, and those are guys who live it. Those guys are there all the time, so that's not a distraction for them. And they're focused, and they're tough. They are tough dudes over there, and they just get it done. So if you don't jump on them early and just get their mentality out of it, and if you give them a thought that they have a chance, you're going to experience that dark magic, and it's something you don't want. So early leads, early dominance, which Utah is capable of, is ultimately important. So Utah needs to get a 21-28-0 lead early in that game and put that game to rest, because the last thing you want to do is have Laramie and Wyoming Cowboys hang around in the second half.
No, you don't. And I think that's important. I wouldn't call the Cal Poly game a slow start. I don't think that's accurate. I would just call it
not as crisp.
Not as crisp and clean and as efficient as you'd like it to be.
Where's the week before?
Right. So I think that's key going there. You're on the road in a weird environment. You can call it a hostile environment for sure. It's a situation where you got to go out there and handle business early. Because if you let them hang around and the crowd gets into it.
Yeah, man, you don't want that.
Things can get weird in Laramie, as you know, as you just described. Things can get weird quick. And I don't think that Utah wants that. And I think Utah's done a good job over the first 2 weeks in building a confidence around the country that this program is for real this year, that what happened the last 2 years is behind them, and that they've got this new dynamic offense to go with a great defense. And this is a top 20 program and a Big 12 contender. You can't go to Laramie and create doubt. You can't. Even if you win the game, you can't go to Laramie and create doubt.
For sure.
Because you know what's coming the next week. Reality sets in next week. Big 12 play starts next week.
As you've been alluding to all week, we can look ahead. You can't.
Exactly.
Right. And you don't want to do that because, as I said, you do not want to give Laramie, these Wyoming Cowboys, these guys who are tough, cow patty kickers, any opportunity, any life. Don't give them life. Put them away early. Don't mess around. Make them fear you early, and because they already starting with a little something in their head, right? But there's got to be some motivational coach in there. We can beat them. We can do it. Kill that dream early and often in that first half. Put it away and get out of that stadium. Let me get out of there. I got to fly there tomorrow too. I don't want to go there.
You have to, Sly.
Yes, I have
to.
to.
It's your job.
And so I will be enduring the cow patty smell, and I won't be able to take a cow home.
Why are you flying? Why don't you enjoy that beautiful drive along I-80?
What? No, I'm cool. Unless I have one of those RVs we saw yesterday.
There you go. Maybe some of our friends could hook you up.
Hey, if anybody's driving out there, holler at me. I might want to catch a ride with you, man. You got to ride 2 hours before the stadium because I do my pregame show. But that actually might not be bad. That actually is a nice idea. Those RVs are so nice yesterday. I want one of those bad.
The reason why, and I'm from Wyoming, so I can say this, the reason why they put I-80 where they did is because they wanted to protect the beautiful parts of Wyoming, and they didn't want you to see it. And you definitely don't see it on I-80.
Go through Laramie. Don't go through Cheyenne or anything else.
Oh, yeah, definitely don't do that. All right, so the Big 12 as a whole, I want to take a quick look.
Yes.
We got 2 weeks in. There's power poll indexes out. There's our own Big 12 football power rankings on KSLSports.com. Let me hit the KSLSports.com rankings real quick because I want to get your thoughts on where you see the tiers now. Because we've had 2 weeks. Some teams have won. Some teams have lost. Some things have settled in 2 weeks that we have some evidence of who teams are. I think you still need about 6 weeks, as we always say, to really know who's who. But right now, who are your top 4 teams in the conference? Let me say this. Who are the contenders after 2 weeks? Who do you take seriously right now? Maybe it's not 4. Maybe it's more than 4.
In this conference, of course, Utah. Utah's at the top right now. Iowa State, those were 2 teams. And then, it's a balance. I mean, look at Texas Tech. You got to see them next week, and then BYU, right? I like BYU. I know them a little bit more with their freshman quarterback than others, so that's why they're teetering on that fourth to fifth spot to me. But you got a couple teams that are undefeated right now. You got Houston. You got freaking UCF.
How about Arizona?
Arizona, right? Like you can't denounce Noah Fafita over there. So for me, Utah, Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech, and Arizona are kind of teetering there. But I got Texas Tech at 3, and then BYU and Arizona is teetering that 4 position with BYU at the edge.
So, yeah, after 2 weeks, I feel confident and feel good about Utah being the team right now. There's the combination of dominance on defense and the electricity on offense that I like and I trust. When you have a top 20 offense and defense, you can make magic happen.
Oh, yeah.
BYU's defense is elite. It is the real deal. They're going to win games this year on defense alone, but you can't depend on defense alone.
It can't be everything.
That's my concern with BYU. Now, BYU can run the ball into the ground. They've got one of the best running backs in the country in LJ Martin. I mean that. You could probably argue he's the best in the Big 12 right now. He's a 12, like you say, if he stays healthy, he's on pace to run for 1,200, 1,300 yards. Not many backs in this conference have a shot to do that. He's right there to be able to do that. But eventually BYU is going to have to beat people with their quarterback's arm, and Bear Bachmeier has to prove he can do that. The Centaur can probably eventually make that happen, but we haven't seen it yet. And someone's going to have to step up in that receiver core outside of Chase Roberts with the injury to JoJo Phillips, so I can't put BYU up in that spot quite yet because I need to see something with that pass game. But I do believe in BYU, and I think they're a Big 12 contender. I believe in TCU. I have all offseason. Me and Alex have been talking about it on this show. TCU's got a 3-year starting quarterback in Josh Hoover. They've got athletes. They got dudes. If you didn't see that against North Carolina, I don't know what to tell you. They had a lot of guys make plays in that game. Our Big 12 poll power rankings on KSLSports.com right now have TCU as the number 1 team in the Big 12. Texas Tech is right in the mix there. They've been impressive. And Iowa State has, that Kansas State win does not look as good as it did when they opened the season with it. But that's a team that's already halfway to bowl eligibility at 3-0. I believe in them. I believe in their coach. Matt Campbell is terrific. I don't know that they have enough dudes when it comes to the other 4 I mentioned. I think Utah, BYU, TCU, and Texas Tech are currently – okay, I'm going to go ahead and throw Iowa State in that too.
I'm good with that list, yeah.
But that's the 5. I do think there's a couple of teams on the outside of that. Kansas could give people problems, as we saw last year.
Arizona.
They're capable of that. They had a heartbreaker against Missouri. They blew that lead. They should have won that game. Baylor beating SMU in overtime. Baylor, they were disappointing in week 1 against Auburn. But when you got a quarterback that's that good, that can throw for 400 yards a game, you can beat anybody on any given Saturday. Arizona State,
I love how nobody's talking about them anymore.
I know, right? But my worry, and I talked about this on this show, going into the season, my worry with Arizona State was, okay,
they're dangerous.
They have a lot of good players. Sam Leavitt's a good talent. But Cam Scatteraboo was so important to what they did last year. And they won a lot of close games.
Culture and impact-wise.
And one of the reasons why they won a lot of close games was because of the plays that Cam Scatteraboo was making. So what happens without him this year? And we found out last week. You're in a close game. You're in a dogfight with Mississippi State. You fight back, you get into the game, and you can't finish it. So all of a sudden, those close games that you were winning last year, maybe you're not winning them this year. And what happens to Arizona State when you regress to the mean? And we saw them regress to the mean last week.
Well,
it doesn't mean that team can't bounce back. That was not a conference game. But that was not a good team they lost to either.
Well, right. No, it wasn't. Mississippi State was not great. But here's the thing is this is the time where your leaders need to reign supreme. The reasons why they're leaders is for right now, right? And this is why I hate coaches' utilization of timeouts, right? I was telling you back in last week against Bishop Gorman, why doesn't Brock Bank take a timeout? Look, before this game gets out of hand, bring everybody in, bring in. It's the first half. You don't really need your timeouts in the first half. Lo and behold, they still had timeouts to go at halftime end.
Yep.
Right? But this is what I like about good NBA coaches like Steve Kerr and Greg Popovich. They take timeouts early.
Yep.
They stop. If you're opposing a team has like this huge momentum shift where it's 6-point shift, stop it right there. Call a timeout, and it disrupts the entire flow. That still happens in football as well. Take your timeouts when you need it, right? This is where the leaders, this is the point in the season. The leaders, look, We got this. We messed up last week. Let's not make this a reoccurring thing. Your leaders on the team need to step up, and also your coaches need to make it's very important of the decisions that you're making, because I think the window for mess-ups is very, very small.
Right.
You don't have big windows. If you mess up, it could be a domino effect, and you do not want that. So this is going to be very, very important week for Arizona State to stay in the mix and save their season, honestly, from possible turmoil.
So I put Kansas, Baylor, Arizona State, and Arizona in a tier. I think Kansas State's fallen below that tier. I don't believe in them. Something's off with that team. They barely escaped against a North Dakota team from FCS. And then last week they get beat in a game they had no business losing.
Right.
Kansas State is – I could see them missing a bowl game at this point. 1-2 at this point in the season. They have a tough schedule coming up. They could be in for a long and disappointing season. So that's kind of where I see the Big 12 right now, and that can change, obviously. ESPN's Power Index, their FPI, has Utah number 1 at 13.8, BYU number 2 at 13.3, TCU at 13.2. It shows you how close that is, right. And I believe that. That can change week to week.
13.2, 13.3, 13.2.
They're all bunched in right there, and then Texas Tech is 10.4, Iowa State 9.2. But I believe those 5 teams are the true contenders.
What is Arizona?
Arizona State is 7.8.
No, Arizona.
Oh, Arizona's 6.5.
Oh, wow.
In their FPI.
Yeah, still no love.
Well, look at their competition.
Hey, you got to see who you got to play, right?
No offense to the Weber State Wildcats, an FCS team going down there to play.
But here's the thing.
They beat Hawaii.
Who did Utah play? UCLA is
exactly
hot garbage.
Right.
So, but we beat them firmly, handily, and as you were supposed to, and so that's what gives you that praise.
Certainly don't rule out Arizona with their quarterback and the experience that he brings and his talent. But it's kind of where the computer models see things, and I think that's also where the eye test sees it right now. But everything can change week to week. We'll see what happens this week. BYU on a bye, of course. Utah at Wyoming in Laramie to take on the Cowboys, renewing an old rivalry, so we can't wait for that. All right, we're going to take another break here on a Football Friday. When we come back, we're going to get into the NFL Blitz a little early today. We had an NFL game last night. We're going to look ahead to what's coming up this weekend. A lot to talk about in the NFL. We can't wait to dig into that next on a Football Friday live from Alta High School. Game Night Live coming up tonight at 7 p.m. Syracuse versus Alta. We'll bring that game to you tonight. And we'll also continue here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A Football Friday on JJ and Alex continues next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Lane closures are causing big delays. I-15 southbound in Ogden just past the 21st Street exit. There is a crash blocking 2 left lanes with backups to far west. Southbound SR 36 is still a mess from Lake Point to Stansbury because of another crash blocking all but the far left lane. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at KSLrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course not.
That doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's, quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Utah Rail Safety Week is Monday, September 15th to Sunday, September 21st. Rail safety signs aren't just symbols, they're lifesavers. Whether you drive, bike, or walk near tracks, safety starts with each of us. Learn more at UtahOperationLifesaver.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Lonnie Sitake talks about how the rest of the team can help elevate Bear Bachmeier.
We'll practice the right things, make sure we get him in the right position, make sure that we have the right protection so he's not getting hit in the back when no one's even blocking an edge rusher. So that'll help. We just need to have all the other 10 guys doing their job. And if we can do that, it'll help him out a lot. And, I just talked about a veteran receiver group with a lot of talent, tight end room, O-line, and backfield. So I think everybody else needs to step up a little bit more and make it an easier and a quicker transition for Bear.
That is your Cougars at 30 update on a bye week. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. The NFL Blitz is next on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, I love that sound. It's a football Friday. We got a Sunday night football game coming up. Falcons at Vikings on KSL 5. The Kirk Cousins Bowl. And he probably won't play. So,
nah, not the way Penix is playing.
Probably a weird moment for him. So that's an interesting game coming up on Sunday night. We'll dig into the NFL here in a moment. But first, I must tell you to nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show, JJ and Alex, for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. We give a $100 gift card from Hercules and $200 worth of Beehive Meals to the winner. So that's a significant prize. We are serious about this effort. Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals are serious about it as well. We want to honor the best in our community. All right, let's talk about the best in the NFL community. Jordan Love and the Packers stay undefeated with a Thursday night win last night over the Washington Commanders. Sly, what was more impressive last night? Green Bay's offense or their defense?
I'd have to say offense, right? You know, and this is what we talked about, right? Because it's like playing in the NFL is not like playing in college where you have like FCS opponents and you can take it easy, yada, yada, yada. No, man, it is a gauntlet each and every week. You got to take it seriously. And then just the way that they're able to do that is just it's really awesome. And the way Jordan Love is playing, it's just building confidence. And why I say the offense is more impressive because as the season goes on, they're only going to get better. It's me saying that, man. I wish I had them on my fantasy team now.
Uh-huh.
Gosh dang it. No, I think they're only going to get better. They're going to build confidence. The Washington Commanders is a darn good football team.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels, Zach Ertz last night played great. But for me, it has to be, this Packers offense. They are in charge. They seem like they're in command. They did a lot of great things last night, man. So still for me, it has to be this Packers offense.
That Packers offense had 404 yards of total offense. I love the balance, 269 passing, 135 rushing.
Right.
Josh Jacobs got in the end zone. Jordan Love threw 2 touchdowns. But this number really pops to me. That Commanders offense is loaded with talent. Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel. They only had 230 total yards, and a lot of those yards came in the second half when the game was no longer in.
Fourth quarter. Yeah.
That fourth quarter, they scored 15 points. The game was like 27-3 at one point, right? And that game was over early. Yeah. Like that defense, it was 3 and out. This is Jaden Daniels, who's terrific, and that Packers defense, it was 24-10. That was the biggest. 27-10 was the biggest lead. So they led by as much as 17 in that game. But that defense held Washington to just 51 yards rushing. Jaden Daniels only completed 24 of 42 passes. Jaden Daniels. And he didn't do anything on the ground. So he had 17 yards on 17 carries. So that zone defense found a way to keep Jaden Daniels in check.
Right.
I think you're looking at the Packers and you think of Jordan Love, you think of Josh Jacobs, but Sly, that defense is nasty.
Well, I mean, what's so impressive about it is like Jaden Daniels is quick, right? But how he has to get the ball out quickly in order for him to have success was a trip. Like you look at all the highlights, all the replays, everything about that game. Look how fast Micah Parsons and that defensive line is on Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
He has no time to go through his progressions. He's got to do everything pre-snap. He's got to move the defense pre-snap in order for him to get what he wants. He's not able to do that mid-play, which, traditionally he had time, had confidence, and looseness to be able to do that. You don't want a sophomore slump from Jaden Daniels, but, man, it was very hard to judge that team with how bad that defensive line made that offensive line look.
Kind of a bummer last night. Austin Eckler, former Charger, went down with an Achilles.
Oh, his Achilles. Sorry.
Yeah, it was, and that sucks. So that was a significant news item that came out of the game last night. So a really tough night for the Commanders. They lose Eckler. They lose the game. I think they lose a little bit of confidence. That offense is going to have to pick themselves up off the dirt there, off the mat, and that was an impressive performance by the Green Bay Packers, who to me right now are the number one team in the NFC based on what they've done through 2 weeks. I feel pretty confident saying that right now, but now they're going to go out. I think they have 4 of their next 5 on the road, including that game down in Dallas. So we'll learn more about them. But 2 home games, 2 wins for the Green Bay Packers over the Lions and the Commanders.
Two really good football teams.
That's what
right?
it's not. It's the opponent and how they dominated both opponents that are elite teams, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely want to see everybody play week 2. I know they got to jump on this and been able to showcase, and especially on a short week. So you have to give the Packers credit too. Short week, being able to showcase what they showcased was absolutely incredible. Actually, I would probably prefer a short week earlier in the season like this than later in the season. But yeah, before I give the Packers the crown of the NFC, I definitely want to see the rest of the NFC here this weekend. But I'm kind of with you. You know, there's not much contenders outside of that. You know, you got the Vikings who had that comeback win against the Bears, and then Eagles are still the Eagles Super Bowl champions.
Agree on that. Yes.
And so I'd like to see a couple of these other teams still have a shot. But, yeah, I think Green Bay has the path.
It wasn't just the quality of wins. It was how much they dominated in those quality of wins. The Packers have been the most impressive for me. All right. QB2, Jackson Dart with the New York Giants, says he's ready whenever his number is called.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing to do with it. Sit back, collect your check.
When does that number need to be called?
I mean, unfortunately.
When do they push the panic
I
button
hope.
in New York?
You know what? I actually like Brian Daboll.
Okay.
And so I think he's smart. I would not press go right now. I mean, as great as you want to have it, you don't need to win the Super Bowl this year.
They scored 6 points week 1.
You don't need to win the Super Bowl this year.
But you got to win games to keep your job.
Hey, no, not New York. No, Tom Coughlin has had some really bad years, and he stayed, right? If they have I think the Giants fans, you want to pour into the fans more than the operations. We've seen how the Giants, operate with letting Saquon Barkley go. Idiots. They can do – Brian Daboll should be fine. They got rid of Daniel Jones. They see the promise in Jackson Dart. I don't think Jackson Dart gets his number called until like week 8 or 9, right?
You think it's going to happen this year?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It'll definitely happen this year, but it doesn't need to be this early in the season. There is so much things that he needs to learn from week to week that I would not just throw him in there this early in the season. You're not going to win the Super Bowl. Although the NFC is wide open, if you can stay competitive to where you get in a wild card spot – you can make anything happen in the playoffs. We've seen 6 seeds get all the way to the Super Bowl.
For sure.
But I think that Jackson Dart is definitely going to get his number called. It doesn't need to be this early in the season. We know his caliber of type of guy he is. He's ready for whatever. I would still wait professionally until like week 8 for me.
One more thing I wanted to run by you. There's some great games in the league this week, by the way. We just saw Packers-Commanders that ended up the Commanders made it close at the end, but it was a blowout. Colts-Broncos is sneaky good this week because the Colts were really impressive in week 1. But you keep going down the list. Lions-Bears is really interesting to me. The Ben Johnson reunion there against his old team. The Lions desperately needing a win there. The Lions can't fall to 0-2. Keep going down the list, and you've got Bills-Jets is sneaky good. Eagles-Chiefs. So the game's in Kansas City, Sly. So I would think the Chiefs would have a good chance to win that game, but I think the Eagles are going to win that game, and the Chiefs could be 0-2. Is that would 0-2 cause panic in KC?
It's the Taylor Swift effect. No, I mean, publicly yes. But internally, no, I don't think so. You're playing 2 quality teams. I think the Chargers with Harbaugh is definitely a quality football team. Harbaugh changed that thing around just 1 year. Give him another year and see exactly what it is. You saw what he did in San Francisco. You saw what he did at Stanford. You saw what he did at Michigan. He's going to do the same thing. Who's got it better than us? Nobody, right? Yeah. And so I think he's just an ultimate player's coach. He knows how to bring the best out of his athletes, and he's just going to do that. That was a good game, good test early in the season. You have all of the media scrutiny, just the publicity of Taylor Swift effect. Just get all that crap and get back to football, which they will. there's no reason to press the panic button on good football teams like the Kansas City Chiefs until you get to week 7 or 8, and this is still the same thing.
Well, let me throw out the schedule when you get to about week 7, 8, 9. So if they don't beat the Eagles, they'll be 0-2 going into a road game against the New York Giants on Sunday Night Football on KSL and NBC on September 21st. The next week they host the Ravens. They're at the Jaguars, who look like they might be the best team in the AFC South. The Jaguars are good. So that's a Monday night game. And then after that, they're at home against the Lions
Sunday night
on Sunday Night Football. Who knows what the Lions are at that point, but we know the Lions are talented. They have a home game against the Raiders, who always give them fits even when they're not good. And then they've got a home game against the Commanders. And then after that, they got road games at the Bills and at the Broncos.
Here's the thing.
And the Colts look like they're improved. And then the Cowboys, the Texans. It keeps coming. And then another game with the Chargers. Where does the schedule let up for the Chiefs? If they don't win this game against the Eagles, things could get really weird and dicey for them.
Here's my thing, JJ, and what we cannot forget is they're the top dog.
They are, but they're playing a top dog schedule this year.
It's the NFL. It's the top dog schedule every year.
Fair enough.
The Raiders play Kansas City great in Kansas City. I don't know why. Every single time you play in Kansas City, they play great. Denver's played great.
What if they're 1-4 after that Jaguars game? Which is entirely possible. That their only win would be against the Giants. They'd have losses of the Chargers, Eagles, Ravens at home, and then on the road at the Jaguars.
I would have to see that to believe that, JJ.
We will check in again after week 5
weeks, yes.
Because I'm telling you, I know it's hard. The Chiefs are the Chiefs. They have been on top of they have been on the throne for a long, long time. But it feels vulnerable right now because of the aging situation with their roster, the lack of playmakers on offense. And the schedule.
Keep injuring your own players.
That's fair. And so here's another hit they took this week because Xavier Worthy's not going to play against the Eagles. So who's stepping up at the receiver position for that team right now? Jalen Royals. He's on the he's injured.
Oh, is he out too?
Yes, he is.
Jeez.
That's again. You see what I'm talking about. Where are the playmakers for that team right now?
Well, here's the thing. We say these things about Tom Brady, too, right? Where are these playmakers? Then they get Joe Schmo out of the grocery store and make him Danny Amendola. So, Patrick Mahomes has that capability of making the people around him better. But you got Juju Smith-Schuster, who is a possession guy. And honestly, you get these older rosters like I was on with Hines Ward and some of these other guys. You get possession guys, right? You get down the field and you make that happen. You got a good running back in Pacheco, and you got Travis Kelce's dynamic. Noah Gray's another great tight end. And if anybody can cultivate some plays, it's Andy Reid, man. So it's all about the game plan. And then even more so, I say 60% game plan, 40% implementation, right? How are you going to implement that, right? And so I think there's no better implementer than Patrick Mahomes. So I still would – I'm not pressing any panic button, even though they got a rough schedule for the Kansas City Chiefs yet.
Great week 2 games on the schedule. We've already seen one. We're going to see a lot more, including Falcons-Vikings Sunday Night Football on NBC and KSL at 6:20 p.m. Come to KSL for that one on Sunday night, and then right after we'll have locals in the NFL. Sly's going to be with us on KSL Sports Live. We're breaking down the Utah game in Laramie, so we've got it all covered for you Sunday night on KSL and NBC. We're going to take a quick break. We've got Top 10 coming up next on Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Usual heavy slowdowns on southbound I-15 from Murray into Midville, and northbound on the I-215 westbound also dragging along from 31st South up to California Avenue. Southbound I-15 moving much better now in Ogden after a crash blocking lanes just past 21st Street has been cleared. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You've heard me and Alex talk about Salt Lake City Fat Loss each and every day on this show. Why? Because it worked for us. And it can work for you. If you're trying to lose weight and you're ready to make that commitment, but you also need help, you need a program, you need a support system to be able to reach your weight loss goals, this is a great option for you. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. Take a look right now at what they offer and what they do. I will give you a really quick synopsis of how it worked for me and why it was so effective. It's a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program that helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely. No drugs or injections, just eating healthy food, chicken, broccoli, blueberries, strawberries, raspberries. You're eating good, healthy food. You got to change your habits if you want to lose weight. That's just the fact. It's how it is. You got to change those habits, and you got to learn how to eat healthy again. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, no crazy things they're going to try to sell you. No crazy exercise plan either. This is about your nutrition and getting that dialed in and resetting your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly. And they also are going to help you keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. You can have an app right on your phone. Daily, you're going to get information. You're going to get studies. You're going to have all kinds of things that are going to teach you how to lose weight and keep it off for good. Their program also costs half as much as others. So go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. Learn more about it. Get a free 15-minute consultation. Make that decision if you want to try this program or not. If you do want to try it, they're going to give you $200 off. Just mention JJ and Alex and join us on this weight loss journey. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Get ready to ride at the Edge Power Sports this Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th from 9:30 to 4 p.m. It's your chance to hit the road at the Suzuki Demo event. Suzuki is here with their full lineup of street bikes, and you can take one for a spin. Don't miss the action at the Edge Power Sports in Draper. Details online at gettotheedge.com. The Edge Power Sports, where adventure begins and the thrill never ends. Some restrictions apply. Rider must be 21 and older with a motorcycle endorsement.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham reflects on some old memories from playing in Laramie ahead of his weekend trip to Wyoming.
Our senior year, when I was a player, junior, went up there and got beat in a snowstorm. That was a miserable experience. It was freezing cold, and we lost that game. We didn't lose a lot of games, but that was one of them. Then coaching-wise, I can't remember what year it was, but we had torpedo heaters or whatever they are on the sideline, and my dad was coaching with us at the time and got too close to it, and his pants started on fire. And so we had to douse him with the water and get the pants out, and so that was a fairly light, humorous moment there.
I wish video existed at that moment. Can you imagine if that happened in 2025? That would go viral. Fred Whittingham's pants catching on fire. Oh, man, I have the image in my head. So funny. All right, that's your Utes at 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. BYU in the bye week next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen, Steven Sylvester with you on this Football Friday. And we continue on. Join Hans and Scotty Tuesday from 12 to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East, right here in Sandy. We're also in Sandy. We're at Alta High School. Game night live tonight. The Alta Hawks hosting the Syracuse Titans. A game you can watch on the KSL Plus app, KSL Sports app, KSLSports.com, or the KSL Sports YouTube channel. All right, BYU didn't choose this. BYU didn't want this, but it is their reality. A bye week in week 3. It feels too early. I want to know, Sly, what are the pros and cons of a bye week in week 3 in a college football season like this?
Again, it depends on your team. Honestly, let's talk pros first. I think there's a little it might be an even balance. The pros are you get to see exactly what your team is capable of the first couple weeks. Of course, the competition doesn't allow you to see adversity, right? They didn't really see how they could handle adversity in these last couple weeks, but maybe there were a lot of other issues that you're able to assess and you could correct before you take this 6-game trip before your next bye week. So you're seeing that, you got some injuries, so you're able to adjust. You're able to be like, okay, this is what this is going to be like. With the first 2 games, you got a good understanding of, one, your playbook, what plays work, what style of play you are. You should, from the veterans on this football team, understand what my identity is. I know you have a new quarterback, but you should have a 75 to 85% knowledge of who your identity is, what type of football team you are, what type of running game you do, what type of defense you do, what type of complementary football you're going to get. First 2 weeks should be able to tell you those things. Now, to the cons of it. The cons is you're not going to get a break when you need it most. You're going to get into the thick of it where you got to play Utah, then Iowa State, and you got to travel across the country, then travel back. These weeks get shorter and shorter and shorter as you go on. And once the fire starts coming out, it's going to be hard to stop because you're not going to be able to because you don't have a break. And so that's what sucks about this. And then say you get another, cross your fingers, knock on wood, whatever you want to do, injury. You don't want an injury to happen. If that is, you don't have a bye week like you're now having a bye week with JoJo Phillips' injury. You can assess like, okay, I got 2 weeks to get ready this next guy who's going to be in the lineup. Instead, you're going to have to roll with this very next week. Yep. This next guy may not understand what his role is. And, with 2 weeks, an extra weekend, all of this, you could be able to do that. So the biggest con with having an early bye week is adjustments, right? Any great coach, any great team can tell you after the first quarter, after the first series, after the first half, after the first couple games, I can make adjustments. When you get to the thick of the season, you can't make adjustments as well. And when you have a freshman quarterback and you got, things in disarray offensively and potentially other issues, you can't make adjustments as easily, and that's the most difficult part.
Yeah, for BYU, I've talked about this, and I believe it. The timing was not on purpose. It just is what it is. But BYU has a schedule that's very beneficial for starting a true freshman quarterback. The perfect schedule to ease this kid into the role that you're asking him to play. Because what you are expecting from him is growth each and every week. Now, they start with an FCS opponent in Portland State. It's not just an FCS opponent. It's a bad FCS opponent. Okay, they took care of business 69-0. It was impressive. Then you play a Stanford team that might be the worst Power 4 team in the country.
Right.
Okay, but you still played Power 4 athletes. You saw the challenge was more. The challenge was greater. There's some adversity that Bear had to work through. Okay, and I'm focused on Bear because I think that's the difference here. You've got to get this true freshman quarterback up to speed and playing as good as he possibly can to give yourself a chance because this team is good enough to contend for a Big 12 championship. You have all the pieces there. You have a dynamite defense. You've got Will Farron at kicker who's almost automatic. You've got guys in the punt game that can take one back to the house or the kickoff return game. And you've got a running back in L.J. Martin that might be the best in the league. You've got everything. You got Chase Roberts, who's with a senior quarterback had a chance to have an All-American senior season. We'll see what he does with a true freshman, but the potential was there for him to be that. He's one of the best receivers in the Big 12 and in the country. So all the pieces are there except that one factor. So that's why I'm focusing on Bear so much. This schedule, this bye week, allows you to make progress with Bear. You're going to have a full week of getting Bear ready for the next step in his process. And that's going on the road against an East Carolina team 2 time zones away that's going to be good. Do I expect BYU to lose that game? I do not. But East Carolina is a good, quality, group of 5 opponent on the road. It's going to be a test. There's going to be adversity in that game. How does Bear Bachmeier and that offense respond to it? How long can they lean on that defense? I don't think you want to lean on that defense when you get to the heart of that Big 12 schedule. You've got to have balance. So this schedule allows you to work into that. So, you're going to go play East Carolina on the road. That's their schedule. I mean, you're looking at being 2-0 in after 3 weeks with a true freshman quarterback. You take that every day.
Oh, yeah.
And so BYU's in a position where they can ease into this thing. Be patient with their young quarterback. Get him up to speed. Get him as many reps in the practice field as they can before things get really serious. Really serious. And the next step after that is going to be playing on the road in Big 12 play. Colorado, I don't think is a contender in any way, shape, or form. I'd be shocked if Colorado gets to 6-6 this year. But Colorado is a team with Power 4 athletes, and they're going to give you problems. And the game's in Boulder. It's the next step. Things get tougher and tougher each and every week for BYU from here on out. And this bye week gives them a chance to get Bear Bachmeier progress and work ahead and get all those practice reps in without having to go out in a game and take hits and whatever adversity he might face. So this is good for BYU. This bye came at a good time for BYU because of that circumstance. Sure. So they will be back to work on the football field. Well, they've been to work. Trust me. They're practicing. That's not what I'm saying. If they get back on the field for a game next week at East Carolina, that's going to be an interesting trip for BYU. But this bye week, because of their situation, because of their circumstance, they didn't ask for it, but they got it, and I think it came at a great time for them because of the situation with Bear. We'll see how that all plays out. All right, we got to take another break. When we come back, more Football Friday after this from out to high school. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in West Jordan on October 2nd, Heber on October 7th, Salt Lake HVAC on October 9th, and Monticello October 14th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Home Run Derby X is coming to Salt Lake City. MLB legends join softball stars, college standouts September 19th and 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. Wow. Tickets at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back in. It's a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're live at Alta High School. That's where Game Night Live will take place tonight. You'll hear Sly and I on the call. We're looking forward to this one. Syracuse Titans, Alta Hawks, a 6A, 5A matchup before a lot of these teams get ready to start region play next week. Some regions have already started, some haven't. Realignment's kind of weird this year, but everyone's figuring it out. So we look forward to that, and also look forward to a college football weekend where there are a lot of great games. You look around the country, Sly. I'll do this real quick before we get to Utah and Wyoming. Just looking at the top 25 schedule. Clemson, Georgia Tech is really good. Keep going down the list here, and Georgia, Tennessee. We're getting Georgia, Tennessee in week 3. Wow. That's going to be fun. Texas and UTEP. Just kidding. If Alex Kirry is listening right now, he'll appreciate that I threw that one out there. UTEP sucks. Miami, South Florida. Who knew?
Right, that would be a
Miami,
matchup?
South Florida would be a top 25 matchup in week 3. And a lot of people out there think, man, if South Florida wins that game, then South Florida is elite.
For real.
They could be for real. I mean, look at the schedule they've played.
Even if the game is close, they're for
Right. Even if it's a heartbreaker, I'm like, oh, South Florida, that's your group of 5. That's a playoff team.
Right.
That's a playoff team. And so they beat Boise State. They beat Florida last week on a last-second field goal. Thrilling game. Incredible game. If they, let's say they beat Miami, and South Florida's 3-0, that group of 5 playoff spot should be a wrap. Now, I say should because they got to go take care of business in the American. They have to win the conference.
Yeah.
They have to be a conference champion. So they have to do that. But if you do that in the non-conference, you have no excuse. Even though Tulane's on your schedule and in the way there, another great group of 5 team, that would be incredible if they were to beat Miami with wins over Boise State, Florida, and Miami in the first 3 weeks would be incredible. It would be the first time since 1977 that in a team that started the season unranked won 3 consecutive games over top 25 opponents.
Well, that'd be great because it's like they play Miami, they play South Carolina State next week, and then they have a bye. So then they get to regroup, breathe, and then really take on their conference. And so, yeah, man, it's one of those things where you play who's on your schedule, but just take care of business and everything else will take care of itself.
Absolutely. Florida, LSU also on the schedule. The Florida loss took a little spice out of that game. And then Texas A&M at Notre Dame. You can watch that game on KSL 5 on Saturday night, 5:30 p.m. kickoff. That's a look around the college football scene. We're going to actually make some predictions coming up at 5:30. But before we do that, I got to get to the cut. This show is always brought to you by G2G Bars. With all natural ingredients, no preservatives, and plenty of protein, G2G Bars are perfect for anyone who needs a tasty and nutritious boost. Let's get to the cut right now. Utah at Wyoming on Saturday.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Give Trajan Wealth a call today, your local financial fiduciary. If you need any help with your portfolio, your 401k, your Roth IRA, all those things, give them a call, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, let's laser in on Utah at Wyoming on Saturday, 6 p.m. kickoff on CBS College Sports Network. Look, Utah's going to win this game. Okay? So I want to talk about some other storylines with Utah, and they're an interesting team.
Yes.
Because what we've seen from this team is not conventional. Sly, this is not a conventional offense. This is not what you see from an offense typically where you're using defensive players in your rotations. There's been a number of players. You look at Smith Snowden, what he's been able to do on offense. He was instrumental in that game against UCLA. Lander Barton caught a touchdown pass. But you also have Jackson Benny, Jackson Benny. We remember Jackson Benny at Olympus High School. Like, I didn't see it coming. What a great story. This kid probably overlooked.
Freak.
He didn't have 500 offers.
He's got amazing skill sets though.
But he's worked his tail off, and he's gone to this program, and he's worked his way up the depth chart, and now he is a star player on this team. I say that confidently after last week. You get a pick six in front of the home crowd after what you did in the first game, catching a pass and also playing as well as you did at that defensive back position. This kid is a great story. Let's hear real quickly from Jackson Benny, then I want to get your thoughts on him, Sly. Here's Jackson Benny.
Every week definitely is just new. I was happy with a lot of things with last game, but a lot of the fans or people don't really see some of the mistakes that I made. So there's definitely a lot of things that I need to work on, and that's what I'm really focusing on this week. But yeah, it's just good to get experience on the field because I've only done special teams like last year, so every rep is good for me.
Jackson, how valuable is a game like that, kind of a low stakes game to make plays, but also make those mistakes and learn from them?
Yeah, better now than later, right? So it's really valuable to me because every game for us really is. They say treat it like a Super Bowl, treat it like it's the national championship, and that's really how I try to treat it. And making mistakes out there, it definitely helps me really focus on what I did wrong and try to improve for this week.
What is it like going from just playing on special teams last year, being a pivotal part on both sides of the ball? I mean, just what have you taken away from that experience, and have you been able to take away anything from Smith kind of in a learning role?
Yeah, Smith is great. He's really what we call a technician. He's got great technique, and I've learned a lot from him. And as far as last year compared to this year, it's awesome. I grew up, a few minutes down the road at Olympus. My dream was to play here, and so it's exceeded everything I've ever dreamed of. So it's just awesome. I love going out there and playing, and special teams is awesome. And I think a lot of people get frustrated playing special teams, but it's a great way to get noticed and make some plays. So, yeah.
When you go back and watch that film, was it a backward pass that you tipped, or?
It was. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I think it was for sure. My coaches were like, you should have just ran, didn't skip a beat and then run, and then they'd have to review it. So partially that's on me, but next time I'm going to just pick it up and make them make the decision.
That's Utah safety Jackson Benny. What a great start to the season so far for him. Sly, I want to get your thoughts on a player like Jackson Benny. When you were a part of the program, these are the kind of kids they found all the time. Mm-hmm. They go out and just find athletes. And a lot of kids walked on and then proved themselves in your program. We now live in an age and where Utah football is where they don't have to rely on that as much, where they can go out and get who they want. They can go get proven players. But I love that Utah is still going out and finding players like Jackson Benny, developing those players, and then rewarding those players with opportunities, and then watching them seize those moments, seize those opportunities in big moments.
Redshirt freshman.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I got to tell you, folks. He is a redshirt freshman. Blocked punt last year in the Iowa State game. Big on special teams. Special teams is great, and I really understood the value of special teams going into the NFL. And no, actually, it was in college because I was really good on punt and on kickoff here at Utah. And just knew the impact you can make on special teams. So just hearing him talk about special teams like that, it's invaluable, and it's a way for you to get to defense. It's a way for you to make a name for yourself on defense. I'm telling you, the plays that he made on special teams at the end of the season last year is what gave him an opportunity to shine in spring, and then that transferred over into training camp where he's taking offensive and defensive rep. He's a starting nickel, right? Jackson Benny is a terrific talent, a very freakish skill set that he has, extremely fast, strong, has a great vertical. Guy goes up and gets it. Young, extremely coachable from what I've heard, and just awesome. As you can tell, he's receptive. He likes the mentorship, talking about the older guys and Smith Snowden, Lander Barton, right? he's a sponge. He's really enjoying his moment, and I think guys like him is the reason why Utah football program is what it is. Right, he pushes the envelope. He pushes competition. He makes something out of nothing. Right, and it's what Coach Whittingham used to say is, I want guys that love football. Right, and Jackson Benny loves football. You talk to him, I'm telling you, outside of interviews or whatever, this guy will talk X's and O's with you. He loves being out there, loves hitting people, loves taking hits, and just the whole mentality of football really excites him, man. And that's the people you want to be around. That's the people you want as teammates. And as I said, redshirt freshman, keep in mind, he will stay here at Utah. I don't think he's a transfer portal guy.
He's not going anywhere.
Right? As he said, this is my dream to be here. It's nothing that we have to worry about of him. Of course, we need to do our part business-wise and take care of him. But I think that he's a lifer, and he's a guy that Morgan Scalley will forever be able to count on, even when he's head coach.
Here's why he's a lifer. He's a legacy kid. His brother Noah played football at Utah from 2021 to 23. His mom, Shauna, was a volleyball and track athlete at Utah. His brother Nick played football for the Utes. He's got another brother, Justin, who's a nationally ranked snowboarder. And this is where the pedigree comes in. His uncle is one of the best basketball players in the history of the Utah basketball program, which is saying a lot. His uncle's Danny Vrains.
Wow.
His uncle played in the NBA for 7 years, and of course is one of the great basketball players ever in that program, and one of the highest high school players the state's ever seen when he was at Skyline High School. So this guy has the pedigree. And while the name Jackson Benny probably didn't strike you when you start hearing about that, you're like, oh, okay. So genetics do matter. Okay, it's not like this. It's not like this kid just came out of nowhere. It's like they just found, like, oh, this kid. What a great story. He could barely walk when we found him, and we raised him up to be able to do what he is today. No, this kid is a great athlete.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad isn't far off when he's talking about genetics. Right?
No, he's not. Okay,
right? But
genetics aren't everything, but they do.
He's like,
matter.
When you're searching for a partner, you need to look at all these guys, all these factors. What is their history? What is their potential?
If that's what you want out of your children,
hey,
then it
a
does
lot
matter.
of these people do. And
right.
So, like, if you're doing that, then you need to look at that. Hey, man, so that is funny.
He comes from an athletic family,
yes.
And obviously, Danny Vrains' nephew, that says a lot, especially among Utah fans. Utah fans know who Danny Vrains is. So don't be surprised of what Jackson Benny's doing. I think we watched him in high school, and he was a good player on a good team. He was an all-state player at Olympus, but his numbers didn't pop. That wasn't an offense that threw the ball a million times. He played defense. He played well. He played offense. He played well, played both sides. He played multiple sports in high school, played basketball, rugby. But you never know until a kid gets in your program, and he's showing everybody what he's capable of. It's a great story. Another great story for Utah is linebacker Levani Damuni. Missed last year with an injury. It's tough to see, but Sly, you're already seeing the impact that he's having so far back from injury.
I mean, right now he's not their every down linebacker, but, he's still making impact, right? And that's what I do. What I see on this team is there's no egos, right? There's no – everybody wants to win. And at the end of the day, after you've had a season like Utah had last year, egos got to go out the window. And that's what I'm seeing on this football team. It's what this team needs, what this team and Levani's fitting into that role, right? Jonah Hall's doing a great job right now. He was Player of the Week last week. And then, Jackson or Lander Barton is Lander Barton. But I think as far as a rotational linebacker with Trey Reynolds, Levani's fitting in great. He's a leader. So I see him communicating on the sidelines. He's more of a quiet leader. But he'll speak up when he needs to, and he's a presence on this football team. And I'm telling you, this is what's great, right? And why you put up 63 points in a game is because your two deep is great, offensively, defensively, and special teams. It doesn't matter who's out there on the field. So adversity hits, somebody gets injured. We have guys to fill in, right? We have guys to fill the mold, and I absolutely love Levani Damuni being able to do that for this football team. You need as many leaders as possible if they're on the field or not, right? More coaches where you need everybody always says, like, you got that old head on the team who's the coach, right? We had Charlie Batch, who's on our team. He played for who knows how many years.
Yeah.
But he knew so much that he was able to pass that along to everybody. It wasn't just the quarterbacks. He passed it to everybody and how to act, how to be, how to prepare, what to invest in as far as your body and getting ready for week to week. Like, you need veteran guys like that who's always ready to go, and Levani Dumuni's that guy, man.
Let's hear from Levani Dumuni right now. There's some sound we gathered after practice this week.
I think just our mindset going into games. We know our identity, and Coach Kelly prepares us, and so we're just confident. How would you describe kind of your comfort level with where you're at coming back from your injury after 2 games? No, same thing. Yeah, I'm confident in my body and in my rehab, and so I'm just feeling good to be out there.
What do you think out of this Wyoming offense?
Oh yeah, no, they're solid. They're solid. They have some good athletes, some big guys with good frames on their tight ends, and so we're excited for this challenge. Yeah, they're good run team, and so they got some good weapons.
What's the challenge of going to a place like Laramie?
I mean, I've heard that their stadium can get pretty loud, and I know the elevation's pretty high, so I guess we're high elevation here too. So, just running our condition. So, I think it should just be another exciting away game. Yeah.
There was a couple of instances last week where the secondary maybe got burned a little bit, but the throws weren't there. Is that a little bit of a red flag for you guys now?
No, just trusting our technique. Those times that happened, we just weren't trusting our technique and what the coaches taught us. So, just playing technique sound.
A handful of freshman linebackers got opportunities last week, Cyrus Polo and others. How would you assess kind of how they performed last week?
Good, yeah. Those young guys are good. They stepped up. They're out here in practice with us every day, and we see their ability. And so, when they got in, they didn't blink an eye. They just, kept no touchdowns. And so that was great to see. And, it was good to see those guys balling out there.
So good to see Levani Dumuni back just on a human level. You never want to see somebody's career end with an injury. And for him to be back on the field playing now and having a significant impact. One of the plays about that UCLA game that stands out to me, Sly, was that hit. He filled the gap, just doing his job. He wasn't trying to do anything crazy or outside of himself.
Great footwork.
He was just doing his job. And if you want to show a young person how to play linebacker, you pull out that clip and you show all the angles of him filling that gap and taking on that running back and getting a TFL. That was great football.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I loved watching the replay because it was picture perfect as far as how you want to do that, right? You get in a hole with the running back, but his momentum, his lean, everything helped him make that tackle, and just it was the perfect hit. And honestly, as a linebacker, you dream of those, right? Everything lines up perfectly. He's right where I want him to be, and boom, I set my feet, I lock into the ground, and I lean forward. And lunging forward, I finished the tackle, and it turns out like it just looks that great too. Yeah. And so it was picture perfect, and Levani Dumuni has been that guy. Even when he had to fill in for guys a couple years ago, way before his injury, he's been that quality guy. He has a good feel for the box, right? The box is where the offensive lineman, defensive lineman, and linebackers live. And so he's just a really, really good linebacker. So I'm hoping he has a terrific year this year.
Absolutely. So we will watch that Utah-Wyoming game. I'm from Wyoming, so there's a little sentimental value for me in seeing this matchup. It's fun for me. I know it's a big deal for a lot of fans in in Wyoming to have Utah in Laramie. There's a lot of reasons why it's fun. I know a lot of Utah fans aren't excited about this. They wish that Utah would have got rid of it on the schedule. I get that. But, hey, enjoy the throwback this weekend. And let's see how this team responds going into a hostile environment. I know the UCLA game, they played really well, but don't tell me that was a hostile environment. Was that a hostile environment, Sly? Of course not. Half the fans there were Utah fans.
Utah. It was our stadium.
Right.
We own the Rose Bowl now.
It'll be a hostile environment, or should be at least a hostile environment on Saturday in Laramie. unless Utah fans want to jump
my
on
thing.
a
Who would be
I-80 and make the
Who
trip.
would you switch the opponent with? Like, who would be a compliment?
I don't know. I mean, you had your Power 4, you have
But
your
you don't
FCS,
know
now
who-
you have your Group of 5.
You don't know who's going to be good. UNLV could prove to be good this year, right?
Well, if they would have had UNLV scheduled
Nobody
instead of Wyoming.
knows that, though.
Right.
I mean, I'd love to play
When you
in
well, this
Allegiant
game was scheduled by Dr. Chris Hill.
long time ago.
This was supposed to be played in 2020. So there's a unique circumstance to why this game is being played now. It is a factor of this. It's just a function of the schedule, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'll have fun with the matchup. I think it's great, and embrace it and enjoy it and be entertained on Saturday night. Who knows? It could be a wild and wacky game. We have no idea. But we're going to be watching 6 o'clock on Saturday night. All right, we've got to take a break. More Football Friday when we come back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From far west to Riverdale, southbound I-15 is still jumbled up and slow, mostly thanks to an earlier accident blocking lanes near the 21st Street exit. Southbound between SR 36 and Twilla remains single file with only one left lane available approaching the Polk Canyon Road intersection in Stansbury Park. Attention Wasatch Front businesses and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule professional snow services with GoPave Utah. Your complete parking lot safety starts with GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies return home to Logan to open up Mountain West Conference play with a showdown against Air Force. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show game day at 6:30 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You hear us talking about advanced window products all of the time, and there's a good reason for that. We endorse this product. You know these guys. Nate Orchard is now part of this, and it's a family business. They've been doing this for nearly 40 years. You can trust Nate. You can trust everybody. You can trust the entire crew at Advanced Window Products. There's a reason why they've been around for 40 years. They're a local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public. There's no middleman markup. They carry in-house lifetime warranty, so there isn't a runaround with claims. Call them directly. Talk to the people that sold you the windows. They're going to be there for you, the customer. They've been around for nearly 40 years. Their products are top of the line, energy efficient, made with high-quality glass and vinyl, with all the parts being made right here in the U.S. of A. All glass looks the same to the naked eye, but their glass is the best you can buy. Triple coating of low-E argon-filled, double-pane insulated glass. It's a great product. You have options available for any budget, too. They also offer several financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, and no payment, no interest for 24 months. So you don't have to save up thousands and thousands of dollars to get these windows in your house. You can get it done right now. Their experienced window specialists will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, and how your house can be transformed in one day by upgrading your windows and doors. They have the highest quality custom windows in the state. Give them a call right now, 801-850-9100. If you call them right now at 801-850-9100, have them come get a bid. They'll put you on the books. They'll just give you a bid. And in that bid, they will tell you you're going to get $2,500 off 10 windows or more. So on top of getting those great windows, you're going to be able to get those kind of savings if and when you choose to get those windows. And you don't have to get it done today. You can get it done in 6 months, and that discount will still apply if you call today. 801-850-9100, $2,500 off, 10 windows or more. Go to their website, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Gail Miller always used to use the word stewardship. I used to hear that a lot. And I like that kind of concept because sports franchises do mean more than just businesses. They mean more to the community. They mean more to the members, all the things than just businesses.
Sure.
We're not doing restaurant talk radio at kslrestaurant.com.
Right.
You know, people are passionate. They're loyal. It hits different. And I do think that you owe it to your fans to run it correctly. That doesn't mean you have to rattle off a zillion championships.
No, of course
that
not.
doesn't mean that you have to have ultimate success all of the time. That doesn't mean any of that. That means that you kind of owe it to be a good representation of the community. So many people, the only thing they know about Cleveland is their joke football team.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The man who graces us with his presence every Tuesday at this time, it is Ian Fitzsimmons.
I'm begging you, just a message to the Red Raiders and to the Utes. Deliver this outstanding game to us next weekend. Everyone talks about John Mateer and Ben Arbuckle going from Washington State to Oklahoma. But Dan Pierre, if you want to call it the JV version of that OC and that quarterback coming in from Mexico, go right ahead. But they ain't playing like JV, man. They look good. And that O-line, that D-line, we talked about it before week one. This is a team that is hell-bent to prove that last year was a fluke. And they're doing it right now. They're trucking anybody in front of them. So, Wyoming, I hope you're next for the old Kyle Whittingham bus to come and run you over. And then let's get ready for a hell of a contest next week.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Fall is football season. Hi, this is Doug Wright. You know me as Utah's Mr. Sports, and I know that nothing goes better with fall football than looking forward to a delicious meal after the game at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. We're so fortunate we've got two locations, one in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple, or, of course, up in the Park City area at Hotel Park City. You can count on the meal prepared perfectly to your tastes. Each and every steak is served sizzling hot on a 500-degree plate, and if you happen to not be in the mood for steak, their entrees are incredible, from seafood to poultry. Sometimes they have specialty entrees on the menu, and of course their desserts are legendary, and the side dishes that you pass around the table to share are wonderful. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It's fall. It's time to enjoy football and a delicious meal from Ruth's Chris.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The Utes are 2-0 and look to wrap up their non-conference schedule undefeated as they hit the road to Laramie for a battle against Wyoming. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about the defensive end group and the season they're having through 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think Logan Latui's done a great job leading that group. Phil Poha and Bodie Schoonover and Hunter Clegg's doing some really good things too. And just getting them reps to be a complete D-end. Right now we're kind of mixing them up, and I think K-Pop's doing a great job. It's weird. It's like we were happy with what we see in the talent there, but we wanted to keep working towards it because we can't just lean on what their strengths are. We ought to be able to make sure that they can all play and be a complete D-end. It's going to be a lot of fun. That group right there is a special group.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Weekend predictions are next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back to a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jeremiah Jensen with you, along with Steven Sylvester. Alex Kirry and Harvey Longy out today. They're tending to family matters. We will hopefully see them back next week. A lot of great games. We talked about it earlier in the show, Sly. A lot of great games. Just in the Big 12. I think the Big 12 is interesting this week. I'll get to some of those games in a minute, but we're going to make some predictions. I want to include some of those national games because I think they're fun. Before we get to Utah and Utah State, who's got a big one. They begin conference play on Saturday night against the Air Force Academy. To be honest, and they probably hope it's probably the last time they play Air Force in a long, long time as they go their separate ways in different conferences. Let's dig into some of these great matchups. Texas A&M and Notre Dame, Sly, is very fascinating. I think Texas A&M is going to win that game, and that would leave Notre Dame at 0-2 and their playoff hopes on life support. Agree with me, or do you think Notre Dame finds a way to win that game in South Bend?
Oh, that's actually a great question.
Big game for Notre Dame.
It is. I have such a hard time judging Notre Dame, right? You know, they're not a conference. They get so much publicity because of what. You really don't know how good they are going to be year to year. Like, yeah, they started the year last year losing to Northern Illinois, and you're just like, oh, that team's going to be trash. Next thing you know, they're in a national championship. So it's just like you just have no idea how to judge them. Even if they lose early in the season, you just don't know. I mean, last week they lost against a really good Miami team.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, you know, they must have somebody in their polls because they're always starting the season in the top 25 and then never in there.
Exactly.
So this may end up being an absolute horrific game. We just have no idea. It's so up in the air. There's no guarantees on any part, and I will not be the first one to say I know what's going to happen in this one.
Notre Dame beat him at College Station last year. This year it feels like this is even more desperate for Notre Dame. I will say Notre Dame's a 6.5-point favorite at home to win this game. I think that Texas A&M actually finds a way to beat them, but it's going to be close. LSU, Florida. I think LSU wins that game. Agree?
Oh, yeah. Florida's booty crack. Yeah.
Okay. How do I move on from that?
Billy Napier's gone, bro.
Oh, man.
After week 4, he is out of it. I don't know what took me so long to answer that. He's gone. Florida, they're terrible.
Georgia, Tennessee. That's a massive SEC game in mid-September.
Georgia, Tennessee, I think is going to be great. I love these early tests. I think we need to limit these lower opponents, these FCS opponents, these IAA opponents, and have more. Maybe do one IAA and one FCS opponents, but have more top-tier opponents early on in the season. Absolutely love it. I am taking Georgia in this one. Tennessee looks good, though, but I'm taking Georgia.
Yeah, I like Georgia, too. South Florida, Miami. Can South Florida's magical run continue?
Bro, yes. I think it can. I think this is going to be an epic football game. I cannot wait for it. It's going to be in Miami, though. That's the hard part. And Miami's now – South Florida's not sneaking up on anybody.
No.
Right? And so that's the caveat to that. But when you play good football, it doesn't matter. I give Miami the edge here, but I think it's going to be a close game. As we said before, we said, like, even if South Florida loses this game but it's close, they have a lot to speak about, right? Because this is a top 5 team. And so I give Miami the edge by 8 points.
I think Miami wins in a scare. I think South Florida is going to give them all they want. And the spread in that game is 17.5 for Miami.
Wow. That's a home game.
I don't gamble. I don't do that. But if I did, I would be putting some money on South Florida to cover that.
Right.
All right, let's get to the local games and the Big 12 games. Pitt at West Virginia. West Virginia just lost their running back for the season.
West Virginia's terrible.
You spent some time in Pittsburgh, though. Yeah. You know that's a rivalry game.
Oh yeah. It's 70 miles away. I was actually gonna fly into there so I could do Friday night in a couple weeks, but I say no. It's very close, very proximity, but I don't even know Pitt that well, but I just know West Virginia is not with it right now.
They need time. Oregon State, Texas Tech. I mean, Oregon State stinks.
Oh yeah,
that's a bad football team.
What did the coach say at halftime?
I can't repeat it on the radio.
So bad.
Can't repeat it on the radio. Alex is trying to get to the weekend. You almost gave him a heart attack in the studio.
My bad.
Kansas State at Arizona. That's great. Kansas State at Arizona, sneaky good.
Well, I hope Avery Johnson and his other son gets in another fight.
No.
It's another fight outside the stadium.
Tucson?
Kansas State's a dumpster fire. They're done. Tucson. Arizona's going to win this one.
I agree with you. And Kansas State's going to be 1-3.
I know, but there's actually something between those two schools. There's a nice rivalry brewing. The last couple years, that game has been very, very good. But I still take Kansas State's a dumpster fire right now, and Nova Fifita's on a mission.
Colorado at Houston. The Buffs will be starting their third-string quarterback, we just learned.
But Houston is on tear. They're 2-0 right now. Their quarterback is actually playing really, really good.
Yep.
It's at Houston.
Correct.
Utah lost at Houston last year.
Yes, they did.
Houston has athletes.
Yes, they do.
Colorado has athletes.
Question mark?
It's a question mark game. I think I actually give Houston the edge by 3.
I think Houston's going to win that as well. Back home here, Air Force at Utah State. The Aggies, I thought they repped themselves well in College Station. They only lost by 3 touchdowns. I thought if they could keep it in that range, that would be respectable. It would show us a lot about their fight. They didn't get blown out on the road.
What was our guesses last week?
He was like 37.5. I was like, there's no way they're going to cover, and they did. Utah State at home. Air Force, Air Force has not changed.
Wild. But,
protect your knees at all costs.
Here's the thing is if you got a coach that knows how to play against Air Force, then you're good.
And who knows better than Bronco Mendenhall?
I mean, there's probably a few people that know better, but he knows well. So I'll take Bronco Mendenhall at home in this game.
I will too. I like the Aggies to win and start off conference play 1-0. I think Utah State, if they get that win, suddenly emerges as a dark horse to win the Mountain West because it's wide open. I think UNLV's good. Boise State's good, but they're not the juggernaut top 25 team. There's not a top 25 team in the Mountain West this year. Why not? Why not make a run at it? Anybody's conference this year could be the Aggies. Why not? And, of course, Utah at Wyoming. Look, is there any chance? You're going to cover that game. You've done a lot of research. You're ready for that game. You're going to be on the sidelines. Where's the weakness? What is the chance that Wyoming has to even give Utah a threat?
I mean, they just got to stay consistent and a lot of luck, right? You know, you could pray for as much luck as you want, but, you know, luck happens, and luck is a part of the game. I mean, you want some luck to happen, but honestly, you go stat for stat, personnel to personnel, game to game, whatever you want to match up, Utah has the edge, right? They have a big 6'5", 250-pound tight end that's extremely athletic. They might be able to get some yardage with him. I know they're going to try to squeeze it in with him, but other than that, they got nothing. They got absolutely nothing. And the way our offense is doing, you're going to put the Wyoming team in a complex. So, again, Utah just needs to be early and often, get up to a 28-0 lead, and really put Wyoming in the dirt as far as their confidence in themselves. But I got Utah winning that game. Maybe another 60-pointer, but I got 56. Let's go 56 for Divisible 7.
Okay.
56-3.
56-3.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a big score.
It's a night game.
Yeah.
Fall is here.
So again, to borrow from Vegas a little bit, the point total is 46.5.
Is how much?
46.5. So you think you're going to be way over on that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's see how that Utah offense can do. Wyoming's defense. Look, it's hard to gauge. Their wins are a 10-0 win over Akron and 31-7 over Northern Iowa, who was an FCS opponent. They scored 10 points against Akron. They don't have the offense. I like their quarterback. I think he's good. I think they're fortunate to have a quarterback of his capability there.
Right.
I just don't think they have enough firepower to keep up with Utah. And how is Wyoming going to score against that defense? I think Utah goes up there and wins 31-7.
31-7.
I think.
Why 31?
Because Wyoming can play defense.
Bro, have you seen our offense? We talked about it all week, JJ. How are you going to stop this? It doesn't translate. I literally had Utah scoring 40 points in the first half last week. I got us at least scoring 28, 30, 35 points here this week in the first half.
So I've got 31-7. You got 31-7 at halftime.
I really like Jason Beck, and I got 31 at halftime.
Okay.
Jason Beck's mentality.
Okay.
He's more, I want to dominate you than Ludwig. And that's what we've needed. We've needed that so much, and I like it. And so always go on the attack. But, yes, I think that this is going to be a 56-3 type abuse relationship here. I think
that would be that would show us how good Utah is.
Would it?
In the sense of you're absolutely annihilating
who
a Mountain West team in their building.
But who you should be. You're beating who you should beat.
And there were some bad Wyoming teams back in the day that Utah did thump like that. So maybe that's what happens on Saturday. And it very well could be. Very well could be. So have fun in Laramie, Sly. Enjoy it.
Hey, man, I'm going to be there for all of, 12 hours, and I got to get out of here.
You better get started. That wind could pick up, and they might close I-80. You never know. It could snow tomorrow.
I'm flying.
I'm joking.
I'm with the AD.
Get in the air then. Good.
If the AD has to get back, he will get back. That's me. I'm flying.
You're in good hands.
I'm in good graces there.
All right. We're going to take a break. More Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 still slow southbound from Murray to Draper, as well as from Lehigh to Linden in Utah County. There's also still 2 right lanes blocked off on SR 36 southbound approaching Stansbury Park, and eastbound on I-80 is just crawling along for a couple of miles right before the mouth of Weber Canyon. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA to see the difference. Plan your trip at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You hear me and Alex talk about it, and we talk about it for a reason. Because we tried this program. We were both in desperate need of losing weight, and we found something that worked for us. It's awesome. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later I've been able to keep that weight off, and that's the Salt Lake City Fat Loss difference is you can go and lose weight doing different things, but if you put that weight right back on after you do it, what was the point? So if you're listening right now and you're desperate to lose weight, you're ready to commit to something, and you want to be held accountable, and you want something that's going to help you reach your goals, you want something you know is going to work, give this program a try. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com to learn more about it. You can get a free consultation. They'll tell you everything about this program. I'll tell you, it's not injections, it's not drugs, no prepackaged meals, no crazy exercise plan. They're just going to get you losing weight naturally and safely, eating healthy food. They're going to change your habits. They're going to educate you. They're going to teach you how to lose weight. And those lessons will stick with you for the rest of your life. They're invaluable. They've been invaluable to me, and it's great to be able to apply them each and every day and maintain that weight loss. Go to their website right now. Again, that's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com. You can get $200 off right now if you mention JJ and Alex, slcfatloss.com.
The first ever Home Run Derby X Final is coming to Salt Lake City. Wow! Quarterfinals September 19th, semis and finals September 20th at the ballpark at America First Square. MLB legends Adrian Gonzalez, Ryan Zimmerman, and more join softball stars and college standouts for 2 days of nonstop action. Towering home runs, slick defense, target smashing hits, plus fireworks and a drone show to cap the celebration. Get your tickets now at MLB.com/HRDX Salt Lake. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
The Utah RV Super Show, the premier RV event of the year, is back at the Mountain America Expo Center Thursday, September 11th through Sunday, September 14th. Come see new 2026 models and special closeout pricing on all 2025 models. The Utah RV Super Show is offering family passes Thursday, September 11th for $10 per family. Unplug from distractions and plug into family at the Utah RV Super Show. Discount passes at UtahRVSupershow.com.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2,
This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham was asked about the defensive front for the Utes and how important it is to have them with their defensive scheme.
The whole front seven has been really good. We allowed 80-something yards last week and 65 yards the other day. So both games, really strong rush defense, which, again, I say it all the time. That's where our defense starts. That's what it's predicated upon, is telling the other team you're not going to run the football, at least not effectively.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan. Mouth-watering ribs, savory brisket, and all your barbecue favorites. Best and worst is next on a Football Friday. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Football Friday. We're at Alta High School. Game Night Live coming up at 7 o'clock on all your KSL Sports digital channels. KSL Plus app, KSL Sports app, KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports YouTube channel. You can find us in a lot of different formats. Whatever works for you, we have multiple options for you to watch this game tonight and many others. So we look forward to bringing that to you later on tonight. Right now, we're going to it's our best and worst of the day on a Football Friday. We always try to start with the worst because we want to end the segment on a positive note. But Texas Tech, we expect them to be among the elite in the Big 12 this year. They're the best team money can buy. At least that's what we're being told in the offseason. But money can't buy you happess, Sly.
It cannot.
And sometimes
it can help.
You have to remember that these are kids, honestly, right? They're young men that
I think
make mistakes.
The statement needs to be money can't buy you long-term happiness.
Right.
Money can buy you short-term happiness, temporarily happiness. But
you think it's happiness.
But what's wrong with that is you're going to continuously having to feed that beast. So you're going to have to keep putting more money, and that's what's hard to get, and that's why all these kids and all these people who strive for that are insatiable.
Well, Texas Tech had a number of transfers, right? And one of those transfers is Amir Boyd. Amir Boyd was arrested Sunday for reckless driving after an officer observed him doing donuts in an intersection.
Is he still in high school?
Unfortunately not. He faces a misdemeanor charge for driving a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property.
Oh, come on. There's nothing to do in Lubbock.
Clearly not. Doesn't this sound like a Varsity Blues
Yes,
type
it
thing?
does. I bet you that's what he watched before he went outside and did that.
Probably. Did he just get out of a strip club at 6 a.m. and started to do donuts?
Class.
Oh, my gosh. We don't know whether he did that. But he definitely did the donuts, and he's in trouble.
We don't know that he didn't.
It's in Texas. You never know.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is not good for Texas Tech. I have no idea if they're going to suspend him or what it means. Obviously, Utah plays Texas Tech a week from Saturday. So wait and see on that. But this is a 4-star transfer.
Right.
Amir Boyd, right? I mean, this is not good news for Texas Tech. And that's the challenge you always have with bringing these guys in, Sly, is, you take a chance on some of these guys. They might have great talent, but is it going to be a good fit for you? And this may not be a good fit for them culture-wise.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the danger always. And that's why, I got to keep harping on football being the ultimate sport, right? I've played on teams, and I've seen so many teams who weren't supposed to be in the game with these other guys, right? They have the 5-star guys. They got the dunkers. They got the fast guys. They got the elite vertical guys. They got the guys who can throw 60 yards. They got everything, but yet the true team, the guys that went through the stuff. That's why I'm excited to see the Syracuse team, because this is what I felt from the Syracuse coach talking to him. But the guys who have cohesiveness and chemistry and have been together and know how to go to war together, they play better together than all of these guys who've been mismatched and piss parts, and you're getting puzzle parts from this puzzle package from this puzzle package, and you're trying to create one. Just because you buy and bring people in doesn't mean that they're going to mesh. And this Chris Level guy, I've been thinking about it for the last 4 days, by the way.
You're not over it.
I won't be over it until now. I'm going to push hard next week, too.
Yep.
I just can't wait for them to see what Rice-Eccles Stadium. It doesn't matter if it's 80. They know there's early risers here in Utah.
Sure.
We don't have late nights and Friday. We don't have late Friday nights, out here in Utah.
Not going to be a problem.
You're going to get early risers who's been ready to go since 4 or 5 a.m. And ready to go and pack that stadium, man. It's going to be awesome. So I can't wait for all this atmosphere to come next week.
The best, real quick, thank you, Jerry signs, as Packers fans mocked Cowboys owner Jerry Jones with Micah Parsons playing with the Packers last night on Thursday Night Football. And the Packers dominated the Commanders, a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year. This Green Bay Packers team is no doubt a Super Bowl contender. They looked the part last night at the expense of Jerry Jones as he had to watch Micah Parsons play in a Packer uniform.
Our prayers are answered. It's a Sunday night game, too.
Oh, boy.
It's a Sunday night game.
That's right, on KSL 5.
Green Bay goes to Dallas. Sunday Night Football. 3 weeks from now, it's going to be epic.
Cannot wait. That's Best and Worst, brought to you by Doug Smith Dealerships, Dodge, Ram, Chevrolet, Subaru, Kia in Linden, and now Mitsubishi in American Fork. Football Friday continues next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Hey Utah, tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner. A local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Get ready to ride at the Edge Power Sports this Friday and Saturday, September 12th and 13th from 9:30 to 4 p.m. It's your chance to hit the road at the Suzuki Demo event. Suzuki is here with their full lineup of street bikes, and you can take one for a spin. Don't miss the action at the Edge Power Sports in Draper. Details online at gettotheedge.com. The Edge Power Sports, where adventure begins and the thrill never ends. Some restrictions apply. Rider must be 21 and older with a motorcycle endorsement.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Monday on KSL. See the high-tech way that restaurants are trying to make it more affordable for you to eat out.
Is this the future of restaurants? I think it is.
Restaurant Revolution, Monday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Feeling frustrated? Ignored? Deceived? It's time to get Gephardt. Get Gephardt.